Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Can you hear me? Hello? Yes, when a senior says, can you hear me? Everyone says, yes. Yeah, thank you. Okay, my name is Ababa Shumals. I'm Director of Research at ARC, and you are most welcome here for the Regional Policy Forum on Inclusive Finance in Fragile countries and post-conflict countries. So we are very happy to come to this point. Of course, the journey has been long, starting from identifying people who prepare this very important papers, getting the finance, and to be here so that we will have a very lively discussion about the policy implications of this work. So I'm asked also to stand in for our Executive Director, who is just being sworn as the Minister of Finance for Kenya. So we cannot call him Juguna anymore. He is our Honorable Minister. So we also wish him well, and probably all of you may know, in case he has a chance to drop by, you'll get to know him. He served the Kenyan government as Central Bank Governor and moved to ARC as Executive Director, and now he's being called also to become Cabinet Secretary. So we are very pleased. In ARC, he's one of those walking through the aisles of policy making and research. These are rare combinations. So having said that, as you might imagine, this would be very difficult for him, and we cannot predict the movements. So I'll just speak on his behalf. I hope we have the slides. Let me see. But before I go that, I will just, because I was supposed to moderate this session, we have the first session, an opening remark from Juguna and Paul. Paul right there is the IDRC program officer. He is the one who helped put together this project and a very passionate supporter of what ARC does, but most importantly, he is also a passionate believer in inclusive growth. So every time we meet with him, he advises that we make sure inclusion is not just a matter of simply slogan, but we have to walk the talk. And you will see in this work how we have tried to integrate inclusion in many dimensions in our inclusive finance research. And we are also very pleased to have here amongst our participants, keynote will be delivered by the Director General of the African Development Bank, a very dear colleague and a very successful one, formerly Vice President at the African Development Bank. So she is also here, Ms. Nena, with us. So this morning you are served with very high influential people, and let's hope the program gets interesting. So ARC, some of you might have heard about it the first time. It's called the African Economic Research Consortium, established in 1983, if I'm not wrong. Sometimes you could get wrong for an organization you serve very well. And it's a unique blend of graduate training, research, and policy. So this is the only organization I know on the face of the earth that starts to mentor young researchers, taking them through the school. Once they finish school, they also get opportunity to sharpen their skills through research opportunities, but also engage high caliber to generate frontier research. and then also engage decision makers in a very productive way. So for the last 30-something years, ARC has produced or touched 4,500 plus economists, African economists. So today you have seen finance minister in Kenya, governor in Zambia, Zimbabwe, some of them in Ghana. So many of government officials across Africa somehow have had some kind of relationships with the African Economic Research Consortium. So it's a very dear organization when it comes to the noble cause of promoting sound policy making in Africa. So the whole formula of ARC is really creating opportunities for African researchers through mentoring, through rigorous policy relevant research, and at the same time engaging our decision makers on issues that matters most for their country. So today we are gathered here to talk about inclusive finance. Okay, let me see if this is working. So I'm not anymore young, so I cannot read what is up there. We prepared for our executive director, so let me read it here. So the ARC-IDRC partnership in this project started, I think if I'm not mistaken, maybe Paul will say a bit about it in his address, before COVID hit the continent. So mainly our focus in this project was to reach countries in fragile and post-conflict states and understand the role finance plays in development. So our focus is the realization of the 2030 agenda of the United Nations on sustainable development goals, which as one of pillars is access to finance. So basically this project is designed to examine empirically the constraints and the opportunities available for especially women and also vulnerable groups in this part of the world. So I will not say much about the UN 2030 agenda. This is something we have all committed to, our leaders and governments, in September 2015, if I'm not mistaken, as a follow-up to the Millennium Development Goals. So those of us who have lived through those moments see that the targets have increased, the objectives and the ambitions of the United Nations and the countries under the umbrella have increased. Zero poverty by 2030. This can only be realized, of course, if people are empowered, especially those with less fortunate, recovering from war, recovering from conflict, recovering from drought, recovering from pandemic, etc. So this is basically an intersection between shocks and development. In this project, we have been able to examine how inclusive finance promotes reduction in income inequality through financial development and inclusion, so that it leads also to greater social and political stability, which in turn could contribute to greater financial system stability. I think the mechanisms in which financial inclusion promotes development, this is not a place for me to say much. The experts are in this room who have done a lot of work, so it will be presented today right after the opening remarks and the keynote presentation. The only thing I can say is financial inclusion has helped a lot, especially when it comes to Eastern Africa and a little bit also Southern Africa, where the digital technology has been leveraged. As you know, Kenya is the country that has led the way on the use of digital technology Today, every Kenyan can tell you how, for instance, access to the mobile money transfer has changed lives. During the pandemic, we have seen for the first time a government making cash transfers directly to people who could potentially be affected by the lockdowns, etc. So even interpersonal transfers, I remember I was here. People were sending money to other people they don't even know when they make, a call for help. So this digital technology, as a way we understand it today, has transformed the manner in which people can build up their assets, financial assets, and also become part of the wealth creation process. So I hope in this project the findings will tell us all of this. Okay, it's a bit stuck. So the digital financial services, I think I spoke a little bit ahead of my slide. So I will not give you a whole of the profile on the fintechs and also the different generations of how the digital finance evolved. But basically, we know it is here now. It's disruptive. It has created a lot of, it's disrupted a lot of barriers for people in remote areas. We have another project actually, which deals with how people in remote areas in the Eastern Africa part can be integrated into the digital financial systems, including improving the technology for interoperability. Today, for instance, if you are using Safaricom and then another provider, it's very difficult for this to speak to each other. So there is this movement again in Kenya, which is leading the way, how financial interoperability can be facilitated by the regulators so that there is a maximum benefit for people in this, for the greater good of the community. Okay. So in this project, we have covered 3 areas in the research. One is women empowerment and financial inclusion. I think this is actually the crux of this project. You will see in all of the papers that will be presented today, our emphasis has been how financial inclusion can be facilitated by making gender as an important vehicle, gender equality, and also how this financial inclusion can facilitate efficient flows of remittances. We know remittances in Africa has become a lifeline, especially for the poor. At least in my country, remittances is almost a staple for every Ethiopian, especially affected by drought, war, etc. So the manner in which efficiently remittances can be made in a country is a very important part of financial inclusion. We talk about in this also project fintechs, how they have also improved access to healthcare systems. We have also another project, again focusing in East Africa, how hopefully I think that will make a very good breakthrough, how for instance mobile technology can be used for prenatal and postnatal treatment for people in very remote areas. So in this case study used and share with you today, we have papers from Mozambique, Democratic Republic of Congo, Burundi, Somalia, Gambia, Liberia, Mali, Sierra Leone, Central African Republic, and Eswatini. So basically there is a lot of in the menu for you, and you learn from each other. So I hope we will have a great time. Okay, this thing is not moving. Okay, again, I think we have a continuity of the issues covered. It also includes capacity for financial regulation, banking sector development, the financial system and the flow of funds, financial liberalization and regionalization, market segmentation. All of this, I think, in the papers, which are several already, covering many country experiences, but also, cut across different issues. So there is so much to learn from today's workshop. But most importantly for us is the feedback from the practitioners and decision makers who are in this room, whether we have captured most of the opportunities and constraints in inclusive finance in these countries. We have also looked at the benefits of financial inclusion and financial development in terms of finance and technology, finance and corporate governance, stock market development, inclusive finance as a driver of growth, etc. So the possibility of developing targeted social protection. I think I mentioned all of this earlier, so let me just move on. Why is this regional policy forum? The ARC started hosting regional policy forum recently, I think the last 2 years, because we have learned that if research is to inform policy and policy to inform research, we need a platform in which the decision makers, the practitioners, and people who are also experts in the field will have an opportunity to examine our work and give us feedback, but also from the research that we have done, pick some ideas that may be useful for their day-to-day management of the economy. So we have done a lot of regional policy forums, and this is one of the most important ones for us. And I hope in this workshop we'll be able to learn a lot about the issues that I have listed earlier. And the papers that are presented are given out in the agenda, so I will not read them out. So what we do is, why are we hosting this regional policy forum? Okay, we need to improve on this thing. One is, of course, to provide insight on the role of financial inclusion in achieving the in each country the Sustainable Development Goals, to provide policy actors with platform to discuss on Africa's inclusive growth and realization of the 2030 Agenda, to generate innovative ideas and progressive partnerships to promote access to and usage of basic financial services in fragile and post-conflict states in Africa. So I think ARC can be a lead now in financial inclusion, because we have also another project where we are looking at financial, digital finance and market development, because they are so much interlinked. So hopefully in this policy forum, we'll be hearing more from our invited participants, their views, how the research can be refined, and this policy forum becomes a useful tool for ARC's engagement. So on expected outcomes, basically we would like to hear from you. There are lots of things we want, but really we encourage you to share your experience and challenge the papers presenters, but at the same time give us also ideas for future research, so that we continuously close the gap between research and policy. So with this, I think on behalf of the Executive Director, thanks the IDRC. Those of you who don't know, IDRC is the International Development Research Center based in Canada, and they support a lot of work across the world. They are actually the founding members of the African Economic Research Consortium, and probably the first ED was a Canadian, If I'm not mistaken, Paul, right? Yeah. So ARC and IDRC have a love affair that has continued almost 40 years. So we are very, very grateful. And we want to acknowledge IDRC support. It's not just this project. I think they have almost 4 or 5 projects with us. And they continue also to provide intellectual leadership. So I'm very grateful and happily invite Paul Okiwi to the podium to share his thoughts in this opening program. And let's give him up. Thank you, Chief. So you don't hear from me anymore. You will not see me, but I'll be sitting right there. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Abebe, for the charming words. I know you have learned your game on how to sweet talk a funder. So, anyway, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I want to recognize the Director General of the African Development Bank and the Executive Director of ARC, who is not here present at the moment, taking on other special duties. We are proud of him, definitely. We've come with him a long way. I want to recognize government experts, officials present here, development partners, and ladies and gentlemen, of course, most importantly, the researchers who have brought us to this stage. Delighted to be part of this regional forum, a very informative session used by the ARC to share knowledge more for practical purposes. As Abebe has highlighted, I work for the International Development Research Center. Briefly, the IDRC is a Canadian Crown corporation. We fund research in the Global South. Basically, our aim is to advance knowledge and generate solutions that are led by researchers from these parts of the world. So, part of the Canadians' foreign affairs and development efforts basically focus on investing in knowledge, and some of these are addressing the most pressing problems in the Global South. Supporting inclusive growth in fragile and post-conflict countries in Africa is one of these priorities. And more importantly, we support research activities that apply the feminist development approach. And this is in line with Canada's Feminist International Assistance Policy that seeks, among others, to help women and girls secure economic and social rights, including in fragile contexts. And I must emphasize that forms the basis for this second phase of this project, which was focusing on women in financial inclusion settings in fragile contexts. I want to appreciate the ARC for choosing this research and focusing on women's economic empowerment through inclusive finance. But most importantly, the fragile contexts have been forgotten. And one reason why we chose to focus on fragile contexts was because their participation in ARC research in economic policy management projects or programs was so insignificant in the past. So this was a deliberate effort. And this project builds on another project that that ended with the IDRC that was focusing on promoting leadership in economic policy in fragile countries in Africa. At that point, we did realize that there were gaps in terms of supporting policy development in fragile contexts. Therefore, we put aside resources to build institutions in this context and also deliberately supporting students from fragile countries. I think we gave grants for PhD level students and master's level students from these countries, specifically to go back and support economic policy making. And this project started some time back in 2015. It's now about 7 years. Like I said, this is the second phase of this project. And among others, also, I just want to appreciate the ARC for being present in the moment and leading research. Currently, we have groundbreaking research on the COVID and its impact on the economy, which we will be, I think, disseminating or sharing findings very soon. There is another one on the debt crisis and its impact on the economies in the global south. And the most recent also is on the Russia-Ukrainian war and its impact. All these are projects that should be informing and guiding our decision making. So today's forum is actually very important for us at IDRC, ARC, and also, I'm sure, to the countries represented here, because the evidence that we hope to hear is going to link us better in terms of how we can empower women and how we can improve inclusion in terms of financial dimensions in response to the SDGs. Like I said, the focus was on 3 strands. The first one was looking at capacity of the research institutions. The second one was generating knowledge. And then the third one was informing policy. And I think all those 3 have been achieved to a large extent. So our agenda today is going to be a very rich one. We know that we have eminent experts in their respective capacities from government, from think tanks, and also I'm sure we have some gender experts here to guide us. And drawing on the findings from these countries that Abebe listed, I know there's Burundi, DR Congo, Somalia, Gambia. Some of these countries generally tend to be in the background in terms of economic policy research. And so these findings from these projects are going to be very, very helpful in terms of responding to priority issues in these countries. I'm also very confident that we will be able to develop new partnerships today as we deliberate and engage, and believe that this will turn into more efficient ways of doing research in the global south, but also into developing more impactful research agenda. I expect the exchange of ideas and the solutions always to help us achieve a consensus, especially on the issue of women's economic empowerment. And you will notice that I have repeated women's economic empowerment, gender, severally, because today it's a priority for us at IDRC, it's a priority for the Canadian government, and we think transformation in Africa can come through more inclusive approaches of that bringing the women and the youth. So finally, I would like to thank the ERC, our long-term partner, for its support in making this research and policy forum happen. There is no doubt that ARC's work on this topic, on capacity building, we have had about 4,500 graduates in the past, of which I'm proud to say I'm one of those who has gone through the process and here to work with ARC now. That's why I'm so passionate about the ARC. And I'm glad that I've been able to speak to you, and we'll look forward to hearing from you about the findings of this project and how the policymakers and the researchers are going to apply this. Finally, again, I want to thank you all for your time, for your presence, and I look forward to a successful forum. Your presence here demonstrates the importance of this subject, and the institutions that you work for definitely attest to the fact that gender, women's economic empowerment, financial inclusion are very, very critical aspects in the transformation of Africa. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, brother. No, I don't sweet talk. I mean it. Thank you so much for your, yeah, you are also passionate heirs. By the way, myself and Her Excellency also, we started together. She is heading KIPRA, Executive Director, Dr. Rose Ngugi. We started together back in the day. I'm still older, but in ARC. So the ARC fruits, you can see it all over the continent. So without further ado, let me invite my dear sister and also my former co-worker. She has risen and prospered in the African Development Bank. Very, very hardworking, extremely intelligent. Director General Nena Nubamfu. Please, give her up.
Good morning, everybody. Sometimes I feel that I'm being dressed in borrowed robes, but in everything, we thank God. Professor Njuguna Ndungu is not here. I have him down as Executive Director of AERC. I'm not sure whether that title still holds, but I'm sure there'll be other opportunities to use the correct one. Dr. Paul Ukwi, Senior Program Specialist, IDRC. I just found out that Paul is actually the spouse of one of my colleagues. So it's a very small world. Dr. Rose Ngugi, the Executive Director of Kenya Institute for Public Policy Research Analysis. Honorable James Sawo, the Senior Assistant Minister for Macroeconomic and Financial Sector Policy Division in Liberia. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. As I look around the tables, I see a lot of professors and doctors, and I'm wondering whether I actually belong to this group. But at least I can add DG in front of my name and feel welcome in your presence. It is my great pleasure to join you at this important regional policy forum, and a great honor to be invited to deliver the keynote speech. Before I commence, I want to acknowledge the tremendous work that the Africa Economic Research Consortium and the International Development Research Center are doing to promote sound development policies and programs in Africa through rigorous but informed research and quality public discourse. I will humbly want to emphasize that your works on research and capacity building in Africa over the years are appreciated very much. We know how important research is to the development of countries, and particularly Africa, because it produces knowledge which helps our leaders and development partners to make informed decisions. This is why we applaud the partnership that the African Development Bank has had with the AERC over the years. And of course, we've had very good partnership with the Canadian government as well. I'm sure that today's forum will add onto the repository of knowledge and policy directions that our policymakers can tap into to chart the development path for our countries. Distinguished participants, when I first read the theme of this forum, I asked myself why the focus on fragile or post-conflict states. Actually, we call them transition states at the African Development Bank because some of them have protested about being defined with words like fragile, fragility, and post-conflict. We know that financial inclusion or financial exclusion actually is a fundamental issue for governments and policymakers across all African countries. So why the concentration on fragile states? But as I asked myself this question, I also understood the underlying motive of this selectivity, because the dynamics of development challenges vary from country to country. And when it comes to financial inclusion, fragile and conflict states lag behind other developing countries in the continent. The drivers of fragility can be categorized into 4 dimensions: economic, political, social, and environmental, all involving exclusion and inequality. Meanwhile, at the core of the social drivers of fragility is the demand by individuals or groups in a society for inclusion and access to services, to resources, opportunities, economic rights, and many other issues. The stakes are very high, as fragility is already holding back development on the continent, especially as Africa has more states affected by this condition than any other region in the world. Recent estimates show that more than 1/3 of African countries, totaling about 280 million people, are affected by various forms of fragility. The increase in insecurity and fragility is further compounded by the recent health, social, and economic fallout of 3 crises, namely the climate change crisis, the COVID-19 challenge, and the Russia-Ukraine conflict. These continue to have devastating impact on African economies and people's livelihoods. Historically, fragile states have often been underserved by formal financial institutions, primarily because of weak institutions, political instability, and sometimes security challenges. Indeed, in most fragile states, less than 15% of the adult population have access to a bank account, compared to an average of 24% in other developing economies. And although informal financial services are widely used and trusted in these fragile countries, the number of formal financial service providers, such as commercial banks, microfinance institutions, insurance companies, and mobile money agents, are significantly lower in fragile states than in non-fragile countries. In the light of these limitations, it is not therefore surprising that access to savings, credits, and other funds run lower in fragile countries. Distinguished participants, you will agree with me that financial inclusion is an essential lever for sustained economic welfare and poverty reduction. It supports economic, monetary, and financial stability by making saving and investment decisions more efficient while facilitating the functioning of the economy and ensuring lasting peace in most countries. The Bible is indeed right in saying in Ecclesiastes chapter 10, verse 19, that money answers all things. I'm therefore excited to join this conversation because what we all wish for is peace and stability in all countries, especially the fragile states. And I believe that ensuring financial inclusion can be a powerful instrument to achieve this goal. But what do we mean when we say financial inclusion? Obviously, there are a lot of definitions in literature, but in simple terms, financial inclusion means a situation where all segments of the population, irrespective of their income levels, their gender, their location, or level of financial literacy, can access and afford formal financial services, such as savings, payments, credit, remittances, and insurance. In practical terms, financial inclusion goes beyond improved access to credit to encompass enhanced access to savings and risk mitigation products, a well-functioning financial infrastructure that allows individuals and companies to engage more actively in the economy while protecting users' rights. The focus of inclusion is to ensure that financial solutions can also be provided to the economically underprivileged. Sadly, the African continent exhibits one of the lowest rates of access to formal financial services in the world. And in African fragile states, the situation is compounded by failing infrastructure, political uncertainty, lack of law enforcement, and underdeveloped financial systems. This situation notwithstanding, we are aware that many African countries have undergone a series of financial sector reforms in their quest to improve the performance of the financial system. While these reforms have resulted in improved outcomes in most non-fragile countries, the story has not been the same for fragility-affected states. And this leads to the question, why is this so? What can be done? Do we fold our arms in despair, or can we adopt new approaches to address this problem? Of course, we cannot fold our arms and do nothing. We must work together to address this situation, because the people in these fragile states deserve a better life. They deserve access to economic opportunities, and certainly they deserve peace and security. I acknowledge that sometimes promoting access and usage of financial services in situations of fragility, especially in a conflict environment, is a great challenge. But it is not a challenge that is insurmountable. There are innovative ways that can be adopted. It starts with identifying and addressing the commonly cited barriers to financial inclusion, which include physical, economic, administrative, and psychological barriers such as the cost of doing business, the traveling distance to be able to do business, volume of documentation required in some countries, and to some extent, lack of trust. And we could add so many other barriers to this list. The identification of these impediments allows for targeted and innovative solutions to be applied. For instance, the use of technology, digital solutions, and innovative business models allows for increased supply and outreach of financial services, together with improved financial literacy and capacity. Innovative digital services such as mobile banking and mobile and digital payments have significant potential to reduce physical and economic barriers impeding financial access, particularly for those living in the fragile states. For example, irrespective of the security situation, mobile payments can be made without citizens leaving their homes. Even trade and other transactions can be executed without the individuals living in the security of their homes or locations, without them having to go outside. I do recall on one occasion I had to send money to a family, a friend. I had lost a colleague and a friend in the bank, and I needed to send money to her family in Burkina Faso. I was in Cote d'Ivoire, but through arranged money, I was able to send money to the sister. I didn't have to leave or go to the bank to do that. I did that from my home. Of course, mobile banking does not only facilitate savings and credit products, but also offer channels to deliver payments and execute other transactions from the public and private sectors to millions of people living in rural, conflict-affected, and fragile states where financial systems are underdeveloped. Kenya is an important case point where mobile money has been successfully deployed to increase the outreach of financial services. I've been in Kenya for 5 years. I've never had to go to the utility company to pay my bills or to DSTV. Even when I'm outside the country, I can follow all my payments and make these payments without having to come back or send somebody. In 2021, it was estimated that more than 13 million daily, and I repeat, daily transactions were processed through M-Pesa. As at the end of March 2020, this year, M-Pesa had over 30 million active customers and about 170,000 mobile money agents. And M-Pesa is also linked to several banks and could be processed now through ATMs. Today, the share of the Kenyan population having access to commercial bank accounts has increased significantly, largely owing to the proliferation of mobile banking. financial inclusion among Kenyans grew from over 75% in 2016 and is now at about 90%. This model can be replicated in fragile states and even non-fragile states. We see Safaricom moving into Ethiopia, and we are sure that they will bring the innovation of M-Pesa to Ethiopia. And I think even with mobile banking, you can also do mobile banking. You can also do a lot of transaction within East Africa through the M-Pesa and other networks today. However, we know that operating in a volatile environment requires not only the ability to provide innovative financial services, but also strong political will to bring about better legal framework. Hence, for financial inclusion to be achieved in African fragile states, a legal framework that guarantees sound and sustainable financial institutions is required. The second approach could be leveraging community-based savings. In many fragile states, community-based savings groups are more popular and have showed a great potential for increasing financial access. The number of community-based savings groups in fragile states is an indication that there is obviously an unsatisfied need in these countries for safe and reliable environment for financial engagement and support, and by and large, financial inclusion. In Kenya, Tanzania, and Uganda, there are successful cases of linkages between community-based savings groups and formal financial institutions. The Coastal Rural Support Program in Tanzania and the rotating savings and credit associations in Kenya are examples of community-based savings groups that are helping women traders access formal financial services. These models could be also replicated in fragile states to foster financial inclusion. As I begin to conclude, let me turn my attention to what the African Development Bank is doing to increase access to financial services in transitions of fragile states. At the bank, we acknowledge that persistent financial exclusion is toxic both for socio-political cohesion and for long-term growth. This is why promoting financial inclusion in fragile and conflict-affected states has emerged as a priority for the bank. As a matter of fact, the bank adopts a holistic approach in addressing development issues in fragile states. We do not decouple financial exclusion as a standalone problem from issues like food security, climate change, inadequate infrastructure, whether health or other areas, and other social services, among others. Many in fragile states suffer from the effects of financial exclusion due to these challenges, and vice versa. This is why we focus more on integrated infrastructure projects with strong community resilience building components, including a paradigm shift towards wealth creation. For example, in the context of the Sahel region, we are providing access to finance and technical assistance to support SMEs, even when we are doing hardcore infrastructure projects. Since 2008, the bank has established a special financing vehicle, the Transition Support Facility, TSF. This is a dedicated instrument to provide additional funding and operational flexibility through which our regional member countries facing issues of fragility can be assisted with capacity development. Over the years, the bank has successfully used the TSF resources of about $5.2 billion as a vehicle to support our operational priorities guided by the bank's fragility strategy, with a targeted focus on strengthening state capacity and effective institutions, promoting resilient societies through inclusive and equitable access to services and opportunities. Regarding access to finance, we know that women face the biggest hurdle. Women in Africa are constrained in accessing equity and venture capital because of their weak representation in key networks. This difficulty is even more severe in fragile states, where women have inadequate or no collateral to access finance. That is why in the year 2020, the bank launched an initiative popularly known as AFAWA, which stands for the Affirmative Finance Action for Women in Africa, and with the objective of unlocking up to $5 billion in new financing for women entrepreneurs and women-owned businesses across Africa. One program under the AFAWA initiative is the Elevate Her program that was recently launched by Credit Bank Kenya to increase access to finance for women SMEs. The bank has deployed and continues to deploy similar programs through banks across the continent. To date, we have approved more than $800 million for lending to 3,500 women entrepreneurs across 23 African countries, including the transition states. In addition, the bank, having recognized the critical link between security, investment, economic growth, and development, is working with the African Union Commission and other regional organizations to develop a proposal for security-indexed investment bonds as one of the key instruments to mobilize resources to address the root causes of insecurity, enhance capacity to protect investments and livelihoods, and rehabilitate communities and infrastructure adversely impacted by insecurity. As I conclude, I would like to affirm the bank's commitment in ensuring that no country is left behind. By carrying out its mandate, the African Development Bank provides the foundation on which greater financial inclusion can be built. This foundation is strengthened by our efforts in related fields, such as promoting financial literacy and integration. We also participate actively in the larger financial policy development, which aims to expand financial access for the greatest number of people. Finally, we acknowledge that achieving financial inclusion in Africa requires not just ensuring sufficient financing, but the right combination of financing instruments. This is where effective partnership with financial institutions and national development banks is crucial for creating sound and at-scale financing synergies. We will continue to do our best to engage with governments, central banks, commercial banks, and other financial institutions, which now includes the mobile telecommunication companies in our regional member countries. We need all hands on the deck to ensure that no one is left behind financially and in other sectors of African development. Thank you very much. Wishing you a very enriching day filled with rich exchanges, new ideas, new opportunities that can be translated into practical actions. Asante sana, merci beaucoup. Thank you very much.
So I think this is time for a little networking. Is that how we have set it up, Diana? Or we continue with the presentation? Diana is not allowing you to have coffee yet. So Dr. Rose Ngungi will be now the moderator for the next session. So I hand over to you. But I don't know how you will have to sit because, you know, her back is to the other guy. Diana, how do we do it? She can come here, but it will be a long session, so we don't want her to stand.
Good morning, everybody. Morning. As Professor Abebe is ushering me here, he said that we've been in the network for a long time, and I started calculating for how long we've been in the network. And I realized it's almost 30 years. Please don't check our age, yeah? But we've been in the network for almost 30 years. So thanks very much. So let me start by also acknowledging the leadership at ARC, Professor Njuguna Ndungu, Ms. Nena Nwambuvu, Paul Okwi, and also Professor Abebe. It's an honor to come that we are talking about women empowerment and gender issues. And I'm coming in after Ms. Nena has really given us the drive. And of course, Paul also emphasized, and he reminded us the keywords that he was using during his speech, women empowerment. The session that we are going to have has two presentations. One presentation is on inclusive finance and the welfare of women and youth in fragile state, evidence from Mozambique and the Democratic Republic of Congo. The presenter will be Luanga Elizabeth Nanziri. She's around? Oh, thank you. And we'll have the discussant for that is Dr. Anne Kamau, and she's also present. The second presentation will be agendered analysis of the impact of financial inclusion on poverty in Burundi, and we'll have Jonathan Atta Aido. Thank you very much. And the discussant is online, Professor Francis Bae from Yaoundé 2 University. I hope he's around. Yes, he's online. Thank you very much. So just to remind the presenters that you have 15 minutes for presentation, and I'll alert you 3 minutes to the end so that you can wind up. For the discussants, we have 10 minutes for them to make their remarks, and then we'll have a floor discussion after the two presentations, and it will take about 15 minutes. So the total minutes that we have for this session is just 50. So let's utilize it and ensure that we communicate the key messages that are coming from the two studies. So I don't know whether Elizabeth, you're going to do presentation from there, or you want to come and do presentation from here?
Good morning, everybody. I'm going to ask my co-author, a recent graduate, Dr. Martin Mwale, to present on my behalf or on our behalf, because I'm not feeling very well. Yeah, so he's over there. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks very much. So, welcome. 15 minutes, eh? Okay, and now you.
All right, good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to have the first go this morning when everybody is fresh with a strong critical mind that more questions can be fired and discussions. I'd like to acknowledge, to recognize Professor Ndungu, the Executive Director, Professor Abebe, as well as all distinguished parties here present. all protocols observed. So, in our projects or in our paper, we are looking at inclusive finance and welfare of women and youth in fragile states. It was led by Elizabeth Nanziri. I'm part of the co-authors, Martin Mwale, and we also have Tony Mwenda, who is not here with us. So, why were we interested in women and the youth? As we are talking about fragile states, these are states which are in a condition whereby they are unstable livelihoods, and there's a lot that is happening in these countries. But even in normal circumstances where the states are not fragile, women and the youth are the marginalized groups which struggle, particularly because of having no proper standing in financial inclusion, which impacts as well on their welfare in different aspects. So the fragility of the country is on one hand, and the fragility and the situation for women and the youth is on the other hand. So here it's like an interplay now. A situation which is not already good in normal circumstances, and then here in a fragile situation as well. So the main question we were answering here was, can financial inclusion, especially access to credit and mobile money, improve the recovery of welfare for the women and the youth? So we used data from DRC and Mozambique. Both countries have been experiencing a series of civil wars. And then if you look at labor participation, for instance, in Mozambique, you find men about 90% people in the labor force, while like women, it's about 52% of those people in the labor force. And youth unemployment is also rising, around 30% in Mozambique. And there is high female dropout. Like for 97% of students enrolled at primary school level, only like 11% of females make it to secondary school. Beyond secondary schools to university, it's just like 1% of the females. And then there's also an issue of child brides in these two countries. So all these situations interplay to worsen the situation of the youth as well as the women. Like in terms of the DRC, the circumstances are also similar. That's why we chose these countries as our context. There is a gender inequality index of 0.517. So the closer it's the gender inequality index to 0, the more equal the situation is between men and women. And here we are talking about a 0.51, which is a far higher gender inequality index against the world average of 0.46. And then in terms of financial inclusion between Mozambique and DRC, there's been several efforts in recent years to try to improve financial inclusion in these countries. But of course, with the situation of the countries, it has been actually difficult to inculcate these financial inclusion measures amongst the most vulnerable groups. It has, for example, mobile money access has increased from 3% to 26%. That is in Mozambique between 2014 and 2019. While in DRC, there's been 25% increase of use of bank accounts within a comparable period. However, even though these financial instruments are increasing in these countries, you'd see, for instance, in DRC that only 11% of women are financially included. While like for those who are financially included, about maybe 32% they use like non-bank platforms. Women are overrepresented in the informal financial inclusion. If we go back to the literature of how we motivated our questions, there's been studies which examine how the impact of state fragility on how women and youth are affected in terms of armed conflicts, gender-based violence, as well as the health, for instance, maternal health and child health. But then, its problems flagged out. While less has been done about the solutions to the situation. we have done, there's a lot of scholarly work trying to flag out what kind of challenges or problems women are facing, children are facing in these countries, but there's less about solutions to what can help to change the situation or to mitigate the negative impacts that these groups are facing. So that's why we center our research to say, let's try to see what can help to correct the situation. We have much talked about the problem, but let's now attempt to search for solutions to the situation. So the research problem was particularly is what's the impact of financial inclusion on women and youth welfare in fragile states. For children, for the youth, we are looking at education as the indicator for the welfare, particularly school dropout. What can help to keep these students in school? For the women, we are looking at what can help the women to hold assets. But then because we are talking about reducing gender inequalities as well as through pursuing financial inclusion, we also examined men just to see how are women doing against men in this kind of situations, so that we can have a clear picture of how far they are or how far financial inclusion can try to do something to change their situation vis-a-vis men. So we used FinScope's survey data 2019 for Mozambique, while for DRC we used Livelihoods Basic Services and Social Protection Perceptions Survey. We employed instrumental variables methods as well as inverse propensity weights. Just a picture of how the data looked like. We found that, for instance, in DRC, like 80% of the credit, 80% of the credit is obtained informally. It means like it's just 20% of formality in terms of credit. Now, when it comes to results, what we found was that mobile money access by females did not actually improve their welfare in Mozambique. However, the mobile money access by males within the very same households, it increased consumption from own production, as well as it also increased health spending. But then mobile money for both did not increase education spending. So the question, the main question which comes out of there was, why is mobile money accessed by males improving situations in these households, but not that accessed by females? We'll go back to this issue as we are doing the policy discussion at the end. But for Democratic Republic of Congo, we found that generic credit just dispersed to households does not necessarily change the welfare of the youth. However, credit which is earmarked for education spending, it's reducing school dropout for girls only. We'll also come back to this issue as we move. For women, we find that there is no improvement in asset index due to access to credit. However, there's an increase in household assets for males by 2.6% when they get access to credit, as well as there's also an increase in terms of health credit is increasing asset index for males as well. And then we interrogated to say, why is it the case that what kind of credit are women getting which is not improving the situations? And we found that mostly women are getting credit for consumption. Credit for business and other more progressive means is obtained by males. So there's also need to address the constraints to women's access to other more productive kind of credit, like business credit. So, so one key observation is that from this, financial inclusion is improving the situation of women and the youth. But the vessels, it's not women, it's mainly happening through males, which means there's still some structural constraints to women's fruitful use of the financial instruments. And some of the suggestions could be that maybe we need to engage women into more business and enterprises so that they can be empowered. Because in our data, we also observed that women make fewer decisions in these households. So they have access to financial inclusion, but they are limited to the extent to which they can use financial inclusion to make a difference. So there is need to reduce the constraints that can make women to benefit from, derive benefits into the system. Right now, as we are seeing, the youth and women are benefiting through financial inclusion of males. We even though this study did not explore and get the reasons why women are not, women's involvement in financial inclusion is not improving the situation, but it's their situation only improving through males. But then there's an exploratory basis to suggest from other studies that we can even derive more benefits if these things are channeled through women. If males are making difference for women and the children, maybe if we can remove the constraints around women, the benefits can even be higher than what we are seeing. Yeah, I think in short, that's what we can say about what we found. Let's go to more explorations as we discuss further. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Martin, for that. You've saved us 7 minutes. You've done it in 8 minutes. I want to welcome now the discussants, Dr. Ann Kamau. Yes, you can do it from there. Yeah. You can sit. You can sit.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning. Okay. I think they were waiting for him to switch off.
Yeah.
Okay, good morning. Thank you for that presentation and thank you for this paper. The paper is entitled Inclusive Finance and the Welfare of Women and Youths in Fragile States, Evidence from Mozambique and Democratic Republic of Congo. I think the paper is topical, it's relevant, especially touching on main areas that are driving economic development. That is financial inclusion and its role on welfare and fragile states, which have had maybe civil wars or climate change issues, and the impact it is having on the vulnerable groups, which are the women and the youth. So it's topical and it's well written and well researched on. So I have 2 sets of comments. They are specific comments and general. Specific, I'll not mention them here because I think it's better when we give them to the authors to work on them, because it's, so I'll dwell on the general comments, yeah? And the first one is, when one reads through the paper, it is clear that they have chosen DRC and Mozambique for a reason. But I think the paper can be split into 2 because you're talking about DRC and Mozambique. And the 2 countries, while fragile, and we know that their fragilities emanate from maybe war and climate change. For Mozambique is the climate change issues that I think affect them more, and DRC is the war. The measures that have been used in taking the analysis are all different. And that's why it reads like 2 papers in one, and analyzing the same issues but differently put. So like the measures of welfare are different for DRC, the measures of welfare are different for Mozambique. Financial indicators, the data set used, the period of analysis, and the approach and the conclusion, the recommendations are all different for the 2 countries. So maybe, I think, if the 2 could be split into 2 papers, there'll be much more information that is more targeted to those particular countries. That is one that I find. Another thing, when we are discussing the 2 countries, we need to make comparison of where they are in terms of maybe the SADC or Sub-Saharan African region. For example, when we discuss the financial inclusion, we give the numbers as they are for DRC and Mozambique, but we are not comparing it to give a broader picture of where they are in terms of maybe SADC and Sub-Saharan African region, so that you can paint the picture of how the situation is on the ground in terms of how dire it is, yeah? And then the paper, like for DRC Congo, we use data that is 10 years old, for 2012. I was just wondering whether we cannot use more recent data, because I wonder what policy implications or conclusions we can have when we use 10-year-old data. Because they say the living, what do you call that survey? Let me give you. the cost of living something survey was done in 2012. That's when the results were out. So can you imagine when the survey was done? Probably in the year 2009 to 2011. So I wonder how relevant that data set is. I suggest that maybe we can use more recent data. If you look at the Findex 2021 database, you can get more recent data on financial inclusion indicators. And then we can enrich our analysis. Another thing is that we need to provide some stylized facts in, when you are analyzing our study in the context of the two countries, if you keep them together or if you separate them, because I think in the paper they were lacking. And the selection of using the different welfare measures, I wonder why we don't use one, because one of the things that we use in Mozambique is the mobile money transactions. Now, for DRC and Mozambique, we have statistics on that. So if we can use that welfare indicator for both, then at least we can even compare the outcomes. And yeah, we can compare the outcomes, and they're not comparable as it is. They stand like they're two studies in one. So another thing that in general I would like to say is that when we are assessing the credit as an indicator for the DRC Congo, I wonder which credit we are talking about. Are we talking about the formal or the informal? The paper clearly states that over 90% of credit in DRC is sourced from informal sector. So which analysis are we doing? Because if you're doing the formal, then it's a very small proportion. It's a very small proportion, less than 10%. And now we're basing our analysis and conclusions on a very small proportion of what is being done. On the models, I can say in general, on the models, they are well articulated, but I think there are some key variables or indicators that are missing. For example, socio-cultural norms that affect the welfare can be assessed from the conceptual framework. The supply side barriers, legal and regulatory barriers can be included in the section of like the stylized facts and also as some of the indicators of welfare. And why we choose to use the asset index and why not the poverty index, or we can also use the climate-related index and the climate-related indicators to improve on the outcomes. And then the study makes still in the modeling, it makes use of very many control variables that are not explained. Maybe you need to explain, and they are not significant, by the way. When I look at the models, there's so many outputs. There are like about 15 tables or more. And we use so many control variables which are not explained, which need to be explained. And if the significant ones, the non-significant ones, you should drop them, because I don't know what value they're adding there. And if you drop them, then can we see different results? I don't know. You need to examine that. Okay, those are the general comments. On the conclusions, the results call for policy to increase access to credit, that is especially to education spending, to reduce the gender gaps. But we need to have more in terms of how should this be done, or who should it be targeted to? Is it the female-headed households? Is it the female who are dropping out of school? Is it to the schools? You know, the channel of transmission and via what? And then also the study should also give suggestions to the alternative financial inclusion services that should be made available for female-headed households, since it finds that only male-headed households experience an increase in their welfare and they obtain credit. And I think leveraging on mobile money, which has worked in Kenya as an example, could be one of the evidence that can work in many countries in Africa. And that's why I'm insisting on including the mobile money indicator in your estimations. Maybe it can give you something, because there's already an example of Kenya which is working. Why don't we see whether it can help in the fragile and post-conflict countries in terms of increasing financial inclusion and in terms of helping improving the welfare of the women and the youth. The other comments that are specific I will share. Thank you for that good paper.
Yeah, thanks very much, Anne, for those comments. And I hope that the team has taken them up. I think because we have just a few minutes for this paper, I would like to give them 2 minutes if they have quick reactions to the comments before we get to the other team.
All right, thank you so much for the comments. I'll only pick up a few. So mobile money, that's true, but when you get down to data, and that's the problem or the challenge of fragile countries, there's no data to start with. And for mobile money specifically, we did not find enough frequencies for us to run an econometric model for these countries. And I think we also highlighted these issues when we did the in-country presentations. And these are some of the issues that we leave to the practitioners to try and deal with. That while mobile money is working in, say, Kenya, when you go to some of these countries and get the data, even the Findex that you're talking about, there is not enough frequencies for anybody to conduct an econometric exercise. We do agree that, yes, the papers can be split. We tried to synchronize as much as possible, but that wasn't possible, again, because of the data that we found. You suggested poverty index. We do not find a lot of income data available once again. We know that there's a lot of measurement error in using income data. Not everybody reports the actual incomes, so we couldn't, so we had to look for another measure. That's the truth. So going to the one thing that I'll talk to, which is credit, which we also made some recommendations about. Yes, we find that a lot of it is informal credit. And what we try to insinuate with our results is that if we can talk about mechanisms like the circles, and I think our keynote speaker did touch on that, that might help us a lot, because if many people are going into informal group, actually it was group credit, it means that there is potential for that. Now, can our practitioners leverage that and do not look at the brick and mortar type of credit? Because we do have institutional challenges, infrastructural challenges in many of these countries that you cannot have brick and mortar type of financial institutions. So for that particular country, we were suggesting that the policymakers therein or the practitioners therein can try and look at mechanisms or platforms such as circles and see if they cannot work, or group type of microfinance lending. They could help that country, because yes, the bulk of the credit was not coming from formal mechanisms. Yes, in terms of your data, 2012, when you look at the statistics, if we look at the current trends, we do not see a lot of changes, by the way. So we were comfortable that the data set we used was going to help us come to pretty much some conclusions or some recommendations that can be drawn upon or can work as a benchmark. Current trends and 2012, the data set that we used, there wasn't much differences. We did try that out. So thank you so much. We'll take on board the rest of the comments that you have raised.
Okay, thanks very much for those responses. I think that, yes, there are some areas that we still need to get responses. I don't know whether the team tried to check the Fin Index for the World Bank just to see what they could give us as far as the sterilized factor are concerned. And the other key element that I got from the presentation is that the improvement for women welfare is kind of coming through mail, and I'm not very sure how that was brought out to see the direct and indirect effects and the channels, whether they are different, and therefore how then do we communicate that to the policy maker. And my other question, which you have tried to respond to, is the forms that men and women are using for financial inclusion. Are they different? For example, I know the data for Kenya will show you that a lot of women actually use informal groups, circles and the like, compared to how men interact with the financial sector. So I think these are nuances that we'll need to bring out because at the moment I'm not very sure what are the channels that make the difference in terms of men and women, in terms of the inclusion level. And using the data for FinScope and the other one for, I can't remember what it was called. I'm wondering whether you are able to use similar indicators that would give you a clear focus on the level of inclusion for the different groups, women, youth, for the two countries' status. So at the moment, I want us to upload the team and wait for the discussions in the floor. Can we? So the next presentation is from Jonathan. This is a gendered analysis of the impact of financial inclusion on poverty in Burundi, and I would request the Secretariat to support us with the presentation on the screens. Yeah.
Good morning. All protocols observed. I would like to state that along the line, the topic for the project kept on changing. So what appeared on the program, how is it? Sorry, what appeared on the program may not be what is stated now. So the current topic is a gendered analysis of the effect of financial inclusion on asset-based welfare of households in Burundi. I'm Jonathan Ata-Edu, and this project was in collaboration with colleagues of mine, Esther, Abdul, and then Said Bizoza. So by way of introduction, we've observed during the keynote address and the earlier presentations that there are a lot of definitions of financial inclusion. Mainly, this has focused on access to formal financial services, especially through banks, and then somewhere along the line, microfinance institutions came along. However, there is a new trend which calls for a broader view of description for what financial inclusion should look at. So this considers all initiatives that make formal financial services available, accessible, and then affordable. That's where we say there is microfinance and then mobile money. There are a lot of studies that have been done on the determinant and welfare impact of financial inclusion. So one may ask, why then is there the need for another study? on this area. So we why then is there a need for another study? So we say the case of Burundi is a special case because we recognize this as a post-conflict and fragile state. There's been several nationwide conflicts ranging from starting from 1965, 1972, 88, 91, and then from 93 to 2005. This implies there are decreasing marketing opportunities, which leads to risk aversion and the likelihood of residents or citizens to withhold their money from formal financial systems. There are weaker institutions, which may be that there are low confidence in formal financial systems. So we found that there was one national survey on the situation of financial inclusion in Burundi, which was conducted in 2019 by Alliance for Financial Inclusion and the Statistical Bureau of Burundi. And in that data set, we found wide gender disparities between which forms of financial inclusion indicators which gender preferred. And then there were also generational disparities. The adult population were more likely to engage in the financial system than the youth. There were occupational disparities. Looking at Burundi, which is a largely agricultural country, we could see that most of the account holders were from the government sectors, with farmers forming a very few proportion of those who could be considered as financially included. So then what does this imply? What we are saying is, based on this, conclusions drawn from all those numerous studies that have been conducted on financial inclusion and welfare from other studies may not be applicable to Burundi due to its special nature. So therefore, there is a need for us to look at Burundi as a case study. So we try to do this by looking at the main aim of our study was to have a gendered analysis of the effect of financial inclusion on household welfare in Burundi. And to do this, there were two specific objectives that we tried to address. The first one was to explore access to the source of credit, mode of savings, and major uses of mobile money in Burundi. And then the second objective was to examine the effect of financial inclusion on household welfare using a multidimensional financial inclusion index. So what is new in this study that we did? We developed a multi-dimensional financial inclusion index, which took into account bank account ownership, microfinance account ownership, and then mobile money account ownership. So we tried to fuse these three to form one index and then have respondent or household on a continuum to see where they fall, and then look at the impact such index will have on household welfare in Burundi. Another thing that we tried to do differently was to use the asset-based welfare. There is a lot of discussion in the literature as to why there is a need to sort of shift from using income as a measure of welfare to more asset-based welfare. That is well discussed, I think, in the main paper, but in here we used 6 household assets: motorcycle, ownership of motorcycle, bicycle, refrigerator, television, radio set, and then mobile phone. We move to the methodology. So getting access to data was a big challenge. So we organized a survey. So we surveyed 860 households comprising 53% being female-headed and 46.9% being male-headed household. We covered 5 provinces in Burundi. These provinces were selected to give the data more balance in terms of urban and rural dimensions. And then we used what we call the multiple correspondence analysis to create a microfinance and welfare index. In addressing objective 1, we used a chi-square test to assess whether there were differences in the access to credit, forms of savings, uses of mobile money. And then to achieve objective 2, we use a 2-stage least square regression to examine the effect of financial inclusion on household welfare. So a brief description of account ownership tells us that male-headed households, or males, were observed to have a higher number of account ownership in almost all the 3 measures. One issue that sort of gave us a little confusion was the issue of microfinance, because the development of microfinance was specifically to address women access to credit and getting women involved in financial services. However, in the case of Burundi, women access to microfinance, or their ownership of microfinance account, was low compared to males. We move on to asset ownership. In terms of asset ownership, male-headed households were also observed to have higher levels of asset ownership compared to female-headed households. This sort of reaffirms the contention that female-headed households are disadvantaged and therefore need targeted policy interventions for them to come out. So we delve straight into our results and discussion. We look at access to credit. We realize that significantly higher proportion of males had access to credit than their female counterparts. As 34% of males reported to having access to credit compared to 22% of females. Then we look at what were the sources of these credits. Could you please bring the next slide? So there's, okay. Looking at the diagram on your right, as the curve dives towards the source, that means that is whether the males or female household got their credit from. You could see male-headed household, as in males, access more credit from banks. This could be in relation to the fact that male-headed household had more assets. We know banks normally use collaterals before giving out loans or credit. So in that instance, it sort of reaffirms the fact that because male-headed households have access to more assets, they are more likely to have access to credit than females. In terms of females, we realize that more females got credit from mutual support groups. This is where, say, they will be in forms of groups, so they set a specific target, make contributions to that target, and then they hand that amount out to one member, that's the female, and then it's a cycle that goes on. So that is where females reported as having more access to credit. If you look at microfinance, for instance, there were no significant differences in the the number of males and females that reported as having credit from microfinance. In terms of savings, we realized that majority of female-headed households preferred home savings. Significantly more female-headed households or females kept their savings at home compared to males, although the levels are higher in male-headed households as well. If you look at microfinance institutions, significantly more males had their savings held up at microfinance institutions than females. This goes further to say females in Burundi really don't patronize microfinance as we would expect, or as it's established in the literature. And then more males had their savings with banks. This may be linked to this may help explain the reason as to why males had more access to credit from banks as well, because banks would not ordinarily like to give loans out to people who already patronize their services. So that was it. And then in terms of the use of, on the previous slide, we realized that mobile money was also used as a means of saving. The intuition behind this is people like to keep their money on their mobile money wallet and then only access it when there is a need for them to withdraw it to make payments or use it for other means. The levels were higher in terms of mobile money and home savings. This tells us that households in Burundi, particularly female-headed households, preferred to have their savings with in forms that could easily be accessed, so as to rely on their savings in and when the need arises. In terms of the uses of mobile money, there are two main providers of mobile money in Burundi. That is the Lumi Cash and EcoCash. Most of our respondents indicated they use mobile money to receive money. These are for payment of services that they've rendered out, so they preferred receiving such payments through mobile money, or they receive remittances through mobile money. If you look at the payment of bills, unlike fellow East African countries such as Kenya and Tanzania, very low levels indicated that they use mobile money to pay bills. This may be the situation because there is a lack of interoperability between these two networks that provide mobile money. So anytime you want to make payment to someone on a different network, you have to go and withdraw the money and then pay in cash. So the lack of interoperability sort of explains the reason as to why there is a low use of mobile money as a payment method. So we jump into the last objective. We realize that being financially included increases the household welfare of residents in Burundi by over 200%. We tried using some interaction variables. So the financially included educated populace in Burundi saw higher increases in their welfare. Those that were more financially included in the urban centers experienced higher levels of welfare in Burundi. Female-headed households that were more financially included saw higher gains than their male counterparts. And then access to electricity also helped increase the welfare of households in Burundi. So what are the policy implications from what the result that we've discussed so far? So looking at they holding up their savings in their homes and on mobile money wallets, I think an upward review of interest rates may entice female-headed households and the populace at large to to now be more attracted to saving in banks or formal institutions. We recommend a review of the regulatory and institutional framework guiding microfinance in Burundi. An issue that popped up was that citizens in Burundi realized that getting credit was more expensive from microfinance as compared to banks. That was as to why they did not prefer getting involved in the microfinance sector. So a review of the institutional framework to more or less make microfinance more friendly to disadvantaged groups may help reverse the trend. Then adoption of group loan schemes by banks and microfinance institutions could also help increase the level of financial inclusion and welfare of the female-headed households in Burundi. We could also explore, or providers of mobile money in Burundi could also explore the issuance of small loan schemes through mobile money. I think this has been done in Ghana. The system is also working in Tanzania, I know. So this is where you can access loan. So once you use the mobile money platform for a period of time, you can now access loan because you've sort of established credibility with the network. So that could be looked at and explored in the case of Burundi to increase financial inclusion. And then interoperability. We think doing that will help bridge the gap in East Africa, where it's easy to transfer, make payments to any other network in Kenya, Tanzania. However, that may not be possible in Burundi. So if regulators try and work on interoperability, that could also help in increasing financial inclusion in Burundi. Areas for further studies. So we said a study on the adoption of microfinance may go a long way to help us understand the reason as to why the adoption of microfinance is very low in Burundi, even though literature has established that is a good way of enhancing the welfare of disadvantaged groups like female-headed households. And we asked, maybe we could, that can be done using behavioral theories. There is a new drive in the economics literature where we look at behavioral economics, look at the behavior of adopting psychological and behavioral theories to look at that may go a long way. And then the extent of financial inclusion adoption, we don't have to look at financial inclusion indicators as being mutually exclusive. People use them in tandem. So maybe looking at the extent or intensity of the adoption may also help. And then the impact of financial inclusion on other welfare indicators, such as food and nutrition security, may be recommended. So I think, Prof. Abebe, if ARC could grant us another grant, I know we can look into these other areas for further studies. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks very much, Jonathan, for that presentation. Very clear, to the point. I want to welcome our discussant, Professor Francis Bae, Professor Bae from University of Yaoundé. Are we able to get him?
Getting you, but I'm not. Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Right. Thank you very much, Chair. I want to share my screen, but it hosts disabled participant screen sharing. It's not allowed. Hello?
Yes, we are trying to do that, sort out that.
Okay. Can I go ahead and share?
Yeah, permission granted.
Okay. Oh. You are screen sharing.
Prof, we can see you. Are you able to share now?
Not yet. Let me see.
You want us to help you?
Yes, please.
Prof, you have your presentation with you. Could you please just try to share again?
Okay.
Stop sharing, then you share the slides. Because what you can see on your screen is the Zoom.
Okay, let me try to share again. Right. I click there, then I look around. Microsoft SharePoint. Right. Well, I still have difficulties.
Okay, can you just then talk? We can.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Right. I will start by thanking Jonathan and his team for the excellent paper and presentation. I intended my comments to run through the paper. The first was the topic, but during the presentation, I discovered that they have adjusted the topic because what I was proposing was a gendered analysis of the impact of financial inclusion on household welfare in Burundi. They have corrected that, which is good. The abstract is well formulated, but only one of the two results appears to be derived systematically from my own point of view, notably improved financial inclusion has a greater effect on welfare of female-headed households than on male-headed households. However, in what follows, I attempt to find out whether this finding is consistent with the objectives, methods, and empirical implementation. Discussion of financial inclusion and usage, asset welfare, as the statement of the problem in general, and background are generally rendered competently. Well, I noticed that there is no main objective in the paper, and I equally think that for consistency, the specific objectives may be adjusted as follows. 1, identify and explore the gender differences in financial inclusion in Burundi, the first objective. The second, to assess the responsiveness of household welfare to financial inclusion from a gendered perspective. As far as the literature review is concerned, it is relevant and competently executed. Both the direct and indirect channels of financial inclusion from a microeconomic perspective and macroeconomic perspective are discussed. Then when it comes to methodology, especially the data.
Prof, we cannot hear you.
Yeah. Are you hearing me now? Are you hearing me now?
You are still very low.
Let me see. Right. Is it clearer now?
A bit clearer, yeah.
A bit. Well, I'll try to be talking loud. Yeah, the sampling design is fairly well explained, yet it is hard to see how a sample of 860 households is representative of 12 million households in Burundi. We have 5 provinces out of 18, 20 primary sampling units out of 234. It is not clear how households are drawn from the 20 primary sampling units. It is not clear if results were weighted to justify generalization. The questionnaire hosts primary indicators, both access and usage, but unfortunately, the computed financial inclusion index uses only access-based information, that is account ownership, bank microfinance, and mobile money. Methodology modeling. The first key downside of the paper is the inappropriate approach to measurement. Objective 1, after identifying the composite financial inclusion index, to appropriately reflect the gender aspect, the researchers were expected to do at least one of the following: financial inclusion differences between men and women headship using the t-test of difference in means, or stochastic dominance analysis of financial inclusion by gender, and or financial inclusion gap between men and women households using tools such as the Osaka blender decomposition analysis. For objective 2, the structural equation, to appropriately capture gender differences in the responsiveness of household welfare to financial inclusion, the modeling may take the following form. For instance, you could have said that welfare is a function of financial inclusion, female, then the interaction of female and financial inclusion. And from that, the welfare responsiveness of the male household would be the parameter attached to financial inclusion, while the welfare responsiveness of female households will be the parameter attached to female inclusion plus that attached to the interaction between female and financial inclusion. Right. As far as the reduced form equation, it may take the form, there's a financial exclusion is a function of a vector of instrumental variables, a vector of other controls, and the error term. Variables such as membership of a social network, electricity, household size, literacy, livestock ownership do not belong to the vector X as done by the researchers because they are potentially endogenous. Only their primary sampling unit averages may be used if they must be included. Moreover, the structural and reduced form equations proposed by the researchers are overly populated with unsuitable controls. In addition, 4 of the 5 interactions in the structural equation are not necessary. No such interactions are needed in the reduced form equation as well. However, the identification strategy proposed could be pursued. The second key downside of the paper is in the generation of empirical results. For as far as descriptive statistics are concerned, the descriptive statistics in tables 4, 6, and B1 are incorrect. If used in that form, the regression estimates are faulty, in which case any conclusion drawn from them is likely to lack relevance. A way out of the defective descriptive statistics is to convert each modality of the categorical variables into dummy, that's 1-0 variables. As far as the welfare composite index is concerned, looking at table 6, one finds out that the mean value of the welfare index is negative, which is indication that it was not normalized between 0 and 1. It would have been interesting equally to indicate the contributions of the primary indicators to the composite index of financial inclusion. As far as the reduced form estimates are concerned, the first state regression estimates in table C1 are not appropriate, notably because they harbor about 11 potentially endogenous variables. But we know that reduced forms should only have exogenous variables. As far as the structural equation estimates are concerned, by design, the structural equation estimates based on the reduced form results are also not appropriate. So what next? A more careful econometric modeling strategy would require a structural equation of the form welfare is a function of usage, the vector of X and the error term, and a reduced form equation, which is usage is a function of instrumental variables and other exogenous controls and the error term, and the sample selection equation of the form ownership or participation or access is a function of a vector of instrumental variables, the vector of X controls, and the error term. So as far as the policy implications of the findings are concerned, if at the end of the day, the results effectively show that male-headed households are more financially inclusive than their female counterparts, yet improved financial inclusion enhances the welfare of female-headed households more than that of their male counterparts, then the findings are supportive of the vast women empowerment interventions being carried out by the government of Burundi and her development partners. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thanks very much, Prof. You've taken the 10 minutes for the discussion. I want to give the team just 2 minutes to respond to whichever issue they want from the discussant, and then we open it up for a floor discussion.
I think most of the issues he raised were in areas where the paper could be further developed. So we will look at that and then incorporate such suggestions to make the paper more suitable. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. I want us to open up the floor for discussions. So we have the two papers that have been presented, and we have about 15 minutes. So I want to welcome us to make our comments now. Yes, we start with you.
Thank you, Doctor. Good morning to everyone, all protocols observed. My question goes...
Please introduce yourself and tell us the team you are addressing. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you for that reminder. My name is Thabo Sakolo from Eswatini. I'm the Executive Director there. I will be chairing one of the sessions that will come after this break. So, my question goes to the second presentation that was done for Burundi. First, thanks for considering in your paper the issue of affordability, because we've seen in most economies, including Eswatini, that the fee tends to be a bit steep. I think it follows the old adage that if you want to be rich, you have to steal from the poor, which then becomes a disadvantage. The access is there, but the affordability then seems to go against the whole mandate. So how was that in Burundi in terms of the affordability? Is it fair priced, or is it it goes along the general norm? And then the second one goes to the issue of assets as an indicator of I think it's a welfare indicator, but you are using assets. But in other studies, they did find that assets are acquired through a windfall income. You can have that once-off income, you buy that asset, a fridge, but it doesn't indicate your status or your level of welfare going forward. And how did you adjust for that in your paper? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, please.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Arabe Opuda from Cameroon. I'm Executive Director of Cameroon Policy Analysis Research Center. Let me ease the ears of my colleague by saying it in French. Alors, nous avons suivi les deux présentations et qui nous ont parlé de l'inclusion financière. Nous sommes tout heureux. Ce n'est pas une question, ce sera une contribution à ce qui pourra être retenu dit plus tard. Nous pensons que de ces deux présentations qui font la promotion de l'inclusion financière, il y a un véhicule essentiel qui ressort de ces deux présentations, c'est la question des infrastructures des TIC. Parce que toute l'inclusion financière donc, qui a été évoquée, ces questions de mobile money, mobile banking, nouvelles formes de transactions financières, tout cela nécessite un véhicule qui est l'infrastructure des TIC. Et la représentante de la BAD nous a également touché un bon mot que je tiens, à savoir la culture financière, financial literacy. Alors, est-ce qu'il ne serait pas opportun, peut-être au terme de nos travaux, sans anticiper, que nous puissions relever quelque chose qui est essentiel, à savoir la disponibilité de cette infrastructure qui elle-même nécessite une infrastructure qui n'est pas nécessairement financière, à savoir l'électricité. dans la plupart de ces pays qui ont été présentés, y compris le mien, le problème c'est que les infrastructures de TIC, les télécoms, mobile money, mobile banking nécessitent d'avoir accès à l'Internet. Pour avoir accès à l'Internet, il faut avoir l'électricité. Et la Banque africaine de développement, dans son récent stratégie, avait parlé des high five. Et dans les high five, il y avait connecter l'Afrique. Est-ce que nous ne pensons pas qu'une de nos orientations fortes serait d'abord de pousser la mise en place de cette infrastructure d'énergie qui permet maintenant d'avoir l'infrastructure de télécom, à savoir l'accès à Internet, et accès à Internet, accès à la culture financière qui permettra donc de soutenir l'inclusion financière dans les pays qui ont été présentés, y compris ceux qui n'ont pas été présentés comme pays post-conflit et pays fragiles. Je vous remercie.
Thanks very much. We have a comment from here, and then we go to, yes. Please be brief.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. My name is Samuel Tiriongo, the Director of Research and Policy at Kenya Bankers Association. My question is to the authors of the first paper on Mozambique and DRC. And listening to the presentations early, particularly the focus of the theme for these papers is about the fragile countries. So I was very keen to get to know, particularly on the policy prescriptions at the end of the day, when you talk about the analysis of financial inclusion in these two countries. So I was very keen to know how would the policy prescriptions be different now that we are focusing on these fragile countries. I know it's difficult to have counterfactuals for this analysis, but then a synthesis of literature, perhaps to know if policy recommendations were to be made, how would they be different from those that would be made for less fragile countries? What differences would need to be introduced in the policy recommendations coming out of this paper?
Thank you very much. Yes, please.
Merci pour la parole. Je suis le docteur Diebo, actuellement coordonnateur national du Centre d'études et de recherche sur les analyses en politique économique en République démocratique du Congo. J'ai noté 4 remarques et une question pour le papier sur la RDC et une question sur le papier, la deuxième présentation sur le Burundi. Je vais résumer ces 4 points. Je les ai notés pour proposer aux auteurs beaucoup plus de prudence lorsqu'ils élaborent les implications des politiques économiques. La première raison, le premier point, je ne vais pas m'attarder, il a été mentionné, la base des données, les données utilisées sont vieilles, je ne vais pas revenir, ce sont les données de 2012. Selon la Banque centrale du Congo, en 2018, avant Covid, les indicateurs des finances, de l'inclusion financière et même des bancarisations avaient légèrement évolué. Donc c'est bien d'actualiser le papier avec des données récentes. Quoique l'évolution soit faible, mais il y a lieu de prendre cela en compte. La deuxième remarque, c'est au niveau de la couverture. Les auteurs qui parlent sur la RDC ne précisent pas quelle est la couverture de l'enquête, des données qu'ils ont utilisées. J'ai essayé de fouiller et de rentrer dans la base de données originale. Il me semble que ces données sont des données du Sud Kivu. Le Sud Kivu, à l'époque, en 2012, c'est une seule province parmi les 11 de la RDC à l'époque. Et même d'ailleurs, les techniciens qui ont procédé à l'enquête précisent clairement qu'ils ne cherchaient pas à faire une représentation de toute la RDC au travers de cette enquête. C'est un grand pays et l'échantillon des chercheurs mentionne seulement 1243 ménages, ce qui est très faible et ce qui n'est pas représentatif. Donc il faut, une fois de plus, être prudent lorsqu'ils sont en train de généraliser leurs implications de politique sur tout le pays. Et d'ailleurs, le Sud Kivu, en passant, entre 2005 et 2012, à la veille de cette enquête, beaucoup de travaux au pays ont relevé beaucoup de problèmes. Le Sud Kivu était identifié dans certains travaux comme étant la province la plus pauvre. Elle était identifiée comme étant la province avec beaucoup plus de pression démographique, avec une population à plus de 70% rurale. Donc le contexte du Sud Kivu est tellement particulier que je n'étais pas très à l'aise lorsqu'on parlait de la RDC. Mais j'ai voulu... troisième remarque, l'avant-dernière, c'est autour des résultats. Les auteurs, lorsqu'ils mesurent le bien-être des femmes, les auteurs utilisent un indice d'actifs qu'ils ont créé à partir de l'analyse de correspondances multiples. Le Burundi a fait pareil. La faiblesse ou la critique principale avec cette technique, c'est de sous-estimer l'effet de richesse en milieu rural. Le Sud Kivu est principalement rural. Lorsque je regarde les facteurs qu'ils ont introduits pour créer l'indice d'actifs, je vois la motocyclette, je vois le vélo. Au Burundi, il y a le frigo, il y a la télévision, il y a le téléphone. Tous ces actifs sont plus représentatifs des actifs en milieu urbain. Et donc, ça sous-estime l'effet des richesses en milieu rural. Une deuxième remarque sur les variables, les auteurs utilisent, lorsqu'ils font les estimations sur l'effet de l'accès au crédit sur l'éducation par rapport à la réduction du décrochage scolaire, les auteurs introduisent une variable intéressante pour voir si le chef des ménages est femme ou homme. Alors, quand je parcours rapidement leur tableau des résultats, je constate que ce résultat est intéressant seulement lorsque le chef des ménages est une femme. Donc c'est important aussi que cela soit pris en compte. Est-ce que cela voudrait dire que les institutions d'octroi de crédit à l'éducation devaient mettre ça comme critère, donner le crédit seulement lorsque le chef est femme ou pas? C'est intéressant à mentionner. La dernière remarque, c'est par rapport à l'évolution du contexte. Ils disent dans l'élaboration de leur politique, leurs recommandations, ils recommandent les crédits pour diminuer le taux de décrochage scolaire, alors que depuis septembre 2019, en République démocratique du Congo, le gouvernement a lancé ce qu'on appelle la gratuité de l'enseignement. Depuis 1980, durant près de 40 ans, c'était les ménages eux-mêmes qui supportaient les frais d'éducation, les salaires des professeurs, le coût de fonctionnement. Mais depuis 2019, on a lancé la gratuité et les données récentes de 2022-2023 montrent qu'au niveau primaire, le taux d'inscription des élèves au niveau primaire a augmenté à hauteur de 3 millions. Donc, s'ils prennent en compte, je résume, le contexte de politique du pays avec la gratuité et tout ce que nous avons mentionné, nous pensons qu'il y a lieu d'être vraiment prudent dans les politiques qui nous recommandent. Et je vous remercie.
Thanks very much for those very comprehensive comments, and I'm hoping that the team can have a one-to-one discussion with you so that they understand the key issues very well. We are almost running out of time. I want to give the teams, each team, 1.5 minutes so that they can respond to some of the issues that have come up, and then we can conclude this session. I start with Group 1.
All right.
Martin.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yeah, there has been like 3 comments. For those that I will not directly answer here, maybe with time, we'll take them on board and bilaterally talk with the people who presented them. But then on the first, it was how different would the policy prescriptions be from other non-fragile situations. As you can see in other countries that are not fragile, they are financial instruments which are pushed, which are advocated. And these financial instruments are mostly see that they are benefiting the targeted groups. For instance, if you're extending like credit in a situation where the business environment is fine, it means it's possible for the credit to bear fruits through entrepreneurship. But in a situation whereby when you're extending credit, maybe the business environment is not that good, actually the credit can be a burden in the end, that if the business are not making profits, you end up paying the debt by selling assets. It will even make you poorer than the way you were in the first situation. So the type of credit advocated for these areas should be different from the normal state. That's why we are saying, could we go through the informal groupings instead of the pushing for the formal credit, which might be maybe even hazardous in this kind of environment. Such would be like prescriptions for fragile situations. Until when maybe the situation graduates from where it is, then we can start pushing for formal credit, which has got other issues like the collateral and everything. For the DRC concern, okay, I think there are some few things which I will also try to clarify as we meet bilaterally. But I can say yes. I think in the terms of the sampling, yeah, the data which is in the public domain is the one which is limited to the region under description. So I think with the concern as raised, it will benefit us more if we can clarify in the paper which region are we looking at, what are the key characteristics of those regions, so that the policy advocacy can be more directed. So we'll take that on board and do that. And I think if we can be able to also to talk with them, if we can have access to that data which is not in the public domain for the entire country, we can actually maybe even redo part of the analysis just to see what the picture looks like in the general context. Yeah, but for that details, I think we'll talk bilaterally, and we appreciate for the comments raised.
Yeah, thanks very much. I think that's why we have the networking, and you have an opportunity to see how we can improve in your data. Group 2, Jonathan?
So an issue was raised regarding affordability. I think in presenting our results in the descriptive statistics, we showed that ownership of mobile money accounts was highest. That could be linked to the fact that mobile money accounts are cheaper to use as compared to the others. And an issue was raised with regards to infrastructure. In our presentation, I think we had an interaction of financial inclusion and access to electricity, and that sort of throw more light on the fact that financial inclusion and electricity access really help improve the welfare of household. In terms of the use of asset-based welfare, I think this argument is still ongoing in the broader literature as to whether to use income as a measure of welfare or explore other means of measuring welfare. And we felt that the use of asset-based measures was the right way to go in our research, instead of limiting ourselves to the use of income as a measure of welfare. This is because there are a whole lot of issues that have been raised in relation to the use of income as a measure of welfare.
Okay, thanks very much. I think I want to stop the discussion at this point and just say that we've had a very exciting papers, and also we've had comments from the discussants. And for the group 1, the discussions that came from Dr. Anne Kamau, I forgot to introduce her. She's a researcher with the Central Bank of Kenya, 15 years of experience. And prior to that, she also worked with the KIPRA, which I represent. And her research work focuses on public policy issues. And more recently, she's gone to gender and climate change issues. And for the second one is from Professor Francis Bae. He's from the Development Economics in the Faculty of Economics and Management University of Yaoundé 2. And he's also a resource person at ARC Group A. So for the authors, you can make your conversations with the two discussants, because I think they have more specific comments than what in addition to what they presented. But in my take is that one, there are issues of data that need to be resolved. There are issues of measurement of variables that also need to be looked at. There are aspects of contextualizing and therefore bringing out very clearly the facts in the context within which the research is being undertaken. And I think also is the aspect of how we bring out more focused policy prescriptions that are also based on the results that have come out. And I think for one of the papers, I think for both the aspect of the methodological issues came out very, very, very strongly. So for me is to wish the researchers all the best as they finalize with their papers. And I think my time has come to an end. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ross, for the efficient moderation. We now have a few housekeeping announcements to make. One is that we are breaking for tea, coffee, and perhaps health break at 11:45. I will break for 15 minutes and come back at 12. We'll have two groups. There is one group that will remain here. We call that Group A, which will be moderated by Dr. Musa Kalukuli, Deputy Governor, Central Bank of Liberia. We'll converge here immediately after tea break. And the presentations in this group will include one, a comprehensive assessment of the impacts of formal and informal financial access to household welfare in the Gambia by Laston P. Manja and Aistu Bedji. The discussant will be Professor Mrs. Olatundun Adejigan. The second paper is Climate Shock, Formal and Informal Financial Institutions and Household Welfare in Post-Conflict Somalia by Huiton Mesfin and Musa Hassan Ahmad. The discussant will be Professor Charles Ajasi. And then the third paper will be Impact of Financial Inclusion on Household Welfare in Liberia, a Gendered Perspective by Francis Mulba, Vida Mante, Dennis Olume, Ipara Billy, and Okmer. The discussant will be Dufel Zu. And yes, so we'll have that team remain here. So if you are not included in any of the two groups, you can choose which group to stay in. So Group B will be just behind here. So after your tea break, you'll just go behind here. And presentations in Group B include 4 presentations, and it will be moderated by Dr. Thabo Sankolo, Executive Director, SPAC. The papers include 1, Mobile Money Adaptation, Credit Awareness and Performance of Enterprises in Sierra Leone by Betteton, Josu, Jacob Novino, and James Sunday. The other paper is in French, and the presenter is France Jesus Jackson, Neri Mbala, Alain Kuyogzo, and George Dako, as well as Michael Gonese. The discussant will be Anton Palabre. The third paper is Informality on Financial on financing of small and medium enterprises in Eswatini by Ajetombi Dlamini and Dlamini. There are two, it's a joint paper. And then the discussant will be Senakpon Ange. Yes, Senakpon Ange from Benin. The fourth paper is Financial Inclusion and SDGs in Africa, Fragile and Post-Conflict Countries, Evidence from Mali by Babajide Fowewe. And the discussant is David Krankel. So we'll have 1 hour for all these papers, and then we can break for lunch at 1:30 so that we save, we try and see if we can reclaim some time. And will depend very much on the moderators to help us recover some of the time. We'll break for lunch for about 30 minutes and then come back at 1:30. We'll break for lunch at about 1:30, sorry, and we'll break for lunch at 1 and come back at 1:30, and then we'll have a plenary. So after lunch session, you'll come back, we'll all converge here for plenary at about 2:15. 2:15, we'll have a reporteur's report from the two sessions, and then we'll have the plenary begin at 2:20. So everybody should be here by 2:15 so that at least by 2:20 we can start and finish by 5 o'clock. Thank you very much. Sorry, the tea break, as you walk out on your right, there is a point there where you can get served, or you can go through on your left. As you walk out on your left hand, there is also a section there. So the choice is yours. Thank you very much.
Discussion based on the topic we have, and the three speakers are going to do presentations. And this section we have three speakers, and basically we're going to be looking at Liberia, Somalia, and Gambia, and three major research work from the great countries. And interestingly, we are discussing post-conflict and fragile state. As you know, Liberia is one of the fragile states, and for post-conflict country, the Gambia is also a country that's in a fragile state, and Somalia is still have two characteristics, both post-conflict and also fragile state. So we will listen to our three speakers. As you're aware, there are three topics we have here for them. Somalia is going to be looking at gender effect of climate shock in formal and informal financial institutions.
Welcome back, and distinguished guests. Thank you for being here, and I'm looking forward to hearing your feedback on this work. Would it be possible to show the slides on the screen? Dan? Oh, okay, thanks. Okay, so I'll be presenting our work that looks at the gender effects of climate shock on households' welfare in post-conflict Somalia, and the mediating roles of formal and informal financial institutions. All right, so as the climate changes, frequent shocks become our reality, and climate shocks affect livelihoods. They disrupt livelihoods, and especially among the vulnerable ones, such as women and the poorest individuals. And we know that conflicts exacerbate vulnerability. So looking at the post-conflict or fragile nations would be interesting to see how these vulnerable groups would be affected by climate shocks when they dwell in a fragile or post-conflict societies. And we know that from the literature, individuals have various coping strategies which range from using informal networks to liquidation of assets or using formal insurance or social protection programs. Sorry. Okay, here. Social protection programs, of course, depending on where they are from. So the most common, for example, coping strategies in low-income countries would be relying in informal networks. But in high-income countries, it could be on more formal institutions such as insurance or well-developed social protection schemes. This thing is confusing. Okay. So, what would be the effects and coping mechanisms in post-conflict societies? This is what interests us. And particularly, we would like also to see whether climate shock affects men and women differently, and whether the formal and informal financial instruments would have similar coping power, provide similar coping power to men and women. So our specific research questions that we would like to answer with this research are, firstly, what is the impact of climate shock on welfare? So welfare, we proxy it by poverty indicators and consumption indicators, and we look at whether the effects are different by gender. We also ask whether remittance helps decrease the welfare impacts of climate shocks. Similarly, also whether mobile money enhances the effectiveness of remittances and helps strengthen household coping strategies. Lastly, we also see whether remittances and mobile monies have varying effects on men and women. So our study setting is Somalia. It's in the Horn of Africa with a population of about 16 million and a GDP of approximately 130 USD. It has been dealing with a very long conflict. On top of that, it deals with recurrent droughts. So by the time we were initiating this research project, the most severe climate shock happening in Somalia was the El Nino of 2015 and 17, up to 17. But now we also have one of the most severe droughts happening in Somalia. So you could see this country doesn't seem to be taking a break from facing climate shocks. So we have here the map of Somalia indicating drought. So the more red we have, the high variability of rain, and the bluer it gets, the more positive rainfall availability. And as we can see, the blue areas are very small compared to the others. All right, so about remittances. Remittances are very important in the Somali economy, making up to 1/4 of the GDP. Statistics show that about 40% of Somali population rely on remittances for their livelihoods, and 8 out of 10, like 80% of new businesses rely also on remittances as a startup capital, and remittances exceeds the amount Somalia receives from aid, from humanitarian aid, development, and FDI combined. So remittances are very important here. So similarly, mobile money, Somalia has, let's say, a wide adoption of mobile money. Obviously, it's probably because of the high need for it, due to lack of trust in the national currency. There is also a high mobile phone penetration rate, with about 90% of the population above the age of 16 owning mobiles. It also has one of the most active mobile money services, mobilizing up to approximately 3 billion monthly transactions, USD monthly transactions. And subscriptions have been showing an increasing trend. Interestingly, also subscription or use of mobile money by women is high at 70%. All right, so why are we interested in looking specifically at gender in the Somali context? There are some interesting statistics about the condition of women in Somalia. For example, female labor force participation is almost half of that of men, about 29%. Similarly, literacy rate is half of men, and they're mainly engaged in micro, small, and medium enterprises, and they have limited access to credit and technology. They also have low access to healthcare services and education. Similarly, women are on average expected to have higher number of children, which adds on the burden of women. So our conceptual framework is our expectation, looking at the literature, climate shock would be negatively affecting our welfare indicators. However, it would be pronounced on women because they have less resources to cope, and they're more vulnerable. And climate shocks would wreak havoc production, which lowers income and reduces consumption. So the climate shock effects could be stronger on women, for example, because they would have to spend more time and energy to provide for their households instead of, for example, working on income-generating activities and strengthening their coping ability. It could also be because they would have fewer resources, as this I already explained, sorry. So I go next. And we expect remittances could mitigate the adverse effects of climate shock on both consumption and poverty by relaxing liquidity constraints or serving them as safety nets. And we also expect mobile money or mobile banking to facilitate the flow of remittances, boosting the effectiveness of remittance in coping with the effects of climate shock. And for women, it could be that they might receive more or less remittances during climate shock specifically. For example, if households have this understanding that women could be more disadvantaged because of climate shock, they might be more likely to send them money when climate shock happens. Or if these individuals or the migrant households have the perception that men are the sole responsible decision makers regarding financing, they would send them more money instead of to the women. So we don't know to which direction this would go, but we are interested in testing which would happen. So to test for our hypotheses and answer our research questions, we use data that comes from the World Bank's Somali High Frequency Survey collected in 2016 and 17. The survey constitutes a total sample size of about 6,000 households. We have information on exposure to various forms of climate shocks, access to remittances, mobile money service access, poverty and diet quality indicators, and various demographic and socio-economic indicators. Yes, and for our analysis, we mainly rely on an OLS regression, and in some cases when we don't have this luxury of either having the shock or having at least 2 rounds of data to do a fixed effect control, we rely on propensity score matching analysis. So I won't go in detail here, and I present the results. Sorry. Where should I? All right, so yeah, this is the first result that shows, as expected, climate shock worsens poverty. It increases the likelihood of falling below the poverty line, increases the likelihood of experiencing hunger. It also increases the depths of poverty. And yes, our next indicator is diet quality. Similarly, here we see climate shock decreases meat consumption, pulse consumption, and fruit consumption. And then next we see the effects disaggregated by gender. So here we're interested in the interaction term here, female and shock. If the household head is female and experiences shock, you could see the effect we looked at earlier is explained all by female-headed households. So we could say that female-headed households are more likely to fall below the poverty line compared to male-headed households when they face shocks. Same with the poverty gap index. So the depth of poverty also increases for female-headed households. The interesting thing is when we look at the indicators of consumption or diet quality, female-headed households seem to improve their consumption of pulse and fruit in response to climate shock, and we don't find similar effect for meat or no change in the likelihood of meat consumption between male and female-headed households. Here, this is a bit of a surprising result when we looked at the effect of remittances and climate shock. So what happens, our expectation was when households face climate shock in Somalia, remittances would increase because migrant household members would be more likely to send money to their families in Somalia. But interestingly, what we find here is it decreases the likelihood of receiving remittances and the amount received, and further decreases when the household head is a woman. So this is a surprising result that we find, and we still don't have an explanation, and I was hoping today we would have some insights from colleagues from Somalia, which I don't think we have here, but we can discuss, of course, and brainstorm why this could happen. So as a coping mechanism, we check here. So the assumption earlier was when there is shock, we would have increased remittances, and having more remittances would minimize the negative effect of the climate shock. But now, okay, we see that when there is climate shock, we have less remittances flowing. And now what we are interested here is to see whether this decline in remittances would have even further negative effect on welfare indicators. But as we can see here, we don't find such effect. So it doesn't seem, okay, remittances reduce, but it doesn't seem to further devastate households. And we still don't have a plausible explanation for this, but it could be maybe that aid is helping out somehow, because we have a lot of aid flowing to Somalia, and in anticipation of drought, maybe aid agencies cover the space or the hole left by reduction in remittances or other coping mechanisms. Is it moving? Okay, so the next analysis looks at the effect of mobile money remittances. So as we expected, mobile money ownership or utilization of mobile money seems to increase likelihood of receiving remittances. And then here we see, yes, also mobile money improves welfare, as we can see here, as expected. And then diet quality also improves. Well, in diet quality, we don't find as persistent effect as poverty, but we could still see female-headed households, for example, who have access to mobile money, are more likely to consume meat. Also, male-headed households, meat and fruit consumption increases with mobile money ownership. So this one, we see whether having mobile money during climate shock affects welfare. So as we can see, having mobile money during climate shock seems to help with poverty indicators. So it reduces hunger, it reduces likelihood of falling below poverty line and depths of poverty, and it also seems to be the case during climate shock, when climate shock isn't there. So overall, having mobile money access appears to be good for welfare indicators. So here we use a more formal way of testing these mechanisms, so whether remittance mitigates climate shock's effect on our welfare indicators, but here we don't find a complete mediation effect, as also confirmed from our previous analysis. Regarding the mobile money use, we could see that it helps with reducing hunger, likelihood of hunger caused by climate shock. Yes. So to summarize, what we find is climate shocks adversely affect households' welfare and diet quality, and the effects are stronger on female-headed households, except for likelihood of hunger, which is similar on both female and male-headed households. And we find that climate shock reduces the likelihood of remittances, both on average and for female-headed households. But the reduction in remittances doesn't seem to be further aggravating households' coping ability to climate shocks. So here, it's not easy to have a policy prescription out of this analysis, but it could be that, for example, using some incentive mechanisms to increase remittance flow could be useful, especially during climate shock events. It seems that households, migrant households, are reducing their contribution during shock, so we have to study this and find a way to encourage them to remit more. And mobile money increases likelihood of receiving remittances, but it doesn't seem to translate to better climate shock coping capacity. But overall, it helps with improvements in welfare. So it could be that Somali households are using other coping mechanisms, or like on top of the head, it could be aid, but it needs further investigation to pinpoint the exact mechanism they're using. So future research would be needed to investigate the coping mechanism of Somali households for climate shock. I think I will stop here and yeah.
Thank you so much. We listened to presentation 15 minutes, and we have a discussant on Somalia. That's Professor Charles Ajesi from University of Stellenbosch. You have 10 minutes.
Yes, good afternoon. Charles, I'm reading from here. Charles has just sent his comments. He said he's in for an emergency meeting. So I'll quickly go through his comments. Just to start with, says that this is an interesting paper which examines the welfare of climate shock on Somali households using mostly panel data from the World Bank. The paper applies appropriate estimation techniques and finds climate shocks adversely affect Somali households with female-headed households bearing a larger brunt to these adverse effects. The paper is well written in a number of ways that Charles has enumerated. It is well motivated. And of course, Somalia being a country that has seen severe conflicts for a long time, they need to understand their dynamics of household coping mechanisms during shocks is important as a rich perspective and addition to our knowledge of welfare shocks, gender effects and coping mechanisms, and also provide policy imperatives that need to be structured to guide interventions. So in this regard, the paper provides a very good review, and it also has good stylized facts. The policy implications and critical issues for further research and policy. The gender angle of the results is also imperative of the need to pay attention to interventions to ensure they address gender sensitivity. The sensitiveness are revealed through the results. For example, in one occasion, where remittances increased during climate shock. It, however, only did so for men and reduced for female-headed households. And on Table 9, mobile money consistently reduces poverty, but does not matter for diet quality for all except among male-headed households, and to some extent female-headed households. Clearly, therefore, the gender issues permeate not only through differences in welfare shocks, but they also come in remittance inflows and risk coping consumption patterns, in particular dietary issues. So a lot more discussion on these gender dimensions and implications for policy are very important. An equally interesting finding, as stipulated by choice, which needs to be examined in more detail for policy interventions, is the fact that the results show that remittances consistently reduce poverty and the severity of poverty, but do not appear to matter for dietary quality and hunger, perhaps signaling that in the face of severe covariate, Somali households use remittances to find a pathway out of abject poverty and not so much concerned with diet quality. So this is something that needs to be investigated further. Mobile money is more of financial safety net that facilitates remittance requests. So it may therefore be interesting to also think about conditional effects here. Does the risk coping function of mobile money occur more in the presence of remittance inflow as a mobile money account holder? In addition, there is also the problem of infrastructure and geography. For example, mobile money is more difficult to be effective in hard-to-reach areas, especially in rural communities, due to infrastructure problems that the providers would face. Of course, this is well captured and discussed in the paper, but then for this matter, it may be interesting to examine the impact across rural, urban, and peri-urban areas and border towns, if the data permits, to test these potential dynamics. So, as noted in the literature, mobile money is a financial safety net, which is more helpful for the poorer people in really bad times, and for this reason, the effect of mobile phones may be more visible along the income distribution. In conclusion, the paper shows the following. The paper re-emphasizes the importance of a structured, tailor-made, evidence-based approach to gender sensitivity in policy. The paper also re-emphasizes the need for investment into data, and in particular rich panel microdata and case documentations within countries, investment in infrastructure, especially base towers in remote areas, to ensure effectiveness of ICT transmission and effectively mobile money activity in remote areas. Once again, Charles states that it is a well-written paper, and congratulations to the authors and to ARC and IDRC. Thank you very much. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you so much. I think you presented less than 10 minutes, so that's safe for some minutes. And because of time, what we're going to be doing, we're going to go for comment. We're going to reserve the comment to the end. Yes? No, I want for us to listen to the presentations. Since we have 3 speakers and we have less time, so we'll listen to the presentation, then from there we'll go to comment. What's your will? Let me just get your view from the floor. That we listen to the 3 speakers, and afterwards we take comment. Yes. Okay, that will help us take time. Thank you so much. And now we're going to go to the Gambia. And the Gambia, we have a comprehensive assessment of impacts of formal and informal financial access on household welfare in the Gambia by Laston P. Manje, Asatu A. Banje. You are given 15 minutes for presentation. I'm glad that this team, we have also female presenting on gender issues, so it's also a very good perspective.
Good afternoon, everyone, and all protocols duly observed. I am Aissatou Badji, presenting on behalf of the Gambian team, which consists of I and my colleague from Malawi, Lastin P. Manja. Our topic, the slides. Okay, let me go ahead. The topic is on the impacts of access to finance on household welfare, a mixed methods approach for women and youth in the Gambia. What really motivated us to go ahead with this topic is because of the low financial access in the Gambia, especially in terms of financial inclusion, wherein you have around 31% of the population being financially included, while a huge chunk of 69% being financially excluded, which when you compare to other countries like Nigeria and Cameroon, shows that Gambia is far behind, wherein they have almost around 64% of their population who are being financially included. There are several studies that embark on exploring the effects of household credit on its significance on household welfare, which comes in the form of aggregate demand and improvement in investment, wherein households having access to finance helps them to invest more in terms of business and in other agricultural ventures, which in turn helps them to realize more outcome in the form of improvement in income, which further is used in terms of improvement in education and health, as well as improvement in social well-being as a whole. There is indeed a marginalization of financial access in the Gambia. Given the low financial inclusion, we still have almost 19% of the population having only formal access to finance, while 12% to informal finance. There is also a gender difference in terms of financial inclusion strands, wherein women are less formally included, as well as, but more informally included than men in the Gambia. In terms of age, you have almost 77% of the youths who are being financially excluded, compared to 57% of the seniors. You also have almost 14 to 9% of the youths being formally and informally included, compared to 27% and 19% of the seniors, which is quite a problem in the Gambia. There are barriers of access to finance in the Gambia, and they are broadly categorized into demand side and supply side. These are the main reasons for the low access to finance in the Gambia. On the demand side, you have cultural practices such as patriarchal norms. You also have preference for quick credit and spousal restrictions, which limit women, most especially, and the youths in terms of access to finance. There is also a high rate of unemployment in the Gambia, mostly in terms of women being having low employment opportunities, especially in terms of formal employment. You have most of these women and youth being engaged in informal activities in the Gambia, which does not give them an advantage as to having more access to formal, perhaps lead to an improvement in their social well-being. You also have a high literacy rate in the Gambia, particularly on financial issues. Most of the population are not aware of the importance of these financial products and services to them. So they hardly try to even involve themselves in trying to access finance in any financial institution. So most of them are usually involved in the informal financial services. You also have a lack of trust in financial institutions. This arises due to the fact that there is not much financial literacy in the country. As such, women especially do lack this trust to approach financial institutions, especially in the case that they had a bad experience with them in the first encounter with them, wherein they have such a bad experience. They tend to dodge away from accessing other forms of finance with other institutions available. So on the supply side, you have efficiency constraint, mainly due to underdevelopment of the credit referencing system, wherein the financial institutions find it very difficult to ascertain the creditworthiness of an individual before they provide their services to you. There is also the issue of power outages and poor internet access, especially in the rural areas, which makes it very difficult for the rural areas to even access financial services. As it is, it takes almost 86 minutes for someone in the rural areas to access a financial institution for any formal or informal, for any formal financial transaction. You also have a lack of good collateral incentive from women and youth. This is because most of the women and the youth don't have assets or collateral. They don't own assets or collaterals which they can use to guarantee themselves in terms of acquiring loans in the banks or any form of formal financial service in the Gambia. The study embarked on the study used the 2015-2016 Integrated Household Survey, which is the latest survey on the latest data available on household expenditure in the Gambia. We embarked on a mixed methods approach using both quantitative and qualitative analysis, wherein we went to different regions to talk to the women in terms of a informal discussion with them to be able to ascertain the issues they are encountering in terms of accessing finance in the Gambia. We employed 3 measures of welfare, including income, food consumption expenditure, and non-food consumption expenditure. We decided to go ahead with all these 3 because when it comes to underdeveloped countries, taking income alone as a welfare measure is daunting in terms of underreporting and unreliability of the data. Hence, we decided to include food consumption expenditure and non-food consumption expenditure, which tends to be more smooth than income in the Gambia. We had 3 treatment groups in terms of both women and youth households that access finance, informal finance, or any type of finance, against the control group of any women or youth households that did not access any form of finance in the Gambia. Okay, so from the results, we found out that when you compare women households that had access to any type of finance against women households that did not have any type of access to any type of finance, we saw from the results that women with access to finance are better off than women who did not have any access to any form of finance in the Gambia, be it formal, informal, or any type of finance. We also looked at the effects in terms of the youth, comparing youth households that had access to any type of finance against those that didn't have any type of finance. And we realized that youth households that had access to finance are better off than youth households that didn't have any access to finance in terms of welfare. We were also interested in looking at the effect of being a woman and also being young, to see how that varies with being an older woman. And we realized that when you are a young woman and you have access to any type of finance, you are better off than a woman who is older but does not have any access to finance. Now, when we looked at the effect in terms of formal and informal or any type of finance, we realized that for formal and informal access to credit, welfare increases in terms of income and non-food consumption expenditure. But when it comes to formal finance in terms of women, we realize that when women have more access to formal finance, they have less food consumption expenditure. Unlike for youths who have more food consumption expenditure, which is the case in most women households, wherein most of them, when they have access to formal finance, they tend to put it more into education, that their children's education expenditure, on their health and on other durable assets instead of on food. The food consumption expenditure usually comes from their day-to-day activities that they engage in, either in the markets or in agricultural activities. Yet access to any type of finance improves welfare of men in the Gambia. So it means men are better off in terms of any type of access to finance in the Gambia. The study strongly recommends the diversification of portfolios in the financial institutions, wherein we discourage the use of the one-size-fits-all approach in terms of accessing credit in the Gambia, and discouraging high collaterals, as well as increasing more food-friendly products. Here, we don't mean that the ladies should be encouraged to take up loans just to buy food products. What we mean is that they should take up these loans or access credits, invest, as well as be able to buy other food consumption expenditure for their households. We also encourage on the promotion of entrepreneurship among the youth and the women. As it is, most of these youth are involved in informal activities. And there is also a high rate of taxes that is levied on the businesses in the Gambia. So this tends to discourage them from trying to make their businesses into formal activities, which hardly gives them an advantage over other businesses in terms of accessing finance from financial institutions. There is also a need to eradicate information asymmetry. This is because the lack of trust that comes with these financial institutions that these women and youth are lamenting on is because of they don't have accurate information, and the information being given to them is not clear. But the main issue, the main reason for that is also due to the low literacy rate in financial services and products. Hence, we advise that the government should encourage financial literacy in schools which is a challenge because mostly it's the commerce students that have access to financial literacy courses in their curriculum. So we encourage that they introduce financial literacy in schools, as well as encourage village development committees to take up the task of engaging their committees and communities in terms of importance of access to finance for their well-being. Further research should engage on looking at the impact of financial literacy and financial access. In this regard, we mean perhaps making an experiment wherein you give certain people the privilege of getting to know what financial services are available and how best those services can help them. And we will see how best that motivates them to access financial inclusion, financial access in the Gambia. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Asatu. And great job. We want to call on Professor Adeleke Atu.
Yeah. Yes, I'm here.
Yes.
Please, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you very much for inviting me as a discussant to this paper, the impact of access to finance on household welfare from the Gambia. This is a very important topic and because it addresses how access to finance has helped to improve household welfare of women and the youth in the Gambia. And it's a paper that is well written, and I want to congratulate the author for a job well done in terms of also methodology. I mean, they have adopted a qualitative and a mixed method approach using qualitative and quantitative research methodology to be able to use qualitative to answer questions that, to interpret results from the quantitative results. And the study is interesting in that it tried to address, to look at access to finance in terms of formal, informal, and any other type of finance, and try to look at that from women, youth, and also in terms of methodology, the study also tried to look at the treatment group, which are the group that have women that have had access to formal finance, informal finance, or any type of finance, and youth that have had access to formal, informal, and any other type of finance, as well as for the control group, they have both women and youth that do not have access to either formal, informal, or any type of finance at all. And there's a lot of motivation for carrying out the study, and also the methodology that was used. Supporting the fact that Gambia, being a post-conflict state, is also a fragile state, is lagging behind in terms of financial inclusiveness when compared with some other countries, especially in West Africa, its peers. In terms of results, the methodology, yes, the paper argued that, the author talked about the fact that they have used endogenous regime switching, which they provided a lot of justification on why that was chosen. But for robustness checks, some other econometric techniques like instrumental variable propensity score matching can be used for robustness check for the study. And also, I mean, from the findings from the study, they also have shown that informal finance seems to be welfare degrading for both women and youth, because the interest rate is higher, and also they found that women seem to, of course, women have more access to the informal finance than men, and that those who have more access to informal finance seem to spend more of the money. I mean, they in terms of welfare, in terms of consumption, they have lower consumption, expenditure on consumption than those who have access to formal finance. So this is quite a very interesting part of the results. That then the question is, how do we, I mean, in terms of policy recommendation, how maybe they need to come up, I mean, step back from the results and look more at how, in terms of policy, can we, sort of regulate, find a way to regulate the informal finance sector to ensure that maybe the interest rates can be brought down, so that since women seem to have more access, even than men, to informal finance, how do we make the interest rates to come down such that this will not have a negative effect on the welfare of, or a degrading effect on the welfare of women and youth. But generally, this is a good paper. I want to congratulate AERC, IDRC, and the author for a paper well done. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the contribution. And quite interestingly, I will say the Gambia has done extremely well. Looking at the data, I mean, reading 19% access to finance is very much a real disaster for the economy. So I think it's something that we need to look at. This is a very good paper, and there's a need for more research on this, especially where you have women and youth having limited access. It's a sign of serious danger for poverty in the future. So thank you. At this time, we are going to go to Liberia, and we are going to be looking at the impact of financial inclusion and household welfare in Liberia, a gender perspective. That will be presented by Francis Morba, Veda Mente, Dene Esther Messi, and Epera Billy Ikema.
My name is Francis Morba, and I'll be presenting on behalf of my colleagues Dennis Olume, Billy Opara, and Vida Meti. Our study is about the impact of financial inclusion on household welfare in Liberia. Financial inclusion as a whole has been linked to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, about 50% of the SDGs. Some of the goals that are linked to financial inclusion include gender equality, reduce inequality, clean water and sanitation, and affordable energy. The expert the benefit of financial inclusion in achieving global developmental goals. There are still gaps in the access and use of formal financial services in sub-Saharan Africa, mainly in fragile and post-conflict countries. A study by Mercy Corps indicates that financial exclusion in sub-Saharan Africa was 60%, while in fragile and post-conflict countries it was severely high, 90%. Gender has been identified as a strong mediator in terms of accessing finance. Even in sub-Saharan Africa, financial inclusion varies among gender groups. Only 25% of the women in fragile and post-conflict countries have access to formal financial services. Okay. In fragile and post-conflict countries, only 25% of the women have access to formal financial services compared to 33% of the men. And the reason being is that because of high interest rate, limited financial literacy. Like many fragile and post-conflict countries, Liberia experienced 14 years bureaucracy that destroyed most of the infrastructure, and this has mainly contributed to the low level of financial inclusion within the country. In Liberia, only 36% of the population have access or have an account for the adults. And in the 15 counties, about 4 counties do not have access to commercial banks. Even the federal access to commercial banks in Liberia is below the average in sub-Saharan Africa and also in the ECOWAS countries. Despite the challenges highlighted, the government of Liberia has made some effort to improve financial inclusion in Liberia. From 2009 to 2013, 2014-18, the government drafted about 2 financial inclusion strategies. And these strategies led to the creation of commercial banks in some of the counties, and they also gave birth to mobile money. On recent, we have a strategy that runs from 2020 to 2024, and this is mainly focused on digital financial services. Despite the given evidence suggests that there are persistent gender gaps in accessing finance in Liberia. Only 12% of Liberian women have a bank account compared to 21% of the men. Also, only 24% of the women in Liberia use their mobile phone for transaction compared to 30% of the men. They show that there is still an issue. In addressing the aforementioned gaps, we intend to answer the following research question. Our studies seek to know what is the adoption rate of mobile money services. What is the adoption rate of mobile money services among male-headed households and female-headed households in Liberia? We also want to know what are the main uses of mobile money receive or transfer to mobile money. We also want to know what factors influence male-headed household and female-headed household to use mobile money services in Liberia. And we also determine the impact of mobile money services on welfare. So for this study, we use food security indicators such as the food consumption score, the months of adequate household food provision, and the household dietary taxation score as our outcome indicators. For this study, we use the Liberian household income and expenditure data set from LEGEX. This is the most recent data set, and it was collected between 2016 and 2017. And this data set captures household consumption pattern within 12 months period. And it was about 850 men and women were interviewed for this particular survey. Some of the indicators that we got data on are household demographics, household expenditure, cash transfer. To determine the impact of financial inclusion on household welfare in Liberia, what we did was that we adapted they happen to be around it. That is the inverse probability weighted regression adjustment model from Blakey and Mendak. This model is a double robust model. This means that it accounts for situational bias both in the treatment and the outcome equation. We know that functional inclusion is about self-selection, so that there may be some hidden biases that may influence our results. So we use PSM to test for the robustness of our results. Sorry. Table 1 is about the summary statistics, and the summary statistics that is disaggregated by mobile money use status, that is user and non-user of mobile money, and also gender of the household head. So our results here indicate that user of mobile money are more food secure than non-user. On average, mobile money user have higher score in terms of territorial diversity, in terms of food consumption score, and even in terms of amount of adequate household food provision. In terms of gender, we found that male-headed household have higher score for dietary diversity compared to female-headed household. I'll go back. Okay. The graphs here show the uses of mobile money in Liberia. So, the graph here show that for both transfer and receive, most of the money that is received through mobile money in Liberia is for 3 reasons: consumption, education, and health. So what I send or what I receive is being spent on 3 things: consumption, education, and health. In our objective, we want to know what are the factors that influence the use of mobile money in Liberia. So, our results show here that gender is an important correlate in terms of mobile money access. But contrary to our expectation, our results show that male-headed households are less likely to use mobile money. The reason being is that male-headed households have access to formal banking account as compared to female-headed households. So these households are financial literate, and they also have title deeds, and they are also access formal banking institutions. So their demand for mobile money is less. But on the contrary, women who have low level of financial literacy and who have a lot of barriers cannot access or formal banking institution who prefer using mobile money. Our results also show that education, the more years of education, the more likely that household will use mobile money. So households that have higher level of education use mobile money. For duration of stay within the community or village, or moving within the community, having a shorter of stay in the community, increases the likelihood of using mobile money than those who have stayed longer in the community, because it's that those who have stayed longer in the community are less likely to use mobile money, because these people they have built social networks, they have friends, and they can go to any town to ask for credit for assistance. Also, the results show that own production, on the contrary, own production, households that have own production are also less likely to use mobile money. This corresponds with our disclosure statistics that says that mobile money is being used for consumption, because own production is that you don't really access the market for so much food. So it means that your expenditure on food is very less. So you don't really use mobile money frequently as those who most often depend on market to access food. Okay, Table 3 presents the impact of mobile money use on food security. Our results show that mobile money users are more food secure than non-users, as it was initially mentioned in the descriptive statistics. It showed that the use of mobile money increases the months of adequate household food provision by 0.8%, and it also increases household dietary tolerance score by 6%, and it increases food control score by 5%. So it means that mobile money have a significant impact on household food security in Liberia. Oh, shit. Okay, we went ahead to also look at the use of mobile money services among male-headed households. That is, we have male who are users of mobile money and those who are also non-users. The results show that the users of mobile money also are food secure than non-users among male-headed households. So, as you see in table 4 here, it indicates that the use of mobile money also increased the amount of adequate household food provision by 1% for male-headed household, and it also increased the household dietary tolerance score by 5%, and it increased food consumption score by 5%. In addition to that, we also look at the use of the impact of mobile money among female-headed households also. That is because you know that you have some females who are users of mobile money and those who are non-users. And the result also showed that female-headed households who use mobile money, the HDS increased by 8%. And that of the food consumption score also increased by 5%. So for both male-headed household and female-headed household, it indicates that mobile money has a significant impact on their food security status. Oh, let this keep going. Okay, table 6 shows the heterogeneous effect of mobile money use. So for this, we use gender and other social economic characteristics to see how it impacts the outcome variables. For our result here, it showed that the impact of mobile money use on the months of adequate household food provision is stronger for male-headed household. Using that indicator. For the HDS and that of the food consumption score is stronger for female-headed household. Policy implication. The results show that mobile money has a significant impact on household welfare. So there's a need that we try to catalyze the use of mobile money in Liberia, and this can be done through building both hardware and software, that is infrastructure, more access point for mobile money in rural areas. Also, mobile money significantly improve the welfare of women, so women should be encouraged to register for mobile money, and this can be done through women groups and also community meetings. And the government and the private sector can also try to invest in mobile money or other platforms that are also used. Like in Liberia, we have issue of, we have taping, we have other platforms. So they can invest in them to also know their impact on household welfare. Wow, this thing is creeping. Okay, for further research, studies can focus on using multi-dimensional indicators such as poverty to look at the impact on mobile money. It can also use issue of time series data, as our data was being about cross-sectional data. And also, they can also look at other digital financial services and compare the impact of mobile money use. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Quite interestingly, I'm supposed to be the one to to critique this document, so I'm playing dual role here. Thank you so much, Moba and colleague. This is a very great paper. As I said to you on the phone, is that this is a groundbreaking research in terms of financial inclusion in Liberia, especially so looking at data constraint in the country. The HIES, which is Household Income Expenditure Survey, was done in 2016, and which of course it has some gaps and challenges. But to have used that to come up with some models and do some analysis of the future opportunity and welfare issue in terms of women and financial inclusion, I think this is a great work that you've done. One thing that I want to say clearly here is that while it's true that you are looking at the data from HIES, it's always good to also look at the Central Bank of Liberia. I think quite recently, in 2021, Central Bank of Liberia did a survey, which of course was done by Alliance for Financial Inclusion, which is an international firm. They were able to figure out that, look, mobile money and financial inclusion services has improved up to 69%, which is a great improvement, and you also see that you need to take that into consideration. One thing that I see, I want to encourage you and also praise you for is that while it's true that we are looking at the former financial institution, informal sector actually triumphs across the country. You will note that because of lack of banks across the country, some of the information you're talking about, 14 counties, 2021 reports show clearly that 2 of those counties are already closed down, like Lofa and Maryland. The commercial bank have closed down because of lack of business. So therefore, as a result, it's only mobile money opportunity that are created in those countries. And these are things that need to be highlighted, that the Central Bank of Liberia need to see how best they can improve the system. And the good news here is that you capture the issue of male-headed household owning banks. And there's now an opportunity where the Central Bank has come up with a policy for commercial bank to use what we call interlink between the mobile money operators and commercial banks. So we have a system called push and pull. So you push from your bank account and put it into mobile money and transfer it to family members across the country. And that itself is one of the best and the fastest way now that's addressing in terms of family welfare and food consumption across the country. And according to the data, right now we have about 178% improvement in terms of mobile money uses across the country just from 2020 to present. And that is something that we can say is a great opportunity. Contrary to the data, one of the things that there is that the HIES indicated clearly that agriculture, which is more like a food production belt, in terms of labor force absorption, it has huge labor force opportunity supply in terms of any other sector. Therefore, agriculture and education were the 2 major sectors that the HIES identify as a driver for growth opportunity in terms of the labor force and also employment. Therefore, it gave directly opportunity for income And you know that once the production, agriculture production, fishery and everything are the major sources of income, and also bring about food security, it's important for your research to see how best we can capture the involvement, the gender, disparity in these two areas, agriculture and fishery. It's very much important because you will note that across the country, 5 of the counties are major fishery counties. That is Maryland, Sano, in fact the seacoast counties. These 5 counties are producing more fish, and that's an opportunity for income generation for female-headed household. And research has also shown that the productive sector, which had to be agriculture, you got more female employment there, but it doesn't give them opportunity for income generation. Lack of access to land, lack of access to property transfer, which of course is still a gender issue, and we need to discuss it on the policy level. In addition to the challenges in terms of structural challenges in the economy, I would appreciate were you to consider issues that had to do with inclusion of female in the finance. What are some of the recommendations? Former financial institution. You will see that cross-border trade is a major source of income for female in the whole of West Africa, in the ECOWAS region. You will know that. And ECOWAS has actually considered that greatly. What can we do to ensure that there are financial access? And I think our colleagues from IDRC, AERC need to take this into consideration. And I'm glad that we have the African Development Bank economists are here. We all need to look at that very seriously, because the major opportunity you create for women and the youth, you also secure the future of the generation. That's the best way we can pursue the SDG implementation across the sub-region of West Africa. A little concern which I have here is that you are looking at your indicators, your data, you're talking about welfare in terms of male and female, but I didn't see anything specifically on what are some of the factors that drive the exclusion of female in your narrative. Is it a cultural issue? What are some of the dynamics? Some of these things that I think that when we do research, because for policy recommendation in the near future that the system will know, capture, okay, maybe because of culture, certain county or certain region is an isolation, or religious belief, what are some of the reasons, social reasons why there are more exclusion of women. And I just compare that with working from Gambia. It's quite interesting to know that Gambia has huge exclusion of women. And what would be the factor responsible for that? And that's the same thing with Liberia. So if we link full expenditure and income, why should we have the economy discussing that more female in agriculture sector, and at the same time we are saying that there's exclusion? That's a total contradiction. So these are things that I want your research to capture. So far, thank you so much. This is a great job. The gender disparity, I'm seeing a lot of women, Professor. Liberia has interesting record. We have female president, and we have more female. According to our population, we have 51.1% women, and men are 49%. So you got more women than men. Then, in terms of participation, you have less number. So it's something that we need to look at. And whether it's about financial inclusion, but we also need to look at economic opportunity, and we should expand this research to go further. The Pro-Poor agenda is something that I'm interested in. I'm one of those who I work on the economic pillar. Our focus is to ensure that women are into agriculture and forestry, fishery, and there where the income generation is, so we want to take that into consideration. thank you for the time, and because I'm playing a dual role, I will just stop here to just do a little summary of what the presenters gave so that we can give room for question and answer. I will start with Somalia. This is a great paper from Somalia. I will go straight to the conclusion and the policy recommendation. That the climate shock adversely affects household welfare and dietary quality in Somalia, which is very much key. And if we look at that, it means that it's a need for strong support. And remittance has no effect on the household coping ability. If the economy is relying on remittances, how come women are excluded? And according to there's a high literacy rate, low literacy rate among women than men. And you have 50% of men. So what do we think about in terms of climate shocks? If there's shocks tomorrow, what happened? Drought? There's drought. And men will have more control, and the more income men have, and the more gender disparity you have, and also you should take into consideration domestic violence and other abuse in the home. So it's also important. Thank you. These are policy recommendations that I see here. And the conclusion here is that with the lack of trust in the national currency, this is also shocking. Lack of trust in the national currency. How does that affect the financial inclusion? How does that affect formal financial institution versus informal financial institution? For the Gambia, I'm sorry, I just put a bullet point here. Somalia is also recommending future research to investigate what a coping mechanism would be like. So IDRC, ARC, and other partners, this is a good recommendation. And there's need for social protection program to ensure that we protect the citizens, specifically women, on climate shocks. For the Gambia, there are a couple of recommendations, policy recommendations, that to improve the welfare of women household, there's a need for formal credit supply diversity, which is very much important. And another recommendation is that there's a need to discourage high collateral and high more food-friendly products. And the issue of high collateral is very much important across Africa. In the first place, so now these are things that put people into poverty. If the only asset they have been seized because of financial assets, they put the poor back into poverty. And the last recommendation is to encourage financial literacy education to both women and youth to eliminate information gap. Just a few summary that I got from the three presentations. At this time, I'm going to give the floor to other participants. You please give us insight or give us comment on what you listened to, or from the presentation from the discussant. Anything you observe, we'll give you. I think we have 20 more minutes to go. Even though it's given 30 minutes, we'll have 20 minutes to go. Yes.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thanks very much to the presenters. My name is Paul Mpuga. I work with the African Development Bank, based in Ethiopia, but I happen to be in Nairobi this week. Very interesting theme and really good work that has been done. I have some comments on the paper for Somalia and then the paper for Liberia. The paper for Somalia, I fully agree with the discussant. Very well done and good paper, well analyzed and well presented. The comment on the issue of remittances not increasing during shocks and not supporting coping mechanism, I think needs to be checked from the point of, is it those
who have issues that actually receive remittances or everybody. So we need to first find out who is receiving the remittances so that we are able now to tell whether remittances have an impact on shocks and an impact on coping mechanisms. It could be that either everyone receives remittances and therefore you will not be able to see the impact, or those who are not affected are the ones who receive remittances. So it's important to check that. And it would also be good, and I'm speaking without having detailed paper, to indicate the recent shocks, maybe over the last 15 years, last 20 years, in a table, and what have been the impact, how many people impacted, so that you give greater credence to the paper that you have shocks and you have these coping mechanisms and you have remittances that actually help to ameliorate these issues. The third point, which actually relates to Liberia, is the discussion on mobile money as impacting coping mechanisms or impacting welfare. Is it mobile money or is it access to finance via mobile money? Because mobile money here could be a tool. It's like saying if I have a bicycle, I'll cover longer distance compared to somebody who walks. Or if I have the only car in the village, I'll be the one who takes sick people to hospitals at night. It's because I'm the only one who has the car. And possibly, yes, I might have that good heart, somebody else could refuse, but it could be the fact that this is a tool, and therefore it is important to look at what is the underlying part of it. And therefore for Liberia, what is the theory behind the analysis of mobile money on the impacts that have been addressed? Is it mobile money again, or is it access to finance? This needs to come out clearly. Otherwise, thanks very much. Excellent discussion.
It's great.
Yeah, thanks very much. I concur that these are very stimulating papers. So I just have one question for each of the papers. And the first question relates to what you are bringing in, so I will not repeat. But what I want to add is to ask, when you are giving us the kind of data that is available from the source, yeah? You indicated that there are also socio-economic characteristics that are available. But when we look at the analysis, I'm not very sure that I saw quite a lot of it being brought in. What are these characteristics that are available that could help to sort of form part of the control variables in the analysis? Just trying to understand that. That is for Somalia. For Gambia, interestingly, that form of finance is reducing food consumption expenditure. And what came into my mind is, what really are you talking about? Are you talking about the share of food consumption expenditure to the total basket? Because the explanation you are providing is that, yes, it's okay to see a decline in consumption because some of the funds could be going to education. But if that's the case, then one may be talking about the share to the total. Because reducing food consumption, I'm just curious what impact that would have on the welfare side. And then for Liberia, I've seen that you are doing three kind of equations. One that is what you call, is it one that is combining both the male and the female, and therefore having a dummy for gender. And then you are also doing a male and female estimations, yeah? I wanted, because I've not read the paper, I wanted to find out whether in estimating the male and the female equations, since they are both similar, what method are you using? Are you using seemingly unrelated? Because to me, they look like, you know, they are, apart from the dummy variable, which I'm not very sure how it's being taken. So in one, it is 1-0 when male to female. The other one is reverted, so the other way around, yeah? It's not very clear what is it that the team is trying to achieve with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Okay.
Before you speak, by the way, instead of using exhausting the 20 minutes, I've been told we can reduce it to 15 minutes, so you can go ahead.
I need to congratulate all the three teams and their paper. I have a general comment, which is based on what can be seen as a takeaway. It's about something, according to me, which is still missing. It's about capacity building on management of financial inclusion. All the three papers emphasis on access. We need to improve access. But when we saw the paper from Gambia, the last comment of the leaders, she talked about the asymmetry, information asymmetry. So that means we need to also, maybe ARC and ARC could help on next step to improve this area on capacity building on management, financial inclusion. Maintenant, une dernière observation spécifique pour le papier sur la Somalie, c'est qu'il y a un besoin, comme disait le représentant là-bas, de travailler sur les tranches de niveau de pauvreté. Parce que, effectivement, dans un travail fait chez nous, il se trouve que l'impact des transferts est positif pour les tranches les plus faibles, les gens qui sont au bas de l'échelle, mais pas pour tout le monde. Parce qu'il y a des gens pour qui vous pouvez envoyer des transferts et ça ne sert à rien. Mais ceux qui sont au bas de l'échelle, un transfert a un impact positif sur son niveau de vie et son état de vie. Ok, merci beaucoup.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity to give a comment. And I think my comment is on the paper on Liberia, and of course, just extending the discussion on the issue of collateral. I know the Chair did ask about an identification of really what are the conditions that make women disadvantaged in accessing credit. And of course, the issue of collateral has come into place. And when you talk about collateral, I think even in the stylized facts, I think it is also important to paint a full picture of, in access to credit, it's important to look at it from the point of view of the regulatory requirements. One is you find that in most African countries, I think the regulatory requirement is such that the collateral is really the immovable asset. So in most cases, there is stronger emphasis on, say, land. And that technically, because of the cultural dynamics in Africa, is that it disadvantages women because the owners of land is really with the men. So in predominantly with the men. So innovations around the collateral management is really considerations around movement away from land. Is there a possibility to move to the movable assets, such as, for instance, if women are predominantly in the agriculture sector, and definitely they may have access to some of the stocks in agriculture. Can stock in agriculture be used as formal collateral, can it be considered as a way of collateralizing credit? Because that then reduces the disadvantages that are already embedded within the collateral process. Then the other innovations that could possibly be considered, particularly for the policy prescriptions, is around the issue of the opportunities for reducing the need for collateral. Like, for instance, we have the credit guarantee schemes. I know many funders now are looking at opportunities for sharing risk with lenders. So the credit guarantee schemes, the way they are designed is such that to reduce the need for collateral. And of course, many funding opportunities are also being directed at supporting women access to finance. So as we look at analyzing the impact of collateral and even making prescriptions on policies, some of these ideas could start being included. And maybe a case in point for the movable assets registry, which is a replacement of land, is a Kenyan case. Since 2018, we've had a movable assets registry that is now piquing a lot of interest amongst bankers to start using collateral, such as cash flows, bank statements, crop stocks, that now banks are starting to accommodate as form of collateral, and really it's helping in extending credit because not everyone has access to land and titles. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll stop here because of time and take comment from the three presenters, three groups, 2 minutes each, maximum. If you have any comment, just summary.
Dennis Olume online is giving some comments on behalf of their group.
Thank you very much, Cecilia. I hope everyone can hear me. Thank you so much, Francis, for the presentation. Am I audible enough?
Yes.
Sorry? Okay.
Yes, you are.
I'll respond to a few questions that have been raised. Thank you so much, the chair and the panel, for the very insightful comments to our publication and our work. So I'll start with the final comment on collateral, why we are not presenting the reasons of collateral and why we are not showcasing if there's any collateral. We take this as a very good comment, and we think this is a chance for us to include these issues in the discussions, especially where we cite that there's low participation of women in mobile money or in financial inclusion. Taking forward the paper is to include this kind of sentiments, especially the cultural issues and some of the issues like collateral. And one of the issues we also mentioned in terms of collateral is because female-headed households have low access to formal sorts of collateral that most financial institutions look at. We think social capital is a very strong sense of social collateral, especially for rural households. And this has been used a lot in rural livelihoods in terms of accessing credit. So these kinds of unconventional forms of social capital are also issues that other financial institutions can look into as a way of increasing the access of the excluded people in financial inclusion, especially women who participate in a lot of collective activities. And then in terms of whether we are doing access to finance through mobile money, yes, to answer the question, that is true. It is the people who use the people who actually access finances through mobile money. So in terms of whether it is mobile money or access to money or access to finances through mobile money, yes, it's access to finances through mobile money. And the issue on the binary, how on the variable of gender, how we switch. So for the pooled regression, we have we run the pooled regression with the gender variable in it, and then for the specific regressions for male and female, basically we drop this regression, this variable of gender, because it is only coded with one. It does not have variability, so the model cannot run if we still have this variable in there. But basically, these equations are the selection equations for participation in mobile money, in use of mobile money. So basically, for the pooled equation, we are able to put in the general gender equation of both male and female, and then when we run the selection equation for uses, the selection of users and non-users of mobile money among male-headed households. And then when we ran also another selection equation for users and users among female-headed households, basically we dropped the gender equation, the gender variable. Thank you very much. I'll also leave some comments for my colleagues. Thank you.
Okay, any comment? Is he part of your team? Okay, thank you. Somalia?
Okay, thank you. So I will quickly respond to the question on which socioeconomic characteristics we used as a control. It's true we don't show them on the table because, you know, or we already have too many tables with too much information. But I want to make it clear that in all of the tables we show, we control for a set of socio-demographic variables such as households heads age, education, the share of literate household members, household size, and the household heads generalized trust levels, and the share of male household members. We also control for whether the household lives in urban areas or rural areas, which is also one of the questions raised by our resource person. Obviously, we don't show the results, and it would be interesting also to see, and we will probably at least add an appendix indicating how the results vary, at least for rural and urban dwellers. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll go to Gambia.
Thank you. The first comment was on whether we use propensity score matching. Yes, we indeed use that as a counterfactor, as a means to control for robustness in this study. And the question on whether food, is it food consumption? Yes, we use total household consumption. So we divided it into food consumption expenditure and non-food consumption expenditure. We did not look at the basket specifically. This is perhaps because women are more risk averse in terms of formal financial access in the Gambia.
Yes.
Yeah, actually the issue I have is that if you retain food consumption the way it is, then you say that it is reduced by accessing form of finance, then it would have then implications even on other welfare issues, yeah? But if we are saying that a form of financing reduces the proportionate share of food consumption, and that would form the basket, then I would understand that the implication you are making that some of this money goes to education, then it would be, you would actually come out very clearly. So you cannot conclude that reduction in food consumption means that there is an increase in education if you are not using a ratio, yeah, which is very easy because you have both the food and non-food consumption, yeah.
Okay. Thank you. I will look for the internet.
Thank you very much for the session. For me to conclude, one thing I want to say to all of you, the researchers, is that we need to look more at the sustainable aspect of all of these financial inclusion challenges we're having, which has more to do with regulation, financial regulation in each country. Fragility is something that we need to escape it, we need to avoid it with good governance system, good policy mechanism, good policy framework. It's always good for you to take that into consideration. And lack of finance in most of the developing nations is because of poor regulation. And in fact, most of you mentioned that lack of trust in the financial system. And these are things that we all need to look at carefully so that there will be sustainability in our country. thank you so much for the time. At this time, we want to give thanks to our host to give quick announcement, but just give the presenters and discuss on a quick reply.
Thank you very much, and let's give the session moderator a clap. Yeah, we are grateful for the good session that you have led, and thank you very much, our presenters. Now, a few things I need to announce before we leave for lunch. The payments are being done on a room that has been written ARC. Just as we get out of this place, we get to the stairs on your right, there's a room written ARC. Please, you can see a lady by the name Sheila there, and probably you can go, as we go for lunch, some go for lunch, others go for the payment. Number two, apology.
You can hear me well?
Yes, you can hear you well.
Yes. Okay. So my name is Amadou Sy, and I'm an assistant director at the IMF, and I have the honor of moderating this very important panel. Actually, I'm very excited about this panel because, as you know, policy. This is a policy panel, and policy is one of the most difficult and impactful tasks that we have in front of us. And joining me on this panel today, I have a number of distinguished hosts. But before I introduce them, can somebody just give me a message that you're hearing me well?
Yes, we are.
Maybe through the chat, you can send me a message through the chat, just
we are hearing you well, please go on.
Letting me know that it works. Okay, and also, so before I introduce the guests, the host, the panelists, please allow me also to thank AERC. It's a very important institution in our continent, and its role, its mission, and also the breadth of its outreach in the continent is just amazing. So thank you to everybody at AERC. Thank you to Abebe, the team, Diana, and everybody. Okay, so joining us for this panel on the policy issues regarding inclusive finance for fragile and post-conflict states and post-conflict contexts in the continent, in Africa. We have Mr. Mike McCaffrey from UNCDF, United Nations Capital Development Fund, who's a regional manager, East Africa and Southern Africa Inclusive Digital Economies. Welcome, Mike. Next, I have Honorable James Dauber Nakula Sao, Senior, Assistant Minister for Economic, Macro, and Financial Sector Policy Division in the Ministry of Finance and Development Planning in the Republic of Liberia. Welcome. I also have Mr. Morley from the Bank of Sierra Leone, and Mr. Bangura is the Director of the Monetary Policy Department. I also have Mr. François Koné, Directeur Général du Centre d'études et des renforcements des capacités d'analyse et de plaidoyer, le CERCAP. This is the Director General of the Center for Studies and Capacity Building for Analysis and Advocacy from Mali. And last but not least, I have Dr. Eric Kehinde Ogunleye, who's advisor to the Chief Economist and Vice President for Economic Governance and Knowledge Management Complex of the African Development Bank Group. So, we really have a very, very, very good group here. And I know we may be running out of time a little bit, so I will not go into discussing what the technical meetings were, the conclusions and so on, with your permission. And maybe we can just jump into the policy issues. So we have a lot of questions. And I would just invite the panelists to either pitch in when they feel that their expertise it will be useful to answer some of the questions. You can even not answer the questions that I will propose to you, you know, take the opportunity to focus on something you think that is even more important and impactful. But I would just say that the topic, as you know, by your presence and your engagement, is really important for Africa, not only for growth, but also for inclusive growth, for reducing inequality, for creating jobs. We cannot make it without finance. We cannot make it without inclusive finance. I have my personal reservations about certain issues, but today it's the time to really sit down, listen, and hopefully have advice that will be useful for our policymakers. And some of you are policymakers. Maybe it can enrich your worldview. So, with this said, with your permission, Chair, I will start with just a couple of questions that we have, and then I'll try to allocate them by going through the list. So we have a lot of questions and little time, but there are at least 7 that came to mind. First one was, you know, what do you think are the main challenges for access to and usage of basic financial services, given your experience in inclusive finance in fragile and post-conflict states? I forgot to say that this issue of fragile and post-conflict states is so important that in many international institutions now, much more resources are being devoted to this special group of countries. And I like the fact that you also said countries or context, because sometimes it's the context rather than a country. So that was the first questions, main challenges for access to and usage. The second question was, what is the role of financial inclusion in achieving the UN Sustainable Development Goals in fragile and post-conflict situations? And what role does inclusive finance play in Africa's inclusive growth and realization of the 2030 agenda for SDGs? We are not far. We are running out of time. The third question is, what role does inclusive finance play in Africa's inclusive growth and realization of the SDGs? I think I said that one. Another one is, what policies could improve the access and usage of these basic financial services? Should governments continue with these reforms or innovate and rethink of their financial market policies? We've heard a lot about digitalization, fintech, and other innovations. Another one would be, from the discussions in the presentations, are there any other perspectives that are needed to be integrated in the policy toolkit to promote inclusive finance and fragile and post-conflict states in Africa? And finally, what policies could improve the access and usage of these basic financial services? There's a bit of repetition in those, but that's fine. So I would propose to start maybe with the long-term, well, not long-term because 2030 is pretty soon, but with the big overarching mission there and with the SDGs, and maybe ask Mike from the United Nations Capital Development Fund the following question. And please, again, panelist Mike, feel free to to adapt the question to what you think is maybe more relevant. It's an exchange, really. So, Mike, SDGs. 2030 agenda for SDGs. Which do you think are the key constraints for access to and usage of basic financial services? What do you think are the main challenges for access to and usage of basic financial services? And as we are getting closer to the SDGs, what is the role of financial inclusion and what can be done? Thanks.
Hello? Is it working? Hello? Yeah? Okay, good. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mike McCaffrey, and it's really been a pleasure to be here. I think I'm not part of the research community per se. I don't have doctor before my name, but I certainly benefit from the work that is being done in this room. And to me, one of the ways that I really benefit is from the discussions that have been occurring, the papers that have been presented, the nuance that's being brought into the policy frameworks that I often spend my days discussing. When we make these bold statements like financial inclusion for all, or banking the unbanked, or the global gender divide, they lack the nuance necessary to enact policy from it, right? What type of women are we talking about? Are we talking about rural smallholder women in Mali? Or are we talking about young entrepreneurs in Ethiopia, right? We need different policy frameworks. We need different private sector solutions to solve these different problems. And that's where this research is really helpful. To that regard, I think, in the global discussions on financial inclusion, a lot of this nuance is not paramount enough in the discussions. And I think, being we're in Kenya, I think let's take the example of M-Pesa here. M-Pesa works wonderfully well here, right? But if we close our eyes and all of a sudden imagine that we're in a place where you can wake up on any given day and not have electricity for that whole day, right? Where any money you put into the system could be worth 20% less in the following week, where you might have to go walk 10 kilometers to an agent who may or may not have liquidity. Would you still use that system? Would you still recommend that system as a policymaker, or in certain circumstances require use of that system, right? In fragile states, a lot of, or a significant amount of work that's being done is through the digitalization of cash transfers. Saying now, instead of giving cash in hand, we're going to give it through a mobile phone. What if people don't have a mobile phone, right? What if people don't have a place to charge it even if they have it? Essentially what we're doing is putting a tax on that person to access what they could have before in a much more analog way. On the one hand, we can celebrate it as financial inclusion. On the other hand, we need to be very careful about who's benefiting from these types of systems, or whether they're improvements or not. I think when we look at a constraints framework for, I think generally kind of the dialogue around financial inclusion, to me it's a conflation, but centers around formal finance and digital finance. And there's some good reasons for that, but again, I think the nuance that's missed is that, as in the example I gave, they're not always better for everyone, right? We do a constraints framework that I think is fairly generic. It's something that we would do here in Kenya, but its importance is much more acute in a fragile state. So we'd have a framework where there's kind of 5 things we would look at. We'd look at digital infrastructure, so What's the gender parity look like in access to this type of digital infrastructure? Physical infrastructure, roads, right? As much as we talk about a lot of these services as digital financial services, even mobile money, it's not a digital financial service. It's a cash-based service, right? Essentially, the innovation has helped us send cash over great distances much more efficiently. But in all other countries, almost all, I know here in Kenya it's a bit different. On the other end of that transfer, it's cashed out because it's designed to work in a cash economy. And the way that money's used when it's received is in physical cash. And if we don't have roads to constantly rebalance that cash with the e-value that's being sent, the whole system breaks down, right? We look at the financial infrastructure. As much as people talk about mobile money and other fintech innovations as leapfrog innovations, because in some very good ways they also are certainly not. You certainly cannot do some of these things in fragile states, and that's why we don't see them as prevalent in fragile states. They ride upon the financial infrastructure that has already been built. If you don't have a bank to rebalance your agents, you can't rebalance your agents, or you have to do it in a much less cost-effective way. User preparedness. Do people have the financial and digital literacy to understand these systems? Do people have accounts? Do they have national ID cards so we can KYC them? In Uganda, there's been so much fluctuation in the policies around who can register for a mobile money account with what type of ID that people don't want to use the system. They want to use the banking system, even though it doesn't have the outreach that the mobile money system does, right? So these issues are really important, right? And they're much more acute in fragile states. I want to talk about some other things that we would additionally look at or that are more prominent in fragile states. And so beyond those kind of 5 different dynamics, what we really think about is the contextual stability and dynamism. I've kind of made that term up, but essentially what it means is you might have network coverage one day, but not the next, or electricity, right? And these types of things are important, right? If the example I gave where the currency is inflating or deflating, should we really be pushing people to save in cash or on a digital platform, or should we understand that it's not whether or not they have an account or that they're included in the financial system so much as it is that they are able to build assets and manage their daily expenses as effectively as possible. And in many cases that might mean buying a chicken. It might mean buying grain in bulk as a financial strategy that doesn't involve the financial system, right? And we had this conversation today. It sounded like people here were much more, had much more expertise than me about how are we determining some of these outcomes. Are we looking at income? Are we looking at consumption? Are we looking at assets, right? Assets are much harder to measure, but they might be a much better proxy for what we mean by is someone impoverished. Some of these issues can cut both ways, and we have examples here in the region of both Somalia maybe, but certainly Somaliland and Zimbabwe, where this instability actually pushed usage of mobile money, right? As much as Kenya is the bastion of mobile money, people in Somaliland use it an order of magnitude more than people in Kenya. Because there's been so much inflation in the currency that if you want to go to a duka and buy a soda, you'd have to have a handful of bills. And it just doesn't make any sense. And in this sense, that instability has pushed innovation, and there has been innovation that has made it better for people, right? In Zimbabwe, where there was just a shortage of physical dollar bills, right? It made much more sense to trade digitally, and it really pushed adoption, excuse me. I think, you know, the last thing that really needs to be evaluated is the resources and resilience to implement new solutions. And David Cracknell actually was talking about this in his discussion of the last paper. It's all fine to make a recommendation that, oh, we should have more people in the financial system, or we should push people into more accounts in ways, in contexts in which it makes sense, in which you know, the outcomes from these frameworks all align with people's incentives and improve their daily lives. It still doesn't mean we have the resources or wherewithal to do it, right? So in Yemen, I think there's, excuse me, let me find the number. There's about $150 million being transferred in annually in cash transfers. And they're mostly doing that as cash in hand. With that amount of money, it's easy to make the recommendation that no, they should do a mobile money system. But every time they put up towers to improve the connectivity, they get destroyed, right? And it's just not possible. Even though the money's there, the incentive or the solution makes sense, it's just, right, the resources or the ability isn't there. The last point I want to make on this is one that I think is the most important and probably the least discussed, which is really on the demand side. And I think a lot of the research that I see done starts with the premise that more is better. That everyone wants a mobile money account, that everyone wants a bank account, that because someone is unbanked, there's a problem, right? And I think we have to really understand this within a hierarchy of needs. I think if you're giving away things for free, everyone will take something. Do you need a bank account? Sure, I'll take one if it's free. But where in your hierarchy of needs is that? Is it in your top 5 needs? Is it in your top 10 or 20 needs? And therefore, how should we be allocating public funds to support these types of things? When we see systems built like mobile money, the GSMA releases annual data on global adoption of mobile money, right? The top line figures are very impressive. But if we look at of people who have registered for the service, and therefore I think reasonably have access to it, how many people actually use it? It's only about 25%. So why are we spending so much time and money on getting more people accounts when we understand, on average, 3 out of 4 people aren't really going to use them? The issue of demand is really from the user or the beneficiary side. There's other stakeholders involved that need to make these systems work. In a fragile state, we also need to think about the financial service provider. And we really need to understand that if a service is going to be provided, it has to be done profitably for them to do it well. This is another issue that doesn't really come out as much as I would like to see it in the research. These numbers are hard to get, right? These are private sector figures. They don't like to share them. But it's really something that needs to be, I think, thought of more carefully. And then to bring in the aspect of time. So it's one thing to look at demand currently in this point in time. It's another, I think, to look at the legacy effects of the decisions we make, right? So I think from a positive standpoint, to take again the cash transfer example, people will often say it's better to give, instead of give someone kind of a prepaid card, to give them an account so they can use it in the future, right? The legacy of that, it's argued, is financial inclusion. Now they have a financial tool with which they can use, right? The other legacy effects of that are potential fraud, are who is now responsible for protecting these consumers. If it's an aid agency or the United Nations or the government who has encouraged that beneficiary to take the account, is it now also their responsibility to not only train them in the financial and digital literacy, but to ensure that they're protected over the lifetime that they use that or not? CGAP, which is a division of the World Bank that looks at financial inclusion, just presented some research from Côte d'Ivoire. 88% of DFS users, digital financial service users, have been exposed to at least one risk in the past year, and 40% of them have lost money in the process. We have to understand that financial accounts, that digital financial services, are tools. And they can help and they can hurt. And whose responsibility is it over time to ensure they do the former and not the latter? There is a second part of the question about the Sustainable Development Goals, but maybe I'll wait as that was a lengthy response. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. Sorry, I'm having an echo here. But this was very, very, very sobering, but also very useful. Highlighted that all the challenges and constraints that we really need to think about. So I really like the conceptual framework, this constraints framework that you mentioned, digital infrastructure, what is the state of the digital infrastructure, gender issues, physical infrastructure, financial infrastructure, user preparedness. So I think that is very useful to frame the issue here. And one thing also that I really like, but unfortunately sometimes it's dying out a little bit, is the importance of documenting what is happening in countries and what are the challenges and constraints. I know for many young researchers, a case study is not something that they will consider because you want to publish. But really, in the policy world, I think case studies are very important. And here, just the examples we heard from, Yemen, from Côte d'Ivoire, from Zimbabwe, from Somaliland, I think they can help us inform and really focus our attention. So thank you very much. So I'll just move now to Honorable James Sao, Assistant Minister for Economic, Macro and Financial Sector Policy Division in the Republic of Liberia. So, sir, maybe one question, the reduction of income inequality through financial development and inclusion could help and lead to a greater social and political stability. We all talk about the youth bulge and the social demand, etc. And right now, at this current juncture, our economies are subject to so many global shocks. So given that access to and usage of basic financial services in countries that are fragile or post-conflict remains still quite low, what policies do you think could improve the access and usage of these basic financial services? And as I said before, please feel free to adapt and change this question. Thank you.
Given an opportunity to come here, the platform with a lot of researchers who have come from different parts of Africa, even my own country, so I'm happy to be here to share my own perspective with my colleagues here, the panelists, as well as, everyone who has come to grace this occasion or this event. As you indicated, it is very important in terms of looking at the issue of financial inclusion from the policy perspective. We all know that you cannot have a functioning economy without financial services. Talk about credit, talk about savings, insurance and so forth. It's going to be very difficult for businesses, especially SMEs, to function, because if you look at the growth pattern of our African economies, most part, we are tying it to the extractive industries, raw materials and so forth. We are not having a lot of our resources, into finished products. And that way, we are able to create jobs if we were to do that. For example, in my country, I mining diamond, gold, iron ore, and so forth. But then we ship them, as raw materials. So as a result of that, those kind of, growth pattern, or the key drivers of growth, if there is any shocks internationally in terms of the prices and so forth, we feel it a lot. So I think the only way we can have sustainable growth would be to invest in what we actually consume domestically, right? So that being a key factor, I think policy has to be directed to support the SMEs that create jobs, help to create jobs in the economy. So the big companies, they're there with big names, but the ones that actually help to create more jobs are the little businesses here and there. So I think policy has to be directed to make sure that they are protected, be able to operate and so forth. Remember that the SDGs, the Goal 8, it talks about the promotion of inclusive and sustainable growth, okay? That also includes employment, right? Okay, includes employment as well as decent work for all. It didn't say one or a few. It talks about all. So that means our policy has to be directed to the youth, okay, the women, as will be indicated in most of the presentations here today, because those are the people actually that cater for the families in the African context, the women. When we talk about agriculture, we are actually talking about the young people, okay, and that's why productivity is kind of getting so low now, because we don't have so much resources to get involved with mechanized farming. So most of our people live on subsistence farming, right? So we need to provide those kind of support to them. If you look at Goal 8, Sustainable Goal, the SDGs Goal 8.1, it mentioned precisely which calls for state to sustain per capita income growth in accordance with the national circumstances, at minimum of 7% growth annually. Okay, so where would that growth come from? If you don't invest into the SMEs, you don't invest into agriculture that was being indicated here. The crisis in Ukraine recently has taught us a lot, food crisis. Okay, so Africans are finding it difficult right now, whether it's in the east, it's in the south, it's in the west. Some of them who live on maize, or they're finding it difficult, that live on wheat to survive, because the place the wheat is coming from, there's issue there, even shortage of food now, because they're very low productivity taking place, so they got to keep some for themselves. So you can only export that much if you have even more to consume. So it has become a very serious issue for us. So if you look at 8.1 through 8.10, is clearly encourages states to strengthen the capacity of domestic financial institutions to encourage and expand access to banking, insurance, and financial services. That clearly speaks that the African governments, have to direct policy towards ensuring that we help these domestic financial institutions, to make sure that they are sustainable, they are able to provide the kind of services, that our people need. Remember that demand is actually low in some countries for financial services, for some of the reasons which my colleague mentioned. Okay, because if the services are there, those who are even using those services are not getting the worth of the the money or the services they've been provided, that discourages more people to even get enrolled into the financial services, including mobile money and so forth. Okay, some countries finding it so difficult, in terms of network, roads, as you mentioned, electricity. It's a major. So if you look at the cost of even having a GSM committee in a remote community or remote area, okay, and looking at the income level of people from those remote communities, it is not attractive to investors. So there where governments need to come in to ensure that the policy are not only tailored to these service providers being situated in the urban areas where in terms of the income many of them are well off. So it should also ensure that in those policies that if you have as many financial institutions established in the urban communities, you should also have some in the rural areas. If that will require you providing some incentives for taking the services to the rural communities, I think you should find governments actually should find incentives for people who will go in the remote areas. And also the cost of the services in remote communities, rural areas, if it is high, people will definitely not get encouraged to actually, have some of those services for themselves, because transaction cost is very high in some African countries. Okay, so if this cost of transaction is high, someone who is using mobile money or who's supposed to use mobile money will not want to. So the policy needs to be in a way that the locals, the regions, so the monetary arm of government, which most times in most countries is actually the central bank, a policy got to be directed at the different regions. What we're doing currently in Liberia, there are some communities where mobile companies do not want to go there, because if they go there, they're going to operate at loss. So the government, through the Post and Telecommunication Ministry, is coming in to actually support these GSM companies, to ensure that access is not only for those who are in the privileged communities, but also people in rural areas. So the government takes that burden. So I think that's something that needs to be replicated in other countries to help people who cannot be reached to be reached. Financial literacy, I think government needs to invest more into that. Is very important, because without building the mindset first, you need to work on the minds of our people. How good would that financial service be to them and their families? And that way they will buy until they have a clear understanding of what benefits they get. It's going to be very difficult. Of course, we know we have cultural barriers. Okay, in some communities, you find that a man and his wife are in a community and he feels that only him should have access to financial services. So that kind of cultural barriers need to be worked on seriously. So having said all of these, which are very important, I think one key thing that governments need to do to have financial inclusion, actually part of the national development strategy, national development plans. So it should not just come as a surprise. It should be documented. And I think when we took over as a government in 2018, what we first did, we saw that access to financial services was around 35-36%. And we thought that in 6 years, we should actually increase it to around 50 or more percent. But I can tell you, because of that, we are currently having access to financial services, whether it's a bank account, whether it is mobile money, whether it is a tip mean or so forth. It's more than 60% now, and we are in 2022. So by the time we reach to 2024, we should be talking about not less than probably 70 to 75%
of the population having access to financial services. That was intentional because if you look at data on the average in Africa, we have less than 50% of the African population having access to financial services, whereas in other continents, you have some countries up to 99% of the population having financial access to financial services. I think that's something that we have to work on and have an intentional, policy decision, and the government and actually the private sector can get involved. But who's leading? Who's the regulator? The regulator is the government. As we speak, we've had a situation wherein rural poor have had serious challenges in accessing credit because they may not have formal documents like land deeds and so forth as a guarantee. So the Central Bank of Liberia just launched a policy or regulation for digital credit. Digital credit. It sets the initial, seeding to $400. So people who use mobile money do not need anything like collateral to access credit. So the banking institutions, the mobile money operators and so forth will just look at your credit history, talking about whether you took $1 credit card, call card, and pay after. They will look at all of that and they will be able to give you a credit of maybe whatever that would be, but the ceiling at this point is around $400, and it's actually targeting the rural poor. It's actually targeting the rural poor. So we have to define a lot of different intentional strategies to ensure that we have inclusive growth. And access to finance is very key, but policymakers have to make intentional decisions, and that way we will be able to have more of the population of the continent to have access to financial services. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Venerable. Thank you very much, Honorable Sal. This was also quite interesting in the sense that what I heard is definitely this connection which the literature supports as having also this literature on finance and growth, how of course financial inclusion will be part of that. I heard the necessity of the government to get involved when there are market failures and when you need public goods, and then the issue of having the private sector, for example, not servicing areas that are too remote or too poor. I heard the issue of financial literacy, where you mentioned that the government needs to help, and the issue of regulation also, and finally the importance of having a framework and articulating all these areas where you think the government should be involved in a national development plan. So this reminds me a little bit years ago of the discussions we used to have on the microfinance. I remember very well how in the microfinance, institutions were growing very fast, and some becoming so large in some countries, and the discussions about who should regulate what type of microfinance institutions, maybe based on the size, the biggest one being regulated by the central bank or the financial supervision, and the smaller one being left to the Ministry of Finance, and so on. And so I think maybe we'll go to the Q&A later. but one thing that comes into my mind is that, you know, we used to have this financial inclusion through microfinance institutions. Now we have this new technology. You know, how are they both converging? Is one losing? Are they mutually helping each other, and so on? In some countries, like in Cameroon, I've even seen some microfinance institutions become so large that they have become banks, and they are even listed in the stock market, which is really something unusual. But let me not digress and move to another question. If I just find my list of questions here, and maybe we can move to Mr. Bangura from the Central Bank of Sierra Leone, the Bank of Sierra Leone. And so we've heard from a UN agency with a very useful conceptual framework. We've experienced a global experience, very, very fascinating. We've heard from a policymaker in the trenches, trying really to make a difference. So now let's hear from the central bank. So maybe one question is again, how should governments continue with the reforms that they had, or even innovate and rethink financial market policies? And what additional perspectives do you think are needed to be integrated in the policy toolkit? There's a lot also of developments in the past years, and the central bank has to move fast as financial innovation is moving fast. So not an easy task, but Mr. Bangura will help us understand the challenges and the opportunities. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon all, and thank you, C, for bringing me to share my perspective. And I must say I'm very gratified that AERC gave me the opportunity to share some of the regulatory perspective. Like my colleague is saying, we've had a lot from the researchers, these are academics, but then we've also focused on fragile economies and then share some of the advantages in implementing those policies, but notwithstanding the implementation of those policies, the underlying problems, challenges that we are still confronted with. If we recall, as policymakers, we all basically hooked up to the buzzword of financial sector development plans, and in most countries, we've moved from generation 1, generation 2, generation 3, so it depends on the emerging challenges and how we think as central bank or policy guys or regulators, we are to strategically reposition ourselves so that we handle those emerging challenges. But I think there is no gainsaying that the implementation of the financial sector development plan has contributed significantly to the financial sector in most of the fragile economies. And the fact that in fragile economies is more of a bank-based financial sector, I'll really zoom in on the banking system because they really take up like 90% of the total asset of the financial system. But if I want to enumerate some of the gains from the FSDPs, that one, we've seen that banks really have increased capital base, which basically means they have the increased financial muscles now to take on big ticket projects in most of our economies, even the fragile economies now. At least you have few banks that really have the muscle to support some big ticket items. We've seen that their risk management practices have also improved considerably. So even the fear factor has reduced a bit. At least they have the wherewithal to assess the risk. Credit to private sector has increased, but we have to be mindful that they are coming from a low base, so it's still a base effect. Because when you look at most of the fragile economies, at the nominal level, you'll be encouraged to say, oh, credit has increased. But if you really scale it as a percentage of GDP, it's really not impressive. Because like Sierra Leone, our total credit to private sector as a percentage of GDP is still hovering around 5%, which really for me is not really substantial to support private sector-led growth. Another thing is most banks, I think with all of the financial crisis, have proved resilient. because again, they are not very much plugged to the global financial architecture. So at least that is creating some level of resilience. But despite these reforms, I think one thing that is glaring, more so in fragile economies, is the fact that the banking system is still underdeveloped. Most of our fragile economies still really very underdeveloped, and they are inefficient and low intermediation. If you just look at the interest rate spread, like Sierra Leone, the interest rate spread now, our deposit rate is about 2%, our lending rate is about almost 30%. When you look at that spread and the metrics, just taking a simple metrics of inefficiency, it really speaks volume of where we are in terms of these numbers. Then there is limited competition to the extent that in most of our economies it's like a cartel, you know, which basically you have just 2 or 3 banks who calls the shots. And these are the guys who really will dictate the pace of reforms in most of our, and income levels are still low. So even when people talk about financial inclusion, you know, you need to first of all earn the income before you save. And it's only when you save that those savings will be channeled to investment. So at least there is some nexus that we need to draw. People's income are still very low, and we must be alive to those issues. Then we have very weak credit skills, you know, in terms of capacity. People don't even know, you know, the banks, because most of the commercial banks are glued to the traditional type of doing business, you know, the type of investments that are coming on stream. Some of them don't even have the expertise to analyze, you know, the efficiency of even the business model of those business. So they don't even want to venture into those space. So they prefer in what I call trade financing. Like in Sierra Leone, trade financing takes almost the bulk of the credit. And that is why you see that because credit is really the major plank of credit, then there is pressure on the exchange rate. Because definitely everybody goes for the exchange rate to import goods and come and sell. You know, so that again is creating a whole lot of instability there. But again, another issue that is also we are confronted with is the judicial enforcement. I think the judicial system is also not helping, you know, the system. In Sierra Leone, to have foreclosure on, say, a collateral, it will take you years, you know, and even when the bank says, okay, you have the right to sell, but culturally in Sierra Leone, nobody will want to come forth and buy your property. You know, it's like, culturally, it doesn't bode well to say, oh, it's that family that bought my house when I was struggling. You know, so these are all issues, maybe they are peculiar to some of our own fragile economies that we need to look at. But another thing is high concentration of the banks, and skills are really limited. But amidst all of these challenges, I think one thing that is really happening in our fragile economies, I think it's an opportunity. Because if you are a core entrepreneur, an entrepreneur dwells more where there are challenges. You know, the things that we call challenges are what the entrepreneurs will call opportunities. You know, and because of the constraints that we're seeing, I think we are seeing an emergence of tech-savvy guys who are seeing an opportunity in that space. You know, and hence, we are seeing the proliferation of what you call fintechs around, which I believe is an opportunity. So there is this potential. Then second, there is the demographic dividend. In most of our fragile economies, you have a young population who are tech savvy. They can just fall for these products, you understand? Instead of having old people who say, I remember I had a governor who, most times when we travel for IMF meetings, you have to book your room online. You need to have a debit card or a credit card. He says, no, Bangura, I don't want a debit card. I don't want no card. When I want money, I'll go to the bank and take my dollar. I put it in my pocket. You understand? Because he said, no, I don't want to sleep in the morning. Some tech-savvy guy sitting somewhere in the world that I don't know will just cut away all of my money and I don't even know who took it. So these are all some of the cultural things. But the good thing about our fragile economies is the fact that we have this demographic dividend. If we can really latch on it, if we can leverage on it, I think it can really reposition, you know, our systems to see how we can do most of. And agency banking is also coming on stream, which I think for the brick and mortar type of banking, you know, sometimes I pity the bankers because the overhead Imagine even the guys who operate in the city centers, they have to run their gens 24 hours because the national grid is on and off, on and off. So you rely on those grids, your entire IT infrastructure will just go off, and then you have to spend billions. So they, even when the light is there, they run their gens. So imagine the operational cost, you know, and that goes into the pricing structure of some of the products that they have to give. But now what is happening, because they cannot go to these far-flung areas, they are now creating strategic partnerships with established businesses to be agents. You understand? Initially, as a central bank, we frowned at it, but then later we were able to develop the guidelines to see how at least we can free that space up so that they can also do that. Then another major issue more for a regulator in a fragile state, I must say the major challenge that we have with financial inclusion from a regulatory standpoint is what I call the fear of the unknown. You know, initially when we were moving from fixed exchange rates to flexible exchange rate, we had this concept, there was a buzzword we call fear of floating. Now what is happening as we move into a fintech terrain is the fear of unknown for the regulator. So now there are regulatory constraints. It's not about, my colleagues have already highlighted the other constraints, but even as a regulator, let me give you a case in point. When we started the fintech journey, we said, okay, the best thing we need to do, let's develop a roadmap. So we developed what we call a financial inclusion strategy and a financial literacy strategy. But then, when we started getting applications from fintechs, we were like, what are these guys bringing? As a regulator, we don't even understand how this works. How can we regulate? How can we develop guidelines? So these were issues, these are burning policy issues, and they are policy dilemmas. Much as you want to expand the footprint of financial inclusion, but you are also mindful of the financial stability risk as a banker. Then we had governors who were not tech savvy. You understand? They were saying, you want to drag me into something that I don't know? Let us understand first, what are these guys coming with? These guys will come, they present. Colorful presentation, and everybody will say, this is beautiful. But how would you let them go? You understand? Because we hadn't the wherewithal, we hadn't the capacity. But at the end of the day, what we did, again, drawing from international best practice, was to create what we call a regulatory sandbox. What is a regulatory sandbox? A regulatory sandbox basically is saying that yes, your product is good, we want it, but there are inherent risks that we don't understand. So what we do, we have to do the legwork together. You come, we put you into the regulatory sandbox, we walk through the miles as you implement, we learn from the process together, and in the process of learning, we develop the codes. You understand? But even with that, like the moderator was saying, we have to really be ahead of the curve if we don't want to constrain innovation, because innovation is here to stay. But then the central bankers, I think one key thing is, it's not only knowledge about the customers, but the regulator also needs to really seek a lot of knowledge, because the space is evolving very, very fast. So I think that is one issue. Then another issue maybe we have not looked into, but from a regulatory perspective, is the fact that somebody talked, you know, there is a demand and supply perspective to financial inclusion. Most times the commercial bank thinks, because I'm a commercial bank, this thing has worked in Kenya, this product is very fashionable in Kenya, let me just adopt and launch this project. You understand? But at the end of the day, on the demand side, this is not what the customers want. You are bringing product which the customers don't want. You understand? So, based on our first round of financial sector development project, we realized that there was a big misalignment between the supply of the products and the demand of the product. So what we did was to do what we call a FinScope study. But the FinScope was basically to give us a perspective of the demand side, to tell us exactly what people want, and then we go to the supplier to say, this is what people want. So structure your products to meet the demands of the people. You know, so that was also useful. But another issue, you know, is this interoperability. Everybody is working in silos. You know, the private sector, animalistic tendency, profit motive, everybody is driven by the profit motive. But at the end of the day, you as the regulator you have to create synergies in the market. I think that is very important. But no private sector want to take that initial overhead. So what we did, again, with the help of the IMF, of the World Bank, was to take a loan as a central bank, because we've been talking about payment system infrastructure, so that we have a national switch. So once you have a national switching model, everybody will ride on that switch. So all we need to do is seamlessly we can just interoperate. Is that okay? So we took the loan and we are now developing at least that infrastructure to help the market carry on. You know, but no private sector was ready. We discussed with the banks severally, but nobody had the appetite because it did not make business sense at that time. You understand? So that is where the government needs to come in. On the issue of, are we there? Are we comfortable with where we are? These are critical questions we need to ask. As it is now, are we really comfortable? I would say no, because our space is still evolving. But if this space is evolving, then the critical questions we need to ask: what is the role of the private sector in this new space? What is the role of government? What is the role of regulators? Once we are able to discern the distinctive role that everybody needs to play, then I think going forward, we'll be able to now craft or weave a strategic pathway that will help us really. Like my brother was saying, people just think, let's do it. You know, it's like once you do it, everything will fall in. No, there are critical things we need to understand. And I'll tell you, the presentations here have given us, even from a regulatory perspective, have given me a deeper insight to really understand some of the concepts that we are just glossing over, you know. But then these are really challenging issues. People have delved depth into this. But then going forward, I think what we need to do is encourage fintech. But then we have to be mindful of the financial stability issues. Issues of consumer protection is coming to the fore because big data issues are coming on stream. So data privacy laws need to come on stream from a regulatory perspective. We need, we have what you call deposit insurance. Do we create at least a deposit insurance for the mobile, like my brother, like Mike was saying, just a guarantee? You know, at the macro level, MIGA can say, okay, because states have some sovereign risk, MIGA will come in to at least mitigate some of those, take up some of those sovereign risks, you know, just so that you reduce the discount for some countries. The other issue is tier, you know what we call proportionality. You want to say the same law that applies to banks will apply to these same guys. You understand? So we need to have some regulatory proportionality based on the risk that these particular guys can handle. Then even with the KIC, you need a tier system. You understand? You cannot say because if you are opening an account with a bank, you need all of these documents. If I'm opening an account with a mobile money, I need the same documentation. No, we need a tier system, and that tier system at least will create some room, you know, to onboard some of these guys. But the key issue, I think that is where I will stop for the first round of discussion, is cyber risk. How do we ensure that at least we are able to mitigate that? Because if we lose our stance on cyber risk, the confidence in that particular product, trust me, will be weighing and will be crash landing. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bangura. This was very, very, again, I'm very, very excited about this panel, because so far, I mean, not only am I learning a lot of new things, but the fact that these are different perspectives, it's like putting in place a puzzle, right? I like the fact that you really started with, you know, what most outsiders would focus on when they look at our countries, and especially the macroeconomists. You want to look at credit. Who is providing most of the credit is the banks, right? So we do have these banks, but we have issues also, you know, in many countries. Either it's credit to GDP, credit growing too fast or credit to GDP being too slow and coming from a low base, growing too fast. Anyway, it has some macro implications also. You know, I think you gave really a very nice and succinct diagnostic of what the issues are in the banking sector. But the fact that I like the fact that you say that challenges also are opportunities for entrepreneurs, right? So earlier, you know, as a policymaker, you could see the young population as a big challenge because you need to provide jobs for them, and you know, as is in many countries, also they can tilt the balance when you are going to the elections and so on. At the same time, this young population can also be, as you said, a demographic dividend because they are tech savvy. One thing that I think also I'm reading about it, but I would really like to know more about is this fact that banks also are the private sector also is adapting. So agency banking. So earlier we were saying, okay, when there's a market failure, maybe the government has a role. But here there was kind of a market failure, but the banks themselves decided, okay, maybe we can have this agency banking, right? Which is interesting. And it's happening very fast. You know, the fear of floating when it comes to macro and the choice of exchange rate regime, but here fear of the unknown and the traditional tool to you know, as they say, like feel the stones when you're crossing the river is to have this regulatory sandbox. But this is a traditional challenge when innovation is so fast and regulation has to catch up. So the regulatory sandboxes are hopefully a tool that can help you know, reduce the gap between private sector innovation and adequate regulation. Demand and supply perspective. That's also, you mentioned that the private sector sometimes is not very innovative, just replicating some business models that work in other countries without taking into account what really the demand wanted. Interoperability, yes, that I've seen that in many countries where if you just, for example, even the banks and the use of ATM and the use of ATM machines, a lot of banks did not want to have interoperability. The same thing also in the payment system. So a national switch would help definitely address that. But just to finish. It's like, are we there yet? Are we comfortable, as you said? So a lot of challenges for regulators, for policymakers. This balance between meeting their financial stability mandate and letting innovation fintech, which has some opportunities, some gains, even some macro gains, proceed quickly. Also the mandate that regulators, supervisors have for consumer protection. How do you do that in a changing environment? I didn't think before of this issue of deposit insurance as a guarantee. I mean, this year's Nobel Prize winners were, some of them did a lot of work on deposit insurance, so I didn't even think about it in this new mobile money and etc. So that's really a good point, worth looking at, worth exploring. Proportionality, personally, that's something that I find very important because, you know, when we were looking at how banks, many foreign banks were de-risking and were getting out of Africa, and we see that one issue was, okay, maybe it's because of the cost of compliance, KYC, know your customer, AML, anti-money laundering and combating financial terrorism. You know, there was so much scrutiny, and I'm sure for fragile countries, the scrutiny can be even higher, right? And then how costly is it for our economies, for our people? And proportionality, I think, really would make sense. That's something definitely that we try to push for. And then finally, the issue of cyber risk. I remember being in a conference where they had lots of governors of central banks, and they were all very worried about cyber risk. So how do we mitigate that? So again, a lot of challenges, a lot of policy issues and trade-offs, but I think we managed not to be too pessimistic. I think I see a glass half full here. We've mentioned the dividend, the youth dividend. We've mentioned, the innovation, the vibrancy that can come when people are facing problems. And we know that our populations can be very innovative. Great. So next I will move to Mr. Kone. I will keep speaking in English, and because I'm sure our interpreters are doing a great job, unless you want me not to. So Mr. Kone.
Allô? On ne vous reçoit plus. Hein? Allô?
Amadou, you have muted. You're muted. Please unmute. Amadou.
Sorry, I didn't realize that I was muted all that time because I'm using two screens. But I'll just move to the question then for Mr. Kone. So the reduction of income inequality through financial development and inclusion could lead to greater social and political stability, which hopefully will help also foster financial system stability. So given that access and usage to financial services remains low in fragile countries, and we know we've discussed many of the challenges, what policies do you think could improve the situation, access and usage of financial services? Thank you.
Merci, monsieur le modérateur, de m'avoir donné la parole pour pouvoir m'exprimer sur un sujet aussi important. Oui, ce n'est jamais évident de prendre la parole après autant de sommités spécialistes des finances, du développement financier. Je ne suis pas particulièrement spécialiste de la finance. Je m'excuse d'abord d'avoir obligé la plupart des participants à porter un masque parce que, bon, I'm not fluently in English. Donc, je vais essayer de parler en anglais et en français parce que je n'ai pas le niveau pour m'exprimer comme je veux en anglais. Donc, désolé d'obliger la plus grande partie des participants à devoir porter un masque. Donc, mon intervention va porter sur l'expérience du Mali en matière de politique de promotion de l'accès aux produits et services financiers. Vous savez, le Mali est dans une situation, on peut dire, de post-conflit, comme c'est spécifié là. Donc, la question qui nous est posée, c'est quelle politique mettre en œuvre pour promouvoir l'inclusion financière dans des contextes comme celui du Mali. Autrement dit, comment faire pour réduire l'exclusion financière? Comme préalable, avant de tenter quoi que ce soit, il est nécessaire de disposer d'abord d'un diagnostic de la situation d'accès aux services et prestations financières. Donc, avant de monter les politiques, il faut d'abord qu'on sache quelle est la situation réelle de l'inclusion financière dans le pays. Donc, c'est important de poser un diagnostic. Si on n'a pas les données qu'il faut d'abord chercher à savoir quelle est la situation du pays, quels sont les points forts, quels sont les points faibles, quelles sont les couches sociales défavorisées, quelles sont les personnalités morales qui ont le plus accès, celles qui n'ont pas accès. Les éléments de réponse que je voudrais partager avec vous sont inspirés de la nouvelle politique d'inclusion financière adoptée par le Mali, à la suite du document cadre d'inclusion financière élaboré par la BCEAO, qui va être mis en œuvre dans l'espace UEMOA. L'amélioration de l'accès et de l'usage des produits et services financiers passe par des actions aussi bien au niveau de l'offre que de la demande. Parce que l'usage effectif des services financiers est l'issue de la rencontre entre l'offre et la demande. Il faut des actions correctrices au niveau de la demande et des actions au niveau de l'offre pour pouvoir élever le niveau de l'inclusion financière. Donc, mon intervention va se diviser en 2-3 parties. Quelle action, quelles mesures politiques prendre au niveau de l'offre financière? Quelle action, quelles mesures politiques prendre au niveau de la demande? Et en troisième position, je parlerai peut-être de règlement, du changement des contextes réglementaires qu'il faut pour accompagner les mutations au sein du secteur financier. L'amélioration, le diagnostic, d'abord pour le diagnostic au Mali, ce qu'on a constaté, c'est qu'il y a une disparité entre hommes et femmes en matière d'accès à l'inclusion financière. Les hommes sont plus favorisés, ils ont plus accès aux services financiers que les femmes. Il y en a des mêmes entre les ruraux et les urbains, ainsi aussi entre les jeunes et les autres couches de la société. On a constaté aussi que le niveau d'éducation est un facteur discriminant dans l'accès à l'éducation, aux services financiers. Donc, avant de commencer à peut-être proposer ce que le Mali se propose de mettre en œuvre, il y a un principe qu'il faut avoir dans de telles politiques. Il y a un certain nombre de principes qu'il faut avoir. C'est d'abord essayer de booster, de promouvoir, de renforcer l'offre financière, essayer d'avoir des incitations pour que la demande effective monte, le niveau de la demande effective monte. Okay? Et mettre l'accent sur les besoins réels des personnes ou des couches les plus défavorisées en matière d'accès aux services financiers. L'amélioration de l'accès à l'usage des produits et services financiers passe par des actions, comme je l'ai dit, au niveau de l'offre. Il faudrait aussi intégrer des aspects transversaux qui peuvent avoir une influence sur le niveau d'inclusion financière. Dans tous les cas, du côté de l'offre, on peut suggérer des politiques de renforcement des actions des acteurs financiers pour l'amélioration et la consolidation de l'offre financière. Le renforcement des acteurs, tous sous-secteurs confondus, institutions bancaires, de microfinance, d'assurance, etc., permettrait de pérenniser et d'améliorer les produits et services offerts à la clientèle. Dans ce cadre-là, on peut citer le renforcement du secteur de la microfinance, notamment à travers l'amélioration de la gouvernance, parce que dans nos pays, le secteur de la microfinance est souvent mal organisé et il y a beaucoup d'institutions qui ne sont pas viables. Donc, une amélioration de la gouvernance pour avoir des institutions de microfinance viables, capables d'offrir des services diversifiés et de façon pérenne à la population, serait une piste à explorer. Il faut trouver aussi des systèmes de financement et des mécanismes de financement nationaux ou supranationaux en faveur des banques, des institutions de microfinance et des autres acteurs du secteur des finances. L'exemple typique, c'est le Fonds de développement économique du Mali. Et ce fonds est chargé d'identifier des facteurs de blocage de l'investissement privé, fournir des prêts à long terme et moyen terme au SFD pour soutenir le financement des investissements et renforcer l'efficacité des systèmes d'octroi de crédit aux PME par l'institution de fonds de garantie. Donc ça, c'est un système qui permet de financer les institutions bancaires, des institutions de microfinance et les autres acteurs du secteur. Je voudrais proposer aussi une exploitation judicieuse du réseau postal parce que la poste est historiquement bien implantée sur les territoires des pays en développement en général. Donc, Et on pouvait profiter des infrastructures et de l'implantation, la couverture généralement grande du territoire et de la population par la poste pour en faire un vecteur de promotion de l'inclusion financière. Ça va permettre d'atteindre le plus de zones géographiques des pays et d'atteindre le plus de populations sur le territoire. On peut aller aussi dans le sens d'un accompagnement des compagnies d'assurance. L'assurance moderne ne se limite pas à offrir des produits d'assurance, mais aussi des produits financiers à l'égard des personnes physiques et des personnes morales. Mais ce secteur n'est pas assez développé dans nos pays qui sont dans une situation de fragilité ou de post-conflit. On peut aussi envisager, pour renforcer l'offre, le côté offre, on peut envisager des services financiers innovants tels que la finance islamique. Si la situation socio-culturelle et religieuse le permet, on peut essayer de promouvoir la finance islamique parce que dans certains de nos pays, ce type de service est fortement demandé par une frange non négligeable de la population. En deuxième position, on peut citer les politiques de promotion du financement des populations ayant moins accès au financement. Dans le diagnostic du Mali, on a constaté que les femmes, les ruraux et peut-être les PME sont les moins enclins à trouver des financements auprès du système financier. Donc il faut peut-être appliquer des politiques en faveur de ces couches, de ces personnes physiques et de ces personnes morales-là, pour pouvoir augmenter leur niveau d'inclusion financière. Il s'agit de mettre l'accent sur les cibles spécifiques qui ont été en tout cas dictées par le diagnostic de la situation d'inclusion financière. Un troisième groupe de politiques qu'on peut mettre en œuvre pour élever le niveau d'accès et de l'usage des services financiers est la promotion de la finance digitale et de la monnaie par téléphonie mobile. On en a suffisamment parlé. Dans une situation d'insécurité ou de post-conflit, où c'est suffisamment difficile pour les institutions de s'implanter dans certaines contrées du pays, où les institutions d'un certain niveau sont réticentes à s'installer dans le pays, la technologie digitale et la monnaie par téléphonie mobile peuvent être des voies à explorer. C'est une bonne alternative quand les acteurs de la finance considèrent que l'implantation physique est encore risquée sur certaines parties du territoire. L'utilisation des moyens de paiement numériques, c'est-à-dire la digitalisation des paiements, passe à la fois par le développement des infrastructures, la couverture du réseau et la promotion des paiements numériques auprès des commerçants. Donc il faut d'abord mettre les infrastructures en place qui permettent d'avoir ce type de produits financiers et aussi promouvoir les paiements digitaux auprès des commerçants, en tout cas des entreprises sur la place. Du côté de l'État, on pourrait suggérer la dématérialisation des opérations financières de l'État par la digitalisation des paiements de l'État et de l'administration, par exemple les salaires, les pensions, etc., ainsi que la collecte des recettes, le faire de façon digitale, la collecte des impôts et taxes, via la mise en place de plateformes numériques. Et l'État contribue ainsi à avoir une certaine culture de la finance digitale. Le développement d'une offre de services numériques innovants, diversifiés, adaptés aux besoins de la population exclue. La promotion du e-commerce et de l'accès des couches à perte de revenus aux équipements TIC, les technologies de l'information et de la communication, peuvent aussi aller dans le même sens. L'élaboration et la mise en œuvre d'un véritable programme de développement des technologies financières qui peuvent faire des transferts, des paiements, l'épargne et dans une moindre mesure des prêts à petite échelle. L'État devrait créer un fonds pour le financement de ces activités qui ont du mal à avoir du financement auprès du système financier classique parce que ces activités sont jugées trop risquées. Donc il faudrait l'intervention de l'État peut-être à travers un fonds pour que ces systèmes que l'on suggère puissent avoir une chance d'avoir les financements qu'il faut pour développer leurs activités. Les institutions de ce sous-secteur peuvent proposer une offre à produits innovants et accessibles presque à toute la population. Des politiques de promotion du sous-secteur de la finance par téléphone mobile participent aussi à cette révolution technologique en matière de finances. L'octroi d'agréments d'émetteurs de monnaie électronique au-delà des sociétés de télécom permettra d'offrir des prestations financières produits de paiement, des transferts d'épargne, sans nouer de partenariat avec les établissements bancaires. La téléphonie a l'avantage de la facilité des conditions d'accès, la possession d'une seule puce, par d'autres conditions, dans une zone couverte. Elle a aussi l'avantage d'avoir un potentiel important d'extension de la couverture territoriale et de la couverture démographique. Donc ce serait un tremplin. C'est dommage de se priver de telles possibilités pour pouvoir améliorer l'accès aux produits et services financiers. Du côté de la demande, il s'agit d'œuvrer aussi bien pour le renforcement de la culture financière des consommateurs de produits financiers que pour l'adoption de pratiques responsables de la part des institutions financières à l'égard de ces consommateurs-là et les protéger contre les abus des prestataires de services. Dans ce cadre, on peut détenir des mesures de renforcement de l'éducation financière, essayer de former et mettre en œuvre des programmes de formation et d'éducation financière. On peut l'introduire dès l'université pour que ça puisse atteindre le plus grand nombre. On peut l'introduire dans le cursus universitaire pour qu'à la sortie, les jeunes aient une certaine culture financière déjà. On peut suggérer aussi des mesures de renforcement de la protection des clients des services financiers. Il faut s'assurer que les prestataires de services financiers agissent de manière responsable et éthique à l'égard des consommateurs. La protection de ces consommateurs contre les éventuels abus de prestations permet de crédibiliser les institutions financières et de réduire les facteurs d'exclusion liés à la méfiance de la population vis-à-vis du système financier. La publication d'une liste de services financiers gratuits, gracieusement offerts, pourrait aussi augmenter la confiance des usagers sceptiques vis-à-vis du système financier. Des mesures incitatives à la formalisation des acteurs du secteur informel. Vous savez, dans les pays comme le Mali, le secteur informel a une très grande importance, un poids très important. Et pour qu'ils puissent accéder, pour qu'ils puissent exprimer une demande de services et de prestations financières, il faut commencer par les formalités, avoir des incitations, mettre des incitations fiscales par exemple, pour inciter ces opérateurs économiques à aller vers le secteur formel et quitter le secteur informel. Au niveau du cadre réglementaire, des mesures d'adaptation du cadre réglementaire, fiscal et réglementaire, doivent accompagner ces mutations qui doivent survenir dans le secteur. Il faut créer un environnement fiscal, réglementaire et de politique publique favorable à l'émergence des produits innovants et au développement des produits existants dans les secteurs identifiés comme leviers tels que la microfinance. Si nous voulons introduire des produits innovants dans la finance, il faut que la réglementation suive. La réglementation aussi bien fiscale que sur d'autres plans, suivre les modifications, les évolutions qui doivent survenir dans le secteur. On peut aussi suggérer l'élaboration et la mise en œuvre de politiques complémentaires dans d'autres secteurs. Le secteur financier ne marche pas en autarcie. Il est en lien avec d'autres secteurs. Donc c'est bien d'élaborer et de mettre en œuvre des politiques qui accompagnent ou qui renforcent les mesures tendant à booster l'inclusion financière. En ce qui concerne le niveau transversal, je crois que dans beaucoup de résultats d'études, l'accès à l'inclusion, disons l'inclusion financière est liée au niveau d'éducation générale dans le pays. Donc pour pouvoir donner une chance aux politiques qu'on va mettre, aux mesures qu'on va élaborer et mettre en œuvre, il faut que les indicateurs d'éducation évoluent à un certain niveau. Donc tout ça doit être accompagné par le relèvement du niveau des indicateurs de l'éducation pour augmenter ou optimiser les chances de réussite de ces politiques-là. Il y a aussi les défis de l'autonomisation économique des femmes. Ces défis doivent être relevés. Les barrières sociales réduisent parfois les marges de manœuvre des femmes dans le domaine économique et financier, souvent sans l'accord des conjoints ou bien des parents de sexe masculin. Les marges de manœuvre de ces dames-là sont réduites. Cela est particulièrement vrai dans les pays en développement en Afrique. Et le contexte de conflit ou de post-conflit n'est pas de nature à améliorer la situation. Donc, pour accompagner les mesures politiques tendant à améliorer l'accès, il faudrait quand même qu'on essaie de relever le défi de l'autonomisation économique des femmes. Parce que c'est généralement la couche qui a le moins accès aux services et prestations financiers. la situation sécuritaire peut impacter l'établissement des institutions financières sur le territoire. Il faudrait consolider les progrès en matière de sécurité par le renforcement du diagnostic des dispositifs de défense et de sécurité et la multiplication d'initiatives de dialogue pour la paix et la sécurité. Pour finir, aussi, des efforts doivent être faits pour articuler les mesures au niveau régional, sous-régional et au niveau national, pour qu'il y ait une synergie d'action de toutes ces mesures, pour qu'on ait le maximum de chances de réussite des mesures mises en œuvre. Donc voilà un peu, monsieur le modérateur, ce que je voudrais partager avec l'Assemblée. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup, monsieur Koné. Comme je disais au début, je pense que c'est très utile pour tout le monde d'avoir des études qui se concentrent sur un pays, des études de cas, pour permettre à tout un chacun d'avoir des leçons importantes qui viennent d'autres pays. Et ce que j'ai retenu, 3 choses que j'ai retenues de votre intervention. La première, c'est que il est important de commencer par un diagnostic complet avant d'élaborer les politiques. Et là, ça m'amène encore à l'importance d'avoir des données, ce qui n'est peut-être pas aussi simple quand on est dans une situation de fragilité ou de conflit. Donc, diagnostic sur les forces, les faiblesses, basé sur des données, basé sur une analyse. Deuxièmement, donc après ce diagnostic, le passage à l'élaboration d'une stratégie. Et là, ce que j'ai retenu, et c'est cet aspect peut-être qui est intéressant, c'est que dans le cadre du Mali, vous faites partie de l'Union monétaire ouest-africaine, et donc avec la Banque centrale et les, je pense, 8 pays de l'Union, il y a quand même un document cadre qui peut être utilisé par les pays de l'Union pour élaborer leur stratégie nationale de développement. Et troisièmement, regardez aussi bien l'offre et la demande l'offre pour les services financiers et les demandes pour les services financiers. Et finalement, se poser des questions sur quelle nouvelle réglementation, comment adapter la réglementation ou avoir des réglementations. Donc, pour le premier cas, pour le diagnostic, donc vous avez expliqué, par exemple, les disparités au niveau du genre. Les hommes ont plus accès aux services financiers, la population urbaine a plus accès aux services financiers, le niveau d'éducation aussi est positivement corrélé aussi à l'accès aux services financiers, etc. Mais ce que j'ai aimé, c'est que vous avez dit aussi, il faut regarder les aspects transversaux. Et nous allons y revenir bientôt. Donc, au niveau de l'offre, vous avez discuté de certains points que je pense qu'il ne faut pas qu'on minimise. C'est vrai qu'on parle beaucoup de fintech, etc. Mais comme je le disais, il y a la microfinance. Et donc, il faut qu'on réfléchisse bien comment la microfinance peut continuer ou jouer un rôle plus important au niveau de l'accès aux services financiers. Donc, vous avez dit, par exemple, qu'au Mali, il y avait un constat qu'il fallait améliorer la gouvernance des institutions de microfinance. Vous avez aussi parlé des systèmes de financement nationaux et supranationaux. Et ça, là, je pense que l'exemple du Mali est intéressant parce que il y a aussi cette volonté de travailler dans une communauté, d'avoir des politiques régionales, supranationales, etc. Donc, vous avez parlé du Fonds de développement économique du Mali. Et si je me souviens bien, à un moment, c'était peut-être un outil favorisé par beaucoup d'institutions financières internationales qui créent un fonds qui, par exemple, prêtait de l'argent à des taux assez avantageux aux banques et les encourager à elles-mêmes prêter à des segments comme les PME ou les femmes. Et je crois que dans le cadre du Mali, ça avait bien marché. J'avais regardé ça il y a plus de 15 ans. Le réseau postal, c'est vrai que dans beaucoup de pays, le réseau postal avait une couverture du territoire très importante. Et dans les coins les plus reculés des pays, on avait toujours un bureau de poste. Malheureusement, certains pays n'ont pas utiliser ça comme un levier pour l'accès financier. Est-ce que c'est possible? Quelles sont les contraintes? Comment peut-on le faire? Là, vous avez parlé de l'assurance, vous avez parlé de la finance islamique. Vous avez parlé aussi, très intéressant, de la possibilité d'augmenter l'accès aux finances par l'État, qui peut, par exemple, payer ses fonctionnaires en utilisant les paiements mobiles. Je crois qu'en République démocratique du Congo, il y a des études intéressantes. Ici, à EIRC, j'avais écouté un jeune scholar faire une présentation très intéressante sur le cas de la République démocratique du Congo pour l'utilisation des paiements mobiles pour payer les fonctionnaires. Vous avez parlé aussi par exemple, le paiement des taxes et impôts par la digitalisation. Par exemple, le Cameroun est en train de faire un exercice intéressant dans ce cadre-là, comme d'autres pays. Mais il y a un point aussi que je trouve très intéressant. Vous avez dit que aussi regarder de plus près comment on peut avoir des droits d'agrément de monnaie électronique sans agrément bancaire. Et donc vraiment ça, c'est très intéressant aussi de voir quelles sont les opportunités, les challenges que ça crée. Et ça me fait penser que aussi il y a un autre régulateur dont on n'a pas parlé mais qui est important, c'est le régulateur des télécoms. The telcos, the telecom regulator. Parce que souvent, quand on parle de téléphonie mobile, on parle que de la banque centrale, etc. Mais le régulateur de télécommunications joue aussi un rôle et il faut une coordination entre les deux. Donc ça, c'était l'offre. Donc 1, diagnostic, 2, l'offre, 3, la demande. Et au niveau de la demande, vous avez cité, je vais être très bref, l'éducation financière, le rôle de l'État pour l'éducation financière, le rôle de l'État pour la protection des consommateurs. Et vous avez parlé aussi, c'est très important, qu'est-ce qu'on fait du secteur informel? Est-ce qu'il faut avoir des incitations, des mesures incitatives fiscales, etc. Je me souviens toujours de cette photo que j'ai vue de quelqu'un à Nairobi qui vendait dans la rue. Et c'est un vendeur de rue au feu rouge. Et il avait un numéro d'identification fiscale, Tax Identification Number, which I found very interesting as a way to formalize. Voilà. Et finalement, donc au niveau transversal, c'est donc il y a le diagnostic, l'offre, la demande, mais au niveau transversal, il y a des politiques à prendre dans d'autres domaines qui auront un effet, une synergie, un effet positif sur l'inclusion financière. Vous avez parlé de la politique d'éducation, education policy, l'autonomisation économique des femmes. Là, on commence à toucher l'aspect culturel. Je sais qu'au Cameroun, par exemple, lorsqu'ils ont fait ce qu'on appelle les social filets sociaux, which is cash transfer, et ils ne donnaient qu'aux femmes. Et c'est un cas assez intéressant. Voilà. Et la sécurité, dialogue pour la paix et les efforts régionaux et sous-régionaux. Donc, en fait, je reviens toujours à ce point que vraiment, je trouve que je ne sais pas qui a choisi les panélistes, mais en tout cas, c'était un choix vraiment excellent parce qu'on a vraiment une diversité des vues et je crois qu'on va maintenant finir le puzzle avec Monsieur Ogunleye. So Dr. Ogunleye is advisor to the chief economist and vice president at the AFDB, at the African Development Bank. So last but not least, as you know, the AFDB is the largest development bank headquartered in Africa, plays a big role. You are close to your customers in so many countries for the whole region, not just Sub-Saharan Africa, including North Africa. So I will ask you the same question, but again, feel free to adjust your response to what you think is relevant. What policies do you think could improve the access and usage of these basic financial services in these fragile and post-conflict countries. I think at the AFDB, I remember some efforts to do more in these countries, and I think you even created a department or a division. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Adu. Can you hear me? The quality has been pretty bad for the past almost 30 minutes.
I can hear you well.
Okay, the quality is bad this way. Okay, I want to say a very big thank you to ARC and IDRC who organized this very important meeting. I'm in a public place, so there could be some noise at some point, so please pardon me. And for that reason, I'll make my contribution pretty short. So the point you just raised, Amadou, about income inequality as a source of instability is indeed very, very pertinent. In fact, my experience shows that aside from religious and political divides, income inequality is one of the greatest sources of political, social, and security tension in most of the countries, especially in the fragile countries. We call them transition countries at the African Development Bank. So these social, political, especially security tensions, as we know, come from the have-nots making efforts to have by attempting to dispossess some of what the haves have to improve their have-not status. So this is therefore more or less like a quagmire. You see a situation where in the process, people fight dirty to have access to financial resources, to economic resources. You see some people going into crime in the process of, making that happen. So the point, therefore, is that these are crude ways that people attempt to solve the challenge of inequality that are very prominent in some of our societies. What I suggest, therefore, is that we need some actions, specific policy actions that need to be taken to ensure that we achieve financial inclusion. Can you still hear me, please? Because some echoes. Can you hear me?
From Washington, I can.
Okay, you can hear me. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I don't know about Nairobi. Maybe you can send something.
Okay. Okay. Let me manage to continue speaking, then I hope you can hear me. So what I would like to talk about is just simply to make some recommendations. I'm careful by calling it a recommendation because policies are not the challenges we have in African countries. I can almost bet that there is virtually no African countries that do not have one form of financial regulation policy or the other. But the challenge we usually face is operationalization of these policies. How do we translate them from a research document, from a paper document into operation to extend that it will be able to affect the lives of the people? So I would like to make just a few recommendations based on my experience, and I'd like to structure them briefly around what the national governments need to do, what needs to be done at the regional or continental level, and also what could be done at more global level. Now, the first recommendations I would make for governments at national level is that they need to look inward when it comes to solving the challenges of financial inclusion that most of the countries have. So I would say look inward. And the reason you need to look inward is because you have a number of initiatives in almost every African society, as old as time, that they have applied to ensure that they deal with the issue of financial inclusion. What government therefore needs to do is to modernize this, to promote them, and to upskill them. I'll give you an example. In community where I come from, there's something they call a susu.
Some call it a susu. They give it different names across different African societies. These are self-help financial inclusion actions and initiatives taken by people. And when they take this action, it could be at gender level, it could be according to age grade, some is within the family. It's a situation where they pull resources together, and when they know the resources is sufficient, they give it to one individual member of that society or that community or the organization. The next time they pull another resources together and give it to another person. And that goes on and on until every member of the society is given. So what governments need to do is to start from these very innovative ideas of our people. What can we do to upscale such? What can we do to modernize it? What can we do to ensure that we make it more nimble? I think that is one very important thing that government may need to do. Look inwards. Let me give another example. From where I come from also, there's another arrangement they call apprenticeship system. The apprenticeship system in such a way that when an individual from a community gets financially included, if you may call that, that is, they become more financially empowered. What they try to do is to pull another person from that society to go and live with them, learn a trade, and in the process also be able to do the same thing. Now, the first person becomes two when he brings one person. Now, when that one has graduated, the two of them goes back and take another two people. And then the four goes and take another four. So that tells you the multiplier effect that arrangement will have. One thing government could do is to look inward and think about how do we modernize this kind of system to ensure that people are more and better financially empowered. But the second point I want to make still for federal or national government is that they need to be deliberate, they need to be purposeful and ensure proper targeting of the undeserved. One thing we notice here is that in many situations, governments have policies, but when it comes to implementing them, do we really know who these underserved people are? Do we know who are these people who really need financial inclusion? So identifying them is the first step. And when we are able to identify them, then we can be able to target them more properly. So if that is not done, it may be pretty difficult for us to implement any form of policy or to operationalize any form of financial inclusion policy we may have. Now, the third point I want to make is the importance of being proactive. Being proactive in seeking and exploring global and regional assistance to improve financial inclusion. You'll be amazed by the huge financial and capacity building resources that are available globally at national level, at development financial institutions, international financial institutions. All these resources are available, but many countries, policymakers at national level are not aware of existence of this kind of assistance and support. So being deliberate, being specific and being proactive when it comes to seeking and using these type of opportunities that are available elsewhere will actually assist in driving the process. And I give you an example from the African Development Bank, for example. We have what we call the Affirmative Finance Action for Women in Africa, so AFAWA for short. We have what we call the Youth Entrepreneurship Investment Bank. Many African policymakers are not aware of the existence of these facilities that they could tap into to ensure that they improve financial inclusion. There's also the African Development Fund. Grants are available that could assist countries to initiate, to implement policies that will help them to really drive financial inclusion. Then the third thing I want to say with regards to what national governments need to do is that they need to ensure that the low-income small customers are protected against cheating and abuses by financial service providers. And I'll illustrate it by one personal experience I have. I was in a bank one day when a woman came in and wanted to draw money. And the cashier told her, sorry, you don't have enough. All she wanted to draw was just $2 to solve some very important pressing challenges. But they told her, no, you don't have enough. The woman said, no, by what I know, I should have up to that amount. What happened? They later found out that there was an SMS charge of about 0.07% equivalent that made that money not to be up to what the woman was looking for. She was screaming. So the point we're making is the woman confessed that she had actually approached the bank and told them she does not need SMS. And so don't charge me for SMS. But they continued to do that. And that happened because there was no protection for her rights as a consumer of financial services. So it is important, therefore, that government must ensure that such small little things could actually disenfranchise people, could discourage people from getting financially included. Other things could be some charges. Some, they charge you for some money that you keep in the bank, they call it COT. Now, when they charge you COT, you ask yourself, what services have they really rendered to you? So it's possible, therefore, that what countries, the governments need to do is to protect these people who have very small amounts. The money they have in their accounts are not much. But you see the bank, financial service providers taking little by little out of it, making it impossible for them to have, to be financially included. So maybe let me just stop by looking at the regional level, Now, at the regional level, the responsibility rests on regional development financial institutions and regional economic community organizations to support countries in their efforts to promote financial inclusion. And what I would say here is that these regional institutions should not just throw fish at these countries. They need to help them to learn how to fish, and not just learn, but to handhold them in the process of making that happen. One more thing they also need to do is to serve as what I call it, matchmaker between the public sector and private sector to broker PPP, public-private partnership, in promoting financial inclusion. You have a number of initiatives that are actually going on in the private sector, but they need an enabling environment. They need some guarantee, for example. They need some de-risking from the private sector, rather. So when such de-risking or enabling environments are not available, private sectors are really not able to unleash their potential in terms of innovations that we could bring to bear to ensure that there's success in promoting financial inclusion. So the point in conclusion is that we live in a very interesting times and enlightened times. We know so much now than we knew many years back. We know the link between poverty and financial inclusion. The reason some people are poor, the reason some people are financially included or excluded, we know them. So efforts should be made, therefore, to ensure that we harness this knowledge. Knowledge that is not put to use is of no use. So this knowledge comes with responsibility. Because we know more, we can do more. And because we can do more, we need to do more. So all stakeholders at the government, national level, at the regional level, development financial institutions, global institutions like the IMF and the World Bank need to actually come to play to ensure that we do the best we could to make the situation more amenable and make it more, more enabling for governments, for individuals to be able to promote financial inclusion at national level and even at local level, for that matter, at community level.
All right. Thank you very much, Eric. Again, a different perspective, everything, a perspective that complements what we've heard so far. So if I just, if I may use my privilege as a moderator to just quickly summarize this one. And before, I think we might have some time for questions. I saw two in the chat. But so Eric mentioned that really a critical issue is maybe less the policies, the elaborations of policies, because as he says, all countries have policies, but maybe the challenge is about operationalizing the policies. And as he said, translating them from a policy research document into action. Two levels, or maybe three, one at the national level, and another one at the regional level, and I would even say at the global level. So at the national level, it was interesting to hear his suggestion to even, as he says, look inward, meaning that there is some technology that has been there for a while. For example, it reminds me of all this literature on rotating savings association, credit association, ROSCAs, or as they call them in many Francophone countries, the tontine, self-help. It's been there, it's working. And sometimes, just a personal story, I have one of my best friends whose mom became a very successful trader through these type of self-help organization, just taking money, going to Europe and doing suitcase trading before the school year would start. And then investing her money into real estate and so on. I mean, she really used that. So it's there. So Eric's question is, okay, how can we make such local, national institutions more nimble? How can we modernize them? How can we upscale them? Personally, I've always been thinking about, maybe there could be an app, or maybe that exists, where people, when they are in this self-help, they can, for example, contribute, they can pay their dues through mobile money, for example. But then I would say there are some cultural aspects also, because it's also nice to be meeting as a group. It can be a gender group, an age group, a friends group, and then, as we have moved to a hybrid world, we can see also that there are some advantage to be together. But anyways, it's not mutually exclusive. Eric also mentioned the apprenticeship system, how can you modernize them and so on. It made me think also of things that I've seen in Singapore with some platform, peer-to-peer type of financing, where people would give small loans, mostly working capital loans, to some moms and pops shops, for example, and it worked very well. So anyways, I think it's a nice challenge that Eric is giving us, to look inward, look at what we have, and see how we can build from that. And the other one issue that he mentioned was the need to target people. If not, it is difficult to operationalize policies. Another one is to be proactive in seeking and exploring global and regional experience. And the last one was to protect low and income financial users. That was at the national level. And then at the regional level, I like that the African Development Bank calls fragile countries transition countries. That means that it has a positive focus, right? It's not a perpetual type of state, hopefully, to be a fragile country. Okay, so thank you very much, really, to all the panelists. This has been really, really very useful, informative, lots of food for thought, and we'll try to organize that and hopefully give back to people who are attending this panel. This conference. So let me quickly move to question and answers. I already saw two, which I'll give to the panel. One is, what are the issues that are not well researched and require further inquiry? Okay, so this is a policy panel. So I'll still ask the question, but let's remember that this is a policy panel and the focus is really on policy, in action, and so on. The second one, mentions about climate change and other ones, but let me turn it around and say, we didn't mention green finance. We know the COP27 is happening pretty soon, the next one. I think it's in Africa, in Egypt. So maybe if any panelists have something about green finance and maybe the relationship with financial inclusion, please feel free to enlighten us. Thank you very much.
Great. I can share some thoughts. I think, in terms of further research, in a sense, this is an old industry. Since microfinance, someone was talking about earlier, it's been, over 30 years of looking at financial services and low-income people and that kind of stuff. I would say that I still think some of the biggest questions are unanswered. And, I think with regards to kind of the sustainable development goals, or let me say, I think what I started off talking about was really the constraints, like when you might think about different types of systems and different types of contexts. And I think a lot of the other speakers were really talking about, okay, given you want to extend credit or mobile money or savings groups, here are some of the policies and types of things you might do to do that, right? But I still think, there's a big question around, but why are we doing this? What is the impact? And I think, people often quote SDG 1, reducing poverty. And, if you put that into Google, you're going to get 100 different hits on Surrey and Jack 2016, done here in Kenya. It says, oh, mobile money reduces poverty by 2%. And it's a wildly imperfect study, right? The proxy they have for poverty is consumption, right? Which you guys can talk more eloquently about than I can as to why that's imperfect. The proxy they have for usage is agents, under the assumption that agents were somehow randomly distributed across Kenya. And it wasn't that Safaricom actually understood where economic activity was and proxied agents to those places, right? There's been a lot of further research since then, right? So, there's Wiser in 2019, looked at mobile money in Uganda, right next door, found no impact on poverty, right? Argowal, 2020, found only marginally significant effects on expenditures. Batiste and Vicente, 2021, only find increases in consumption in households that are affected by shocks and otherwise no effect on consumption, right? So I think this fundamental question as to how much do formal financial services really affect poverty is still very much an open one, because I think the answer is quite nuanced. It does sometimes, for some demographics and some contexts, help us unlock what those variables are. I think, the other sustainable development goals, there's 17 of them, right, are also important, and I think they receive less attention. My colleagues here were bringing attention to Sustainable Development Goal number 8, which is decent work and economic growth. Sustainable goal number 9, which is industry, innovation, and infrastructure. These systems certainly contribute to those things, but how, right? They can create jobs. We were talking about, my colleague at the end was talking about fintech, right? This whole new industry is emerging. Are we going to allow Google Pay to come in here and serve all of Kenyans or East Africans, right? Or are we going to develop policy frameworks to allow these jobs and solutions to be built here in country and create jobs? How do we do that? That's an open question, right? Generating income, right? We have these agent networks that are spread across countries that maybe create jobs, maybe generate income, but what's the best way to do that? How much? How can we improve that? So I think those are some questions that we really need help with. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Again, coming from a central bank, again, I will take you through, just walk you through the way the traditional and conventional role of the central bank keeps changing as our operational environment also changes. And somebody talked about green financing. I think these are discussions, these are conversations now within the central bank to see what is really the role of the central bank in green financing and how can we strategically reposition the central bank to ensure that credit allocation within the system goes into sectors that do not harm the environment. Because definitely we've all seen how the environment, the impact of environment impinges on even the central bank's objectives now. For example, take food, inflation. In most of our economies, just an analytics of the basket basically tells you that the bulk of our consumer basket, like for Sierra Leone, which is a fragile economy, about 42% of our basket is food, which basically means if there are environmental issues that are impacting the food sector, then definitely the central bank will find it extremely difficult, to even attain the inflation objective. And these are the supply side shocks that we are going through, as a central bank. But as a crafty central banker, what normally we do is we play around with the numbers. You say, okay, let me do the core inflation. Just a way of, exonerating ourselves from the headline inflation. To say, okay, this inflation, let's look at the core, which basically strip off the volatile components and which we know are normally food and energy. And then we are left with the headline, the core value, which will say, if you just look at the demand factors driving inflation, I think we are good if you measure at least our performance. But that will not sell, more so to the politicians, because they will say at the end of the day, what hits the pocket is the headline. So you have to definitely be accountable. But I think it's something that is really coming to the fore, and we are looking at how do we also channel guidelines, but again, without impacting our economy. Because when you look at most of our economies, our contribution to the climate change effect itself is really minimal. So why do we want to, again, constrain our economies? What is the level of destruction that most of the productive sector is really doing, except maybe for, at the micro household level, to look at maybe gas, because most of our communities, more the fragile economies, I think almost 90% of the household use firewoods and coal. So how do we also help people transition from firewood and coal to maybe using gas without affecting their welfare? Maybe these are the things we really need to be discussed. But I think it's really at the table. We are looking at it. Just like I said, there is a lot we need to learn, even more fragile economies, because you're looking at how do you navigate, balance that act of saying, yes, let me roll out this policy without affecting some other fundamental metrics within the economy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think this conversation, is currently taking place across Africa now. Remember that our forests are actually being kept for the entire global community. So if we are actually keeping our forests, and we should not cut down our forests, which is a means of our people living, finding their livelihood, you have to find a different way for them to survive. So there where the issue of carbon credits comes in. So when you look at the natural capital, our GDP, in most African countries, we do not capture the aspect that do with the natural resources, which includes, our forests, that is contributing towards, right now we have climate change because of the environmental issues and so forth. So if Africa is contributing a lot towards having a better environment for the whole world, what do we get in return? That's a conversation that as we go to even COP27, that conversation needs to, continue. And I think Africa should go collectively. We should have a position that, our people live on cutting their forests, doing logging and so forth. And you say, no, we should not, we should actually not destroy the forest. Perfect. But how do they survive? The economy or in terms of GDP calculation, we have not been focusing on that aspect. And I think that's a new aspect that we need to look at in terms of looking at the resources as a whole, annually. And that's something that we need to pay a key attention to. And as we move, it's a conversation that just started, but I think we need to further aid and see how collectively there can be a deeper conversation about it. And we can have different perspectives. And I think we can have a common front, how do we get value for keeping our forests that benefits everyone? That's very important. As we had a conversation earlier, everyone talked about the issue of digital transaction. But I think we need to go furthermore, right? One of my colleagues talked about, government paying salaries, using mobile money or other platforms. But it's also important that government makes, frontier efforts to make that as a means of transaction in the country. You will agree with me that to print 5, Kenyan shillings, the money you pay to print 50 Kenyan shillings might be even more than the value of the 50 Kenyan shillings. Okay? So you are losing a lot to keep printing money. And some of the currency you print after a few years, you got to reprint. We're losing a lot. So if we have a way of transaction using digital platform, whether mobile money, or in my country you have mobile money in the banks, or you have TipMe, which is a new fintech technology that has been used now, Wale, that we will actually get value for the money we spend as a government, whether from the central bank or from the fiscal authority. But I can say this to you, if that does not become binding in a more professional way, gradual process, all we're talking about financial inclusion, it will be an illusion. Okay? We have to make it that if you're paying government salaries, what are school fees, utility bills and so forth, using those platforms, in a very short while, we don't need to touch fiscal money. The fiscal money. We will not play with fiscal money. We lose a lot using fiscal money. So I think that's one area that we need to pay the key attention in terms of making policy. And I think everybody talk about consumer protection is very key, because if people do not believe in the services being rendered because of some kind of scam that is taking place, or scheme to defraud them, people, instead of being encouraged to use the services, they will not be discouraged from using, and then they will leave the users of the services. So I think that's very key. And I just wanted to mention that, carbon credit is a conversation that will be held in Egypt. And like my country, we have the largest forest in the West African region. So that means we should get a lot more benefits for that. And so our position is going to be very strong in Egypt on that. Thank you very much.
Merci. Merci, monsieur le modérateur. Je ne suis pas spécialiste des finances, mais bon, dans les financements que nous avons suggérés pour avoir un niveau d'inclusion, un niveau élevé d'inclusion financière, on n'a pas effectivement parlé de la finance verte. Mais dans les études thématiques qu'on avait faites au moment d'élaborer la politique nationale de développement du pays, oui, dans l'identification des sources alternatives de financement, pour remplacer l'aide publique de développement, je crois qu'on avait identifié un certain nombre de sources de financement innovants, classées innovants à ce moment-là. Et parmi ces sources, il y avait effectivement la finance verte. La finance verte, la finance islamique, le partenariat public-privé. Bon, ce qui m'a été donné de constater, c'est quand même qu'il y a beaucoup plus de fonds verts au niveau international qu'on ne soupçonne et qui ne demandent qu'à être mobilisés au profit du développement. Bon, moi, je vois la réflexion à un autre niveau. Au lieu de voir des financements verts, ne serait-il pas possible de rendre tous les financements verts? Oui, bon, ça, c'est les financements verts. Mais pourquoi ne pas faire en sorte que tous les financements soient verts, qui tiennent compte de l'environnement, qui fassent attention à l'environnement? Donc je pense que ça, c'est beaucoup plus ambitieux que de classer certains financements comme financement vert. Et puis par le principe du pollueur-payeur, je pense que les pays comme nous n'avons pas beaucoup de responsabilités. Je ne suis pas spécialiste du domaine, mais je pense que la révolution industrielle et les pays en développement ont plus de responsabilités dans la détérioration de l'environnement. Donc si le pollueur doit payer, je pense que ce serait quand même... on ne doit pas imposer des contraintes supplémentaires à des pays qui cherchent à se sortir de la pauvreté. Donc c'est bien d'avoir recours au financement vert, mais c'est mieux de rendre vert tous les financements. Je vous remercie.
I think all the panelists had a chance to say something. We are unfortunately coming at the end of our time. I mean, the topics are vast. For example, we did not even have the time to discuss central bank digital currencies and their role in financial inclusion, if any, right? So a lot of challenges and thinking, but I really think this panel was very useful because, first of all, as Mike had said, it's good to question the paradigm. You know, yes, financial inclusion is good, but why are we doing what we are doing, right? And the other issue of also having a, let's call it a transversal view, to take Mr. Kone's words. We need to look at not only the financial system, but at so many other dimensions: digital infrastructure, gender, physical infrastructure, financial infrastructure, user preparedness, as Mike had said, which I really like that. It's 5 points, very succinct. We've seen the constraints from the central bank point of view and the race between financial innovation and regulation. We've seen the perspective from minister and thinking, well, what is the role of the government? And the role of the government is going to be often costly, the resources that could go somewhere else. Is this the best use of the government scarce resources? What is expected if the government goes in? We've seen the experience of Mali, which is going through a tough time on the security side, but still forging along when it comes to financial inclusion, having a strategy. We've seen also the regional aspect, even the global aspect. So it's a very, very vast topic, very difficult, but I think we really have, in terms of policy, I have a lot of takeaways from this 1 hour or so of discussions. And just to conclude, I think this brings me back to the importance of getting away from the textbooks and the papers and just having a conversation, learning from each other, and hopefully, and this is a quote I like, even if we are as confused as ever, we are confused about more important things. So I'll stop there, and thanks to the ARC, and then please give a hand to our panelists who really did a great job. And I really mean it. Thank you very much. Yeah, I can do I think you can clap your hands virtually also for the people who are away like me. So I don't know if it is Abebe or the ARC chair who can take it from here.
That is okay, Amadou. Thank you very much. And thank you for moderating the session very well. We do appreciate. We also appreciate our panelists. It was such a healthy discussion. Now I want to move to the next session, which is our closing session. And we are glad to have our executive director, who is now the cabinet secretary, with us. And we would love to have him to close this session for us. Thank you very much. Professor Juguna.
Check 1, 2.
Hey, good afternoon. This is good evening. Can you hear me? Which language do you prefer, Swahili or... Anyway, I'm joking. I think today has been a tough day for me. I was supposed to provide opening remarks, but then last night I was told that I have to be at the State House for swearing in to be the next Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury and Economic Planning. It looks like I can't stay longer in the ARC. The last time I stayed again for 4 years, I was picked up and became governor. So it means that ARC is being recognized as making a very strong contribution to the continent. But anyway, to very discussions. This is an area that I have, I think, I don't know whether Amadou C is still there. This is an area that I started with when I was in the central bank all the way back from 2007. And we supported financial inclusion because we thought that first it was for us, especially the poor, and even in fragile economies, the most important thing that why you needed financial inclusion was purely for transactions. It is actually after managing your transactions, even if it means getting your wages through the digital platform, it is it's after that you start thinking about savings. But also I noticed that the other day I noticed that my first question was that can you have an effective monetary policy when there is no financial inclusion? The idea is, the next thing is actually to say, no, you cannot have an effective monetary policy instruments because those instruments work through the market. The more developed the market is, the more effective your instruments will be. So I've been in that space, and I think we also have other projects that we're doing. I think David Krackner is also here. We have a project in East African region on financial inclusion and market development, and we wanted to see how we can actually replicate the experiences in the region and how it has actually evolved. One is because of making sure that transactions are efficient, they are effective, they are transparent, and they are safe. And then from there on, you can spring out. I think I heard, Mike, you talked about even fintechs themselves. If we don't have the capacity to regulate fintechs, then it means that they cannot make a difference in our market. And for me, this is extremely important. So I wanted to finish with, of course, summarize the debate in 4 areas. In fact, one of the papers that I developed some time back, as soon as I left the central bank, or some few years, was that we need regulatory technology. We need to adopt regulatory technology for us to actually improve fast financial inclusion driven by innovative regulation. But more importantly, we also need the infrastructure. We succeeded in East Africa, for example, and more specifically in Kenya because of the presence of fiber optic cables. But there are still pockets in our country, for example, where the network of fiber optic cables is not there. So in a sense, we need that. And the second thing is that we start thinking about no one should be left behind. And the second thing is how do we secure the market? And one of them is electronic ID system that allows us to have some identity and security in the market. And third, once you have done that, then we need now capacity for the regulators. So we don't want them to stifle innovations that happens in the market. Why everybody fears the fintechs is because we don't seem to understand what they do, but they are supporting us roll out products on the platform that are going to be very, very useful. And we can leapfrog, especially for fragile economies, we can leapfrog that development in a very special way. And finally, for us to allow it to move to other sectors of the economy, we just don't want to talk about the financial system. We want also to go into affecting the other the other sectors of the economy. Then it means that we have to encourage that. There are 2 things, there are 4 points I want to finish with. Once we accept that financial inclusion is very, very important as a first step, then we can talk about financial development. And we can talk about regulatory space that is going to drive financial development. And how it works is that it actually helps the poor to enter into the market in the sector, or given that Africa has so much pervasive segmented markets, you found that actually the digital financial system navigates across all segments of the market, formal or informal. And it's like a miracle. You don't just get a product that navigates all segments of the market. So we know that it can work. And I of course saw that somebody was talking about digital fiat currency. Yes, it can happen. We know transactions cost increases as you move into cash economy. It's very expensive, and I think one of the panelists also talked about even printing the currency. We have been there. We've talked about it, and I think there is a study that was done in Canada. We are happy that even IDRC is supporting this project, and it showed how expensive it was to print currency. To talk about even policing the currency against counterfeits. It's so expensive. It doesn't stop from in the process of printing. The second thing is that you have to walk or drive to the point of service. So you can imagine, we don't seem to see those costs, but we feel that we are in control because you have cash and you have gone into the point of service, but you don't seem to understand the cost you have incurred. Anyway, that is very, very important. So in a sense, once we do that, then of course digital transactions, once it takes place and it is effective, then we can use it for different reasons and for different functions. I still recall during the COVID and lockdown, the issue was, do countries, for example, if I give the Kenyan example, do we know where those people live? Do we know what they do? And within no time, we were able to show that you can actually not effectively lock down the economy and stop the spread of COVID unless you also start a targeted platform, a platform for targeted social transfers or cash transfers, so that those people don't leave their houses, and then it means you control the COVID. So you can see that in my language we say that if there is a string outside your door, you can always find uses for it. So all of a sudden we created targeted social protection programs alongside the retail electronic payments platform. So that is very, very important. But then, obviously, the two things that we want to look at in terms of the benefits of digital financial system. We have seen products developing and even digital lending. We have seen transfers working. And we have also seen the digital lending itself generating scores, credit scores, so that you can actually borrow very short term. There's a study I've been, I think it must be published by now. We were doing that work with the Cambridge University on alternative finance. And what I did was to look at 5 countries that are using digital lending and the frequency of people borrowing from that. I started with Kenya with M-Shwari, Tanzania with Empower, with the Uganda with Mocash, and Rwanda Mocash, and Cote d'Ivoire with the Momocash. And one of the things is that you can look at how many loans are processed and approved every day. In Kenya at the time, 2019, 19,000 loans were approved every day, and the average was $35, payable in 27 days. Tell me if you went to the bank, and the speed of approval was 45 seconds. Just astounding. This is what we wanted the finance to be, to work for us, isn't it? I think I remember, who is this? I'm trying to remember the name. Who wrote the book, Making Finance Work for Africa. He became the governor of Northern Ireland. And he did that in 2007. But he never thought about the digital coming in. But we really we can now talk about it and say, actually we can make finance work for African markets, but more so, finance can work for the poor. Just imagine if it takes you 45 seconds to get a loan. You're going to pay that loan within, in Kenya it was 27 days. In Rwanda it was an average of $5 to be paid back in 21 days. We would like to go to the next level and ask, what do they do with those loans that they borrow? But if you look at even the default rate is so low, it cannot be compared with the banking system. So in a sense, we can do that. But finally, where do we link financial inclusion, financial development, and SDGs, or even starting with poverty reduction? We have seen that if you use the systems and the products very well, you can actually accumulate savings, and you can accumulate assets, and you can escape cycles of poverty. And that is very, very important. You can see also, somebody was also talking about climate change. We have a project that we are dealing with climate change and central banking, and especially in the Horn of Africa, because we are buffeted by supply side shocks. And it is difficult to use demand side tools because essentially they're not going to be effective. And we know that. And so it means that we have to look for methods and ways of how to improve on that. But we do know that we can use, once we have an efficient digital financial services system, it is going to drive all sectors of the economy. And that is why, even for fragile economies, it's going to be very, very useful. I'm sure there are very many papers that have been presented today. Unfortunately, I was away, but I'm sure we have exchanged a lot of experiences. But we want to make sure that individually we can also move into that space and try to promote that space. For those countries that have not yet adopted digital financial services, we want to strengthen their institutions so that they can accept that digital financial services is the way to go. By the way, some of them are moving very fast. Right now, even in Kenya, the governor started talking about digital fiat currency, with digital currency. For us, when we started that project together with ITU, International Telecommunication Union, we started talking about digital fiat currency because we don't want you to mistake it with cryptocurrencies. Okay? Cryptocurrencies are not currencies. They were developed because of the frustrations of remittances across borders. You remember that? You cannot, you use whatever method, you find not only on the exchange rate part, but also on the fee is very high. So that is how cryptocurrency wallets started, so that you can actually escape those limitations. But it is time now to say, look, that technology has allowed us to think about digital fiat currency. And so it means we are going to move in that space. So some countries are moving very fast. We will catch up. For those that are lagging behind just because of the weaknesses in institutions, then that is what the fragility is all about, and we'll get there. But I do think that AERC has made important steps in terms of the way we are going, in terms of encouraging this, and we want to create a policy space that we can debate policies. And I listened to the panelists here. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to listen to all the papers, but I have read some of the papers. I'm very happy and encouraged that we have this project. I'm very happy for all the papers that were presented. I'm very happy about the panelists. I'm also very happy with my old friend and supporter of AERC, Amadou C, in IMF. I'm very happy about all that we are coming together so we can now repackage the policies and we can see how we can sell those policies. Please remember us, if you want to do any national policy workshop so that the policymakers in your own respective countries can understand where technology is going, we'll be willing to support that too. So I do think that the space is moving very fast. We don't want to be left behind just because of fragility of our own case coming from exogenous factors, but we want to make sure that those ideas are shared with the policymakers and we start practicing them so that we improve our financial system, financial inclusion, financial transactions, and it will move to financial development. So thank you very much and good evening. I think my life has changed today. I don't know what will happen, but the bottom line is that tomorrow I have to take over the Ministry of the National Treasury and Economic Planning docket. So it means that I will be available for AERC because I'm still AERC, but more importantly, I will make sure that I think that space in terms of policy works very well and work for everyone else. Thank you very much and good evening.
Sorry, thank you. Thank you very much, Prof. I think the meeting is officially closed. We have tea outside. We can interact as we go home. For those of us who are leaving tonight, we wish you safe flight. Tomorrow, the same thing. Let's continue talking. Thank you.